Today we are going to see, what if Naruto combined chakra and haki to break limits? Part 3. So let's get started. He opened his dilapidated door and stepped inside his home. He kicked his sandals off to the side and made a beeline for his bathroom. He had just eaten a lot of ramen with the old man. He barely made it to the toilet before he relieved himself. Sighing in contentment, he tried to flush but no water came rushing in to get rid of the filth. Where's the water? The 6-year-old asked himself. He didn't expect to hear an answer, but the ink inside his shirt started to glow a bright white. It baffled him as he reached inside his collar before grasping the lambent object. When he removed it, he saw that it was his necklace. He had thought that it was glowing a little when he woke up earlier, but he had assumed that it was the sunlight shining on it, but now, it was absolutely radiant. The little boy froze when he realized that it was only wood. Wood did not light up like this, so far as he knew. Suddenly, he felt tired, more exhausted than he had ever felt. He suddenly fell to one knee in his moment of weakness. He got back to both feet and stumbled, making his way to his bed. The room seemed to spin around him, disorienting him. He walked in zigzag lines, but he collapsed in a heap on the ground, slipping into unconsciousness. He seemed to wake up again immediately, but his surroundings had changed to that of a flooded area that was crisscrossed with pipes that dripped noisily. He realized that he now felt a lot better, but he had no idea where he was. Wasn't I at home just now? He got to his feet and started walking. He didn't know where he was going, but he felt as if he was being called, even though he wasn't hearing anything besides the dripping. After walking for what felt like a half hour in search of an exit, he found himself in a massive place that had immensely large bars that went right up to the ceiling. He approached it, wondering if he could possibly see an exit on the other side. As he ran his hand over it, a large almond-shaped bloodshot eye opened right in front of him, startling him so badly that he fell onto his butt in the water, letting out a yelp. Another eye opened on the other side of the first one before both blinked. They then leveled a terrifying gaze at the boy. He would have shat himself in fright, if only he hadn't already done so at home. A large toothy grin unfurled just below the eyes before they slightly separated, dripping slaver onto the muzzle. You were at home, you never left. The mouth somehow spoke human speech without all the necessary movements. The boy scooted backward quickly, still on his butt. He stared in fear at the terrifying face. What the heck are you? He quivered. Who? The voice corrected. The face rose up to the top of the bars into the light. The boy saw that it was a massive fox, one that had seen in lore, one that he had seen in a book somewhere. The QB, he shrieked. He was about to get to his feet and run screaming bloody murder when the fox laughed. It wasn't condescending. If anything, it sounded amused. Heh, I still got it. I strike the fear of the gods into mortals. It sat on its great haunches before it crossed its arms across the chest. I am not a, what? I am a, as in, the 9 tails. Its voice boomed across the open space. The boy was now frightened stock still as he stared at the massive demon fox. His young mind raced as he remembered hearsay horror stories of how it could swing its tail and destroy mountains or cause a tidal wave. Aren't you going to introduce yourself? The 6-year-old blinked in confusion. Naruto. Uzumaki Naruto, he whimpered. A pleasure. Now stand up. I'm not going to kill you, you know. Naruto did as he was told, still scared. It was obvious. What with the boy shaking so much? Relax. So, Fishcake, not the most intimidating name, brat. Naruto actually forgot his fear for that moment, which was the QB's intention. It's not Fishcake. My name means Maelstrom. And don't call me a brat, Mr. QB. The kitsune's sweat dropped for a second. Mister? I see, and how do you know that? Hokage Gigi told me, he yelled at the QB. Fine. You can get to call yourself Maelstrom. We'll see if anyone still takes you seriously. The boy turned up his nose and pouted in a way only a 6-year-old could. That's right. So, Mr. QB? The fox stared at him intently, and Naruto tried to keep his composure, or at least appear to be. Why are you here? This is my jail. Jail? It's where you send bad people to become good people. It obviously wasn't as clear-cut as that, but that's all the little boy needed to know so he could understand. So you're a bad person? The boy started backpedaling in fear again. No, I'm good now, the kitsune said with a slight grimace on its maw. I'm not bad anymore. The boy calmed down. Oh, so if you're good now, someone will let ya out now? The fox was at a loss for words for a total of half a minute. The boy was about to repeat his question when he finally answered. The person who locked me up is dead. I'm stuck in here. Oh, the boy looked thoughtful for a minute before his expression brightened. What if I did it for you? He said hopefully. After all, you said that you're good now, right? The QB could not believe it. Here was his chance to escape, given to him on a silver platter. He could finally get out of the seal. The gears turned slowly. Free? Free to go where? Free to do what? There is nowhere I can go. Nothing I can do that will guarantee that I will be left alone in peace, he said to himself. Due to his size, however, Naruto still heard him. I would be sought after to be sealed again, and my so-called release would kill you, Naruto. Would you do that for me? Would you release me even though you would die? The fox asked him. I don't know what sealed means, but if you get to be free from here, sure. Besides, his face darkened. Since you're good now, maybe the village would love you more than they love me. The demon Kitsune had heard enough. The boy was as pure as a saint could get, even if he were as misinformed as he was terribly naive. No, I'll stay so you can live. Besides, they hate me. Not you. Huh? I am in you, Naruto Uzumaki. You are my jail. I have been locked away inside you ever since you were born. Because I'm in you, they hate you. Do you understand? The Nine Tails said to him in question. The boy's mind temporarily came to a standstill, thinking about what the woman was shouting at him was about to say. Why they glared at him, why they called him demon. But right now, I don't care. Besides, why do you have to live like this? With all this smelly water and darkness? My living conditions can be improved if you were to imagine it. This is all in your mind. It's called a mindscape. The boy looked up to his forehead before squinting, trying to imagine somewhere more inhabitable, so to speak. The Nine Tails realized what the boy was doing and motioned him to stop. Wait, don't do it yet. While I want to have this, I don't like to feel an indebted obligation to anyone. Naruto stopped his efforts and looked up. Huh? What does that mean? It means that I don't like to owe people. Tell you what, I'll do 100 favors for you, then you can help me with the mindscape. Sure, but why? The QB thought about Ito and his constant maxim. Because nothing is free. He suddenly came to, seeing nothing but pitch black. He opened his eyes to still see the same. He blinked, but he found that he could see nothing at all. I can't see. You're in the aquifer below Kimyo Town in pitch black darkness. You're not blind, a rumbling voice said in his thoughts. Huh, Kurama? What happened? Don't you remember? The QB sounded surprised. I am trying to, but my head hurts every time I try. His head throbbed painfully as he tried to recall events. Let me just fix that for you. The pain started to ebb away. Feel better? The demon fox asked. Yeah, he mentally tried to remember his final moments before falling unconscious. You expanded my coils and pain, lots and lots of pain. And my fire clone knocked me out. A goddamned mercy. So create another clone. Preferably another Kaden clone. You can get the light and see how far gone your chakra control is, all in one action. The Uzumaki mentally nodded as he formed the necessary hand sign. The QB already lending his low-key assistance. Kaden Bunshin no Jutsu. A ball of fire came into being beside him that expanded and took his shape before it assumed his image. The clone recreated the small flame technique in its palm, but it quickly flared out of control and engulfed the clone. The clone dispersed in flames that soon burned out of existence, having nothing to latch onto that could fuel it. Well damn, he burned down. Control looks bad, Kurama opined. Naruto fell into a squat before he assumed his meditative stance. Gotta think, my output controls. Shot to hell, and I can't afford to do much more chakra control exercises. I need to know, Kurama, how was my control before today? If I had to give a rating, I would say low Chunin control over mid to high Junin reserves. And now, Genin control over low to mid cage reserves, Kurama said. It's a rough expression, 'cause I haven't exactly been inside a cage before. He sighed mentally. Wait a minute. While I was reading the first morning I went to school with my abilities on, the book I read described that chakra coils were like bottles. Bottles? Kurama didn't know what to make of that. Yeah, bottles. You keep your chakra in coils, like water in a bottle. You get your chakra through the exit of the coils, just like how you would pour the water from the bottle. What do that parallel analogy have to do with any of this? When shinobi perform chakra control exercises, they are training their ability to manipulate how large and small the chakra exit is. Like the neck of a bottle. Right now, My neck opening is huge so that I just let out a whole ton of chakra at once. It's wasteful. The QB grew excited as he understood. I see now, so you want me to try and shrink the neck to fit your purposes. You could acquire perfect control. Hold on, you can't just lessen my capacity willy-nilly. I only need it at my previous level. I'll have to try and train it as I go. What? You could have your chakra neck down to a size that could allow even a single bunch in creation. Don't you want that kind of control? You have to remember, you can change the size, I think. But I won't be able to alter my neck for myself when I'm fighting. I can only manipulate my neck a little. If you make the neck so small that I can create bunchins, how am I going to be able to make it big enough to perform jutsu that require large outputs of chakra? I get it. Remember when I couldn't stand on Shita's jutsu? If my chakra output was larger, I would have been able to stand on it instead of constantly creating clones to stand on. But if it had been smaller, I would have died. I said I get it. Fantastic. So my neck grew with my capacity. I only need try and revert it back to normal, and I'll do the rest myself. Can you do that, Kurama? I suppose I could. It'll take some time and it'll probably hurt. Like your coils. The QB stressed the last. Oh, don't start yet. Shit. The boy quickly stood up and formed the modified hand seal. Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. He only meant to create one but accidentally formed 5 instead. What are you doing? The fox asked. Someone knocked me out. Quote. One of the clones walked behind him. Alright, just keep looking forward. I'm gonna count to 3. Then I'm gonna do it. Simple. Naruto gulped. The clone smirked as it started to count. 1, 2. Naruto dropped like a rock in a slump, much to the clone's confusion. A second later, they dispersed and the QB alone was left, shaking his head inside the seal. He could have just asked me. I know how his own body works better than he does. Kurama snorted before starting to work. The lad woke up in a daze, seeing the now familiar white of the hospital ceiling. He had a feeling about how he got here, but he knew one thing. He didn't want to stay. He sat up in the bed and ripped out the cords with the drips. He then kicked the binding sheets off his legs and hopped to the floor. The 8-year-old walked softly on the balls of his bare feet to the corner where his sandals were placed. He quickly slid them on and went to the door, which he opened silently before peeking out the corners to see if anyone was there. There was none that he could see. He crept out of the hospital, avoiding the occasional nurse or doctor that chanced to cross his path before he ran home. Finally arriving, he opened it quickly before slamming the door and leaned against it, before he slid down and started to cry. Hey, don't cry, I can't take any more of this. He felt over his eye where the skin had gotten split open the night before. Thanks for patching me up though. That's favor number 56. Whatever. He swiped at his tears before he steeled himself. I don't want to stay here. The QB was unsure what the boy meant. Oh, you mean this dump you call a home? The boy stood up, face determined. No. I mean this village I call a home. They beat on me, they cut me, they starve me, and they try to kill me. He screamed mentally. I nearly got killed last night. That's the closest they've ever gotten. Someone must have saved me before I got stabbed. Who was it? Was it the stranger who's always hiding his face? The QB was silent, not wanting to specify. It's not worth staying. I'll just run away. It's probably going to be worse if you try running away. Even on the slim chance you don't get caught leaving. Where would you go? Anywhere is probably better than here. The boy ran to his room and started rowing what few things he had into a backpack he had once been given by an Anbu. He also packed his only change of clothes and undergarments and slung it over his shoulder. The boy would leave, and nothing would stop him. Naruto became fully conscious suddenly. Not wasting any time, he sat up and rubbed his head. Kami, getting knocked unconscious so often cannot be good for my mental health, he reasoned out loud. What mental health? Last I recall, you didn't exactly have a good one. Kurama? Done? Wasn't sure if I could do it, but I got it done. I'll be sure to collect what is owed by the end of the month. Hold on. I know that nothing is free, but you've been living rent-free all my life. Let's just call it even for now. I hate it when you play that card. The foe. X grinned inside the cage before it chuckled, but let's get serious. Are you ready to create the clones for the group now? I can't create them to the specifications needed. You're going to have to do it. Besides, You're the only one who can manipulate your pure Biju chakra and control my yin and yang to make them self-sustaining. So I'm taking over? Yeah, it was going to happen again sooner or later. He reassumed his meditative stance and retreated to the grassland mindscape. He immediately saw the fox sitting under his tree, waiting on him so they could begin. Are you sure you remember all the details about the layers? Yep, we're looking at around 80% yang and 20% yin. That will be their core. Then the yin will replicate the form of organs, and the yang will give it existence. In addition to that, they've got your current coils. Then I'm going to lace the rest of their bodies with some of my chakra to make them durable. That's it? Well yeah, but I just thought of something else. Which is, the medic clone. His control has to be high for medical jutsus. Can you still create him with my current size reserves but with the chakra neck of low chunin level? That way he can do the jutsu and train his ability to control his output later to be even better. It's going to be challenging but I'll try. Anything else? Yeah, I need my body back as soon as you're done. I don't want you running amok. That's the second reason I chose to do this in the aquifer in the first place. The fox sighed. Oh Kami. Do you really think so little of me? The Uzumaki just shrugged before he held out his palm to the fox. The fox reciprocated the action by holding out a digit. Naruto touched the fox and started to release his willpower, while Kurama enforced his own. Naruto's bright cerulean eyes faded into a full black, sclera and all. After another minute, a single dot of red showed up in the center of each of his eyes. On the outside, Naruto's eyes opened explosively, revealing slitted red eyes. His face became more feral as his whiskers deepened. His nails also grew to be akin to claws. His aura became extremely suffocating to be around, full of unrelenting hatred. He leapt to his feet and stretched, grinning all the while. Been a long fucking time since I got control. Nice. He ran as fast as he could. There was only a single direction that he went in. When he had looked at the brochure attached to the map earlier, it said that the place had the friendliest people. The QB had advised against it but nothing could dissuade him. His breathing was soon reduced to panting but he continued nonetheless. His legs finally gave out under him and he stumbled, falling heavily. He reluctantly crawled to the foot of the tree to rest. Before he knew it, he had fallen asleep. The demon fox inside the seal didn't know what to do. On one hand, he didn't think the boy should leave. Ninjas from his village would hunt him down like a wild animal and bring him back. If he had stayed, he would still have been set upon by his fellow villagers and he would still be no better off. All of his efforts to leave would have been for nothing. The Nine Tails made up his mind to help him. He let his influence out of the cage in tiny amounts, taking care to avoid agitating the seal. The red form of his chakra seeped into the boy's system, but the effects were noticeable. His claws grew and his whiskers became more pronounced. Without even opening his eyes, the sleeping boy formed a modified tiger handseal, then the modified hare handseal, and lastly the modified dragon handseal. Akuma no Yogo Sha, Demon's Advocate, he whispered, using the only clone jutsu he knew. He closed his fist and reopened it to reveal a black ball which dropped to the ground. He repeated the modified dragon handseal and almost all of the boy's chakra left him from his fingertips and was absorbed by the pebble-sized concentrated Biju chakra. In a puff of smoke, a clone of the boy was formed. The only difference was that it possessed slitted red eyes that soon faded to perfect black, then to cerulean as the clone achieved chakra balance. The clone knew its purpose for its creation. It started running back to the village to return before its original was missed. The fox quickly recalled its influence back inside the seal, its deed now done. Naruto woke up an hour later and continued making his way to the land of waves, none the wiser. The QB decided that he would tell him when he got there though. At least this way, he could find peace. Kurama, possessing the Uzumaki, finished creating 6 of the shadow clones to the required specifications. It was agonizingly slow but he had all the time in the world. He now moved on to the clone that would be the medic. He sighed as he got started, creating the shadow clone handseal forming the buncheon. He then placed his palm over the unresponsive clone's stomach and started to inject some of the boy's yin and yang energy right into the coils. It was incredibly difficult, but he wanted this group to come through, just as much as the boy he had watched grow up. He finally arrived at the bank of an immense span of water. His journey cut short. He became greatly saddened as he started to think he would have to turn back and go home. He was almost about to cry when he heard a voice call out to him. "Hey there, lil guy. What are you doing out here? He looked around almost frantically, searching for the voice. His eyes finally settled on a man sitting on a large boulder overlooking the river. The man was fishing. That much was obvious when he saw him in the process of casting a line out into the water. The man turned back to the boy and smiled brightly. What's the matter, huh? Can't Cha say something? Yeah, hi mister. The 8-year-old resumed his cheerful exuberance, one that Kurama usually saw the boy have when he was around the Sandaime Hokage. Hi yourself, so what are you doing out here? Aren't you far from home? The boy's happy expression shattered like glass. I ran away from home. What? Don't you think you'll make your parents unhappy? Don't you think your mother will cry for you? The man questioned as he dropped from the rock and walked over to him. He was worried about him, so he pressed on with the questions. I don't really have any family, mister. I'm an orphan. The boy looked down, finding his feet more interesting all of a sudden. Oh, sorry about that. So why did you run away, huh? People where I live regularly mistreat me, so I didn't want to stay. What did they do? The man asked angrily. Naruto explained most of his plights to the man, who grew more worried and angry the more he heard. Naruto was never this trusting to a complete stranger, but this was Wave Country, and its brochure reputed that it was the friendliest place. He guessed that it was all right. Besides, the man seemed to genuinely care for him already. When he was done with his explanation, the fisherman made up his mind to help the little boy as best as he could. But it was then that he realized something. Say, kid, what's your name? My name's Naruto, mister. Well, my name's Kaiza. What do you say we go to my house and get something to eat, huh? I bet Tsunami would love to meet you. The boy hugged the much taller man in his glee. Kaiza ONLY chuckled as he patted the 8-year-old's head as he went for his fishing things and dropped it in the boat that he had docked behind the boulder. Soon, they sailed across the water. Naruto finally, smiling for the first time in a long time. Kurama finished the yin and yang release and added the final touches by adding pure, uncorrupted Biju chakra to surround the clone's coils. When the clone got hits that would normally disperse them, the truth was that their coils got ruptured and collapsed on itself. With the extra Biju protection, these clones will be the epitome of fortitude. With the yin and yang helping to replicate the body perfectly instead of just being husks, they'd have functioning organs, too. The boy possessed by Kurama sighed. Now, he had to create the elemental chakra clones. His work was only half done. It would be a bit more tricky, converting the boy's chakra into the different elements, though it was a common task whenever the boy was executing jutsus adverse to his chakra nature. With the aspect of their chakra being that of the particular element they were attuned to, they would be able to perform their jutsus on the fly. The boy fit right in with the family. They were kind to him and treated him as if he were one of their own. There was Tazuna Oja-san, Tsunami who was a mother figure, Kaiza who was like his father, and Inari, a 5-year-old who was just like a younger brother. Only Tazuna, Tsunami, and Inari had passing resemblance, but the other two males. They were surrogate family members, so to speak, but the familial love was real. Kaiza was like a stepfather, but little Inari was adamant that he was his father now. Tsunami felt the same by saying he was her husband, and Tazuna treated him like a son. Naruto was simply a stray boy that Kaiza found. The boy was still in an emaciated condition, ribs bulging out of his skin in horrifying detail. His whiskered cheeks were a bit sunken, but what stories the boy had told had frightened them all. He had some scars to prove it after all, and all the boy had was a single change of clothes and garments. They straightaway took him under their roof and dressed him, fed him, cared for him, and most importantly, loved him. It was then that the QB became convinced that he had made the right decision by helping him with the clone idea. He informed the boy what he had done, and the boy happily told him to chalk up the favors number 257. One day, he was about to throw away his bag, thinking that it reminded him too much of the village. While the man who gave him was nice to him, he wanted to cut his ties to the village. He started searching through all the pockets, making sure it was all clean before the disposal. He was going through its last pocket when he found a small slip of paper neatly folded among all the dust collections in it. He could only wonder how long he could have missed seeing it until now. Probably since the day I got it, he mused. He unfolded it and started to read. Naruto, you will want to become a shinobi soon. It's naturally the dream of all young boys of this village, and I know that you will be no different. When the day comes that you want to become a shinobi, I have sealed all the gear you will need. I wish for you to be fully prepared for when that day comes, for I believe that a workman is nothing without his working tools. Channel a little of your chakra into the seal to release the items. All you need will be inside. Ito U. This was where the note ended, and Naruto didn't know what to think. He had always believed that he would become a ninja, being partners with Kyuubi. Seeing how he got special benefits from him like advanced healing. I heard that, brat. The boy grinned. He really thought that he and the beast were like best friends. But he sometimes worried for the day that his family might find out about the monster fox. It gnawed at him, worrying that they would treat him the same as the villagers. And what about being Hokage? He had promised himself that he would become one, but he didn't want to be a ninja for the villagers who had mistreated him. I know, I'll become a ninja here with this stuff, and when I'm good at it, then I'll become Hokage. Without having to be a ninja at the village. Perfect. He started doing a little jig, one that only an 8-year-old was capable of. The demon Kitsune didn't try to tell him that that was not how things worked. And why should he? Ignorance was bliss after all. Besides, he would find out when he grew older. Let him have his happiness now when it mattered. Kurama finished making the futon and Suiten clones. They were the easiest of the 5 elementals to create, since Naruto's primary affinity was wind and with a slight secondary to water. The last 3 would be a bit more difficult, seeing that those elemental chakras were far from Naruto's control, especially Raiden. In fact, clones of this nature were also the most taxing on his reserves to create. But when they were done with these clones, the Bunshins were going to specialize in their respective fields. Naruto went outside under a tree and sat down before the message twice more. Following the instructions of the fox in the note, he placed a little of his chakra in the note, and all of a sudden, things came flying out of the seal on the note in smoke. Because of the boy's inexperience, instead of removing the things from the seal one by one, they all flew out at once, rapid fire. They flew out uncontrollably, despite the boy's efforts to force them back in. It was comical to watch, but Naruto was not laughing, though his inner chakra monster was going ballistic. When it ceased, all of the items were scattered on the grass for the boy to see. He saw ninja sandals, new outfits, a long knife in a brown sheath. There were even 2 weapon pouches, one that was filled with shuriken, the other with kunai. He gathered all of the things together before he placed them neatly at the foot of the tree. As he regarded the area once more, he noticed a rather large white envelope. He strode to it and picked it up. There was no address or anything on it, but it was obvious it was for him, seeing that it came out of the seal. He tore open the top with his fingernails and took out the contents, which were several sheets of paper, each with different contents. The first one was another note. The paper with the word chakra on it is chakra paper. Simply channel some of your chakra into it to find out your chakra elemental nature. If it's fire, it'll turn to ash. If it's water, it'll become soggy. If it is earth, it will turn to dust. If it's wind, it'll cut itself in half, and lightning will cause it to wrinkle. I don't know what your affinity is, so I have included some techniques for each element. Although you may have an element or 2, try to learn all of them. It's important to be diverse and versatile. Please read the pamphlet on how to manipulate chakra. There is also one on basic kenjutsu for the Tonto. Remember to dedicate yourself to your training, 100%. Ito U. He put the note in his pocket and grinned. Well, he had better get started. Arigato, whoever you are. He boy in the aquifer wiped away a bead of sweat on his brow with the back of his hand. He was getting close. Only the Doden clone and Raiden clone left to be created. It had been a full 20 hours since he had first started. By simple reasoning, he should finish in another 4. He created the modified ox hand seal, and Kurama began manipulating and converting chakra again. It had scarcely been 2 months since he had started learning. The boy was now perfectly 8.5 years old and developing his skills wonderfully. His family supported him when he was doing his ninja training. They knew he came from a ninja village, so it was only natural. He had learned the Daitapa, Great Breakthrough, and Mizu Kasukedo, Water Cascade. The boy was making another attempt at learning the Hu Igyo no Jutsu, Underground Projection Fish, but that was when things took a turn for the weird. The fox inside the seal was sleeping when he was jolted awake by the sound of the boy's screams. The 8-year-old was writhing on the ground and clutching his head, screaming himself hoarse in pain. Tsunami dashed out of the house to see what the matter was with her son, if anyone or anything had attacked him. In a swift motion, She hefted him up and held him against her chest, trying to hush him to stop. After settling down to just a quiet sob every now and again, she asked what was wrong. "My head hurts," he cried between sobs. She knelt down on one knee and put him to stand up. After crying himself out, he swiped at his final tears while holding his head down. When he looked up, she gasped. The boy had 3 concentric circles on his forehead. It looked as if it was drawn in black ink with a fine brush, and it worried her. She ran into the house and quickly returned with a wet washcloth. She wiped it over the boy's forehead, but it was not removed. She wiped it a bit more forcefully and for longer, but when she finally stopped and looked again, it was still there. After observing it for a minute, she was treated to the sight of a small arrow that suddenly appeared passing over the centermost circle on the left. Then a small kanji appeared at the end of the arrow inside the circle. She squinted and read it. Understanding. The woman tugged the boy inside the house for more cleaning. It would go. No such thing was going to stay on her son's forehead. A day later, the boy's forehead was sore and red and the symbol still there. The other family members were about to carry him to a doctor when the QB inside the seal told Naruto what to say to stop their fears. Say, no, say, it could be a ninja ability. It could be a ninja ability or something. After that, Naruto experimented for a week before he was utterly exhausted. The boy had tried avenue after avenue, and all lead to dead ends. What did his ability do? In a huff, he started to read over his pamphlets. It was then he realized that many things that were written inside made more sense all of a sudden. He could follow the ideas easier. He didn't have to stop to ruminate on what it meant. By all appearances, at least in his own mind, he'd suddenly become a genius at figuring things out. While he did not know many things, learning became easy to him. He proved this to his family by taking a brief class at the civilian school in Wave and aced it, when he had no experience in that field before then, besides learning to read. He could understand. In his excitement, he tried to relearn how to do the jutsus for the last 3 elements. He understood perfectly how to perform them, even Huff, it just wasn't within his ability to perform them. They were not his natural affinity. The second instance with these strange abilities was when he was taking a break. It was a bright and sunny day, not a cloud in sight. It was a perfect time to fish. He was getting frustrated about performing a shunshin, body flicker, and he was failing. Deciding to take a day off from his training, he decided to accompany his father to fish. They were out in deep water, Naruto watching Kaiza casting out his nets in fruitless efforts. He was becoming bored quickly and he started to ruminate on the village, wondering if they were mistreating the clone. That was when it struck him, like a proverbial flash of lightning. Pain arced through his skull abruptly. He kept it together, trying to ignore it. Suddenly, the pain increased tenfold, making him yell in agony. Kaiza's attention was immediately centered on the boy, who was just in time to see him accidentally throw himself overboard in his throes of agony. Kaiza dropped the net and dived into the water after Naruto, who seemed to still be yelling out, creating air bubbles. Kaiza frowned as he swam after the sinking boy. The Uzumaki knew how to swim, but whatever was the source of his discomfort was about to make him drown. Naruto accidentally took in water as he tried to draw breath in his yelling. The horrible burn of salt water making its way into his lungs only made the boy black out. They were in 20 feet of water and Naruto was rock bottom when he fell unconscious. As his body went limp, he started to float up again into Kaiza's arms. The fisherman quickly hooked his hand around the boy's shoulders and started to frantically swim his way back to the surface. He himself was about to drown when they finally broke the ceiling of the sea, Kaiza hyperventilating air. He pushed Naruto over the side of the boat and quickly got in too. Not a second later, he was performing drowning victim protocol resuscitation on the boy, forcing him to spit back up the water. Unknown to the fisherman, the QB inside the seal aided in that endeavor, purging the water out of the boy's system by pulsating chakra in the network around his lungs. A few grim minutes later, Naruto came to, hurling his breakfast along with some backed up water in the boat. Needless to say, Kaiza was so relieved that he forgot all about fishing, including the fact that his weighted nets were now at the bottom of the sea. Kurama completed adding his chakra to the potential Doden Bunshin. He only had one more left to do. He had been on his feet for the past 22 hours straight. But he had to remain strong. Just one more, and then he could go to sleep. He had been with them for 18 months. Time and time again he proved to have an infallible memory. remembering even the tiniest details at a glance. Sometimes, the rest of his family would use that ability of his. It wasn't exploitation. He was happy to help. He would often remember dates and names for Tazuna, recall shopping specifics without the use of a list for Tsunami, help Kaiza with ideal fishing spots from memory recall, and memorize formulas and definitions for Inari, who would sometimes call on his help. The boy was an invaluable asset to the family whenever they wanted his assistance with anything, and he was more than happy to oblige. But that wasn't the reason he wanted to leave. The QB told him that the clone's chakra would run out any day now and he needed to return to the village. If it was discovered that the boy wasn't in the village, he could be hunted down and his family hurt in the process. Besides, I still need to further my ninja training anyway. I still want to become Hokage. Why would you leave us to go back to the place that treated you like garbage and worse? Tsunami asked in disbelief, unable to understand the boy's reasons. Because people suffer like me every day. If I become the village leader, I can help them too. They all pulled him into a hug and cried with him and cried and cried. Promise you'll come back and visit? Inari sniffled. Yeah, I will, Dadbeo. Kurama converted the chakra into the lightning affinity. He withdrew his hand from the stomach and formed the modified dragon hand seal. He reapplied his hand and started channeling his chakra into the dormant clone. Success was close. Naruto stepped back inside his home, sighing after the long day he had. Not 10 minutes ago, he'd swapped with his clone behind a building in his district. The second the clone dispersed, the fading made everyone in the area have shivers run down their spine. Ambius in the vicinity were suddenly attracted to the zone, or more specifically, the Jinchuriki of the QB no Yoko. He simply walked home before some wandering mob caught up with him. He finally got home to have the sight of crass graffiti welcome him, his apartment a mess and no food or water in the house. He stepped out again to go pay a visit to the Sandame. It wasn't going to be a friendly one. He was going to discuss the state of his home. Almost there, Kurama was so tired. His home was now fine. His body was not. He had gotten beaten up again, on the brink of death. He tried his best to fight back, now having some training to defend himself. It didn't matter that much there were ninjas in the mob, and their numbers outmatched his abilities. All he could do was hope that the QB could piece him back together when they were done ripping him apart. He was now 10 years old, and he had gotten the worst beating of his life ever. It had been only 1 hour after he dropped off Tenten at the orphanage, her new home without him. Fractured skull, broken ribs, limbs were broken and nearly wrung off his body, gashes, and heavy blood loss. He was in the hospital for a month under guard from an Anbu who had been formally assigned to him since the incident. He was back under psychiatric treatment for night terrors and horrifying daydreams. The boy could remember every vivid, painful and gore-filled memory as if it had happened a second before. The Sandame was worried about the boy. He had to be knocked unconscious with anesthesia for him to actually get some sleep. But he had reached his limit. It was becoming extreme malpractice to be using that procedure daily. That's when the QB proposed his solution. With what little fuinjutsu he knew, he would seal away his container's abilities, or at least the memory retention, until he wouldn't be affected by the memories anymore. The seal was placed in the mindscape, in the form of a metal door inside the QB's cage. The only catch was, he would lose a lot of his normal ability to retain information. In other words, his short-term memory would become pathetic. In desperation, the boy took the offer. He forgot about the details of the beatings. He only knew that they occurred. He forgot about how to use most of his abilities. He only knew he had them. With his memory shot, the boy resorted to carrying a notepad to take notes of every little thing. But it was a small price to pay to be able to sleep at night. Besides, he could continue to train to keep up his strength until he got back his skills. The Neko masked Anbu guarding him now every day also helped him to have enough confidence to even step outside. He would return to his peak. He was only in the valley of death at present. Kurama was finally done. All of the clones stood in a straight line across, all 12 of them. They were all naked, unfortunately, and they had their heads hanging down. The creation was complete. He fell to his knees, then to his side, panting from the earlier efforts. The fox relinquished his control over the boy, and his demonic aura faded into nothing. All was as normal could be. Inside the mindscape, where Naruto was standing next to a sitting Kurama, broke his physical contact. His black orbs lost their dark shade and reverted back to his original cerulean color. He fell to his knees, gasping for breath. That was longer than what I'm used to. He gulped some air before he stood again. The fox just allowed his forelegs to lose their support and slumped down, nearly landing on Naruto. All the exhaustion I got while using your body to create the clones transferred to me in the mindscape. Just let me sleep for 10 fucking years. Naruto's sweat dropped. Okay, just let yourself out, kid. And get him some clothes. The kitsune fell asleep in a moment. The blonde shrugged before he left the mindscape. His eyes closed in the mindscape and reopened to them to find himself lying on the ground, on his side. He blinked as he got up, wondering why the cave was black. Maybe it's because he can see well in the dark. But I can't. Let's see if I can remedy that. Kaden Bunshin no Jutsu. He formed the modified ox seal. A fire flared into life and formed a clone next to him. As he wanted, the clone recreated the D-rank fire technique in its palm. He watched as the flame remained steady and cheered. Fantastic, he muttered. Even bigger reserves, same old output. His eyes wandered around the cavern and they rested on 12 naked individuals. He was about to yell about the awkwardness he was seeing when he noticed that they were his clones and they all appeared to be in some inactive state. Hey, Kurama, he yelled mentally. Single quote, couldn't you have copied my clothes or something? The kitsune mumbled something along the lines of flesh and blood, and not normal clones. He also mumbled to leave him alone for 3 days. Naruto shook his head in resignation. He beckoned to the fire clone in the aquifer to follow him. Together, they left the aquifer. At Kimyo Town's borders, Naruto was now alone, transformed into another variation of himself. His blonde hair changed into black, no whiskers and brown eyes. His outfit was now that of a simple kimono made of cheap fabric. He walked quickly into the settlement village, making a beeline to the inn. He hoped that he could get some money. HS Clone was supposed to send some to him from the bounties on the brothers, as well as to the miners. Upon arriving, he asked the innkeeper for Midori and Kurushimi. The elderly woman who was reading just told him to knock at room 23 on the 3rd floor before she went back to her book, not even looking up once. He bounded up the steps quickly, made his way to the door and knocked twice, sharply. Hi, I'm coming. There were sounds of shuffling inside before the door opened. Can I help you? Midori asked through the crack, peering at the lad outside. Yeah, can I enter? It's Naruto. I'm using a disguise. After what she had been through, the woman was easily distrusting of strangers and that was easily understandable. Oh, prove it. When we first met and I asked how you felt, you said you felt like dried out dog shit. When I gave you my water canteen, you drank some and then you gave the rest to your husband. He was about to continue when she shushed him by placing an index finger over her lips. Fine, I believe you. Come inside. She turned sideways to let him have some entry. He gratefully accepted and entered, straight away going to sit on a chair at the foot of the double bed. The woman closed the door and sat on the bed, waiting expectantly. So, you going to tell me why you're here? I'm not going to beat around the bush. I need something. I think you got an extra envelope of money that's actually addressed to Uzu, even though you don't have anyone in your group with that name. It's meant for me. She raised an eyebrow. That's no reason to come all the way out here. Why didn't you take it before you sent the money to us? The boy grinned sheepishly, scratching the back of his head in embarrassment. I never left here. I sent a clone back home while I stayed. Why did you stay? Just tying up some loose ends, he replied. The woman shrugged at the uninformative response and went to the drawer. Each of the miners in the inn was holding onto a portion of the large sum of money, in case something went awry such as potential thefts. She took out the envelope and gave it to him. By the way, Naruto? The green-eyed woman gazed at the boy questioningly, still trying to understand how the boy could change his appearance. We're about to go shop for supplies for the journey back home. Money's for spending, so I'm guessing that's what you're going to do now. I can tag along. I need some clothes, so it'd be good to have a lady to help me spot out the nice things. The boy, having released his henge, dropped the clothes in a pile in front of the standing naked clones. Hey, Kurama, how do I wake them up? They're just standing there. They haven't moved an inch for hours, so far as I know. The fox inside the seal opened a tired eye. Just form the ram seal and pulse your chakra. That'll get their chakra networks functioning in response. Naruto nodded before he formed the hand seal. He stood there for a full minute, trying to compress his chakra into a ball of sorts inside his coils before flaring his chakra. Kai, he yelled. as the visible chakra struck the clones. All of them in one accord lifted their heads and opened their eyes. "Did you get everything?" Naruto asked again. "Yeah," the clone thought aloud in his mind. "Maybe you're the one who should remember that I can't forget anything, just like you. You want me to send more money to you in Kimyo Town so you can make some necessary purchases. I'm supposed to keep enough for me to feed myself and just keep acting like you, and to teach Hinata the Shozen if it won't bring shinobi law on my ass. I also need to keep replenishing clones who are still in the hospital and library. See, I didn't forget anything. Fine, don't mess anything up. I also want weekly updates on what's going on." He then cut the mental connection to the shadow clone still in Konoha and turned to the others. The Kaden-inclined clone was currently manipulating fire in its palm to provide light in the aquifer as Naruto stood before the others. "Well, that's that. So what's first on the agenda?" Naruto asked the 12 clones who were all dressed in civilian garb. "I know I'm you, but I want a name," one grumbled. "Without another one, people would just call all of us Naruto." "True." Naruto held his chin, trying to puzzle out a reasonable name for all of them. Something that identifies you but still easy to recall. He snapped his fingers as inspiration struck him. What if you all took the Nar part of the name and finished it based on what role you contribute? Like for example, he pointed at one of the elemental clones. "You'll be Narmazu since you're the one who'll master water release techniques." I'm actually the guy who uses Raiden," the one who was pointed at corrected. The one with the supposed water release proficiency started cursing that he'd scar everyone to make everyone look different. The mix-up accidentally started a brawl in which everyone was trying to maim the other, making Naruto facepalm himself. "Damn, am I really that fight happy?" He then yelled for everyone to settle down, before getting them to brainstorm their names. There was still a lot of arguments for the boy and his clones who were supposed to be like-minded, but they eventually persevered through it. At the end of it all, the original asked for a mock roll call. "Alright, that's it. When I call your duty, you'll lift your hand and tell me your name. Let's start with water again." He cleared his throat. "Water, Narmazu, present. Water. Fire, Narkasai, present. Fire. Wind, Narkase, present. Wind. Earth, Nariwa, present. Rock. Lightning, Narshaku, present. Shock. Traps and weapons, Naruso, present. Lies. Medic, Narishi, present. Doctor. Assassination and espionage, Narkira, present. Killer. Interrogation and torture, Narbure, present. Rude, impolite. Scouting and censoring, Narsensa, present. Censor. Narkin, Nartai. The Kenjutsu and Taijutsu clones answered, present, at the same time, and the roll call was completed. "Alright, that's everyone. As you all should know, we'll be getting almost all of my savings from D-rank missions and the A-rank pay shipped here within a couple of days. One of you will be heading up to Kumo. That's where we can get my original gear the cheapest, and we need to subsist on the money as long as possible, especially since we're so many. We're probably going to do some bounty hunting to make enough money to feed ourselves and build some safe houses." "We need to eat?" Narkasai asked, dumbfounded. "Of course, you're living, walking, cloned human beings who just all look the same." They all sweat dropped heavily at the response, but Naruto continued, "We also have 3 months to train." "Hold on, Kurama. They do have all of my abilities up until now, right?" The QB barely used itself to answer in the positive before nodding off to sleep again instantly. "Okay, we'll be doing strength training until we get some gear and wait a minute." "Perfect idea time. Care to share?" You turned off the mental connection. "We will be gold digging," Naruto exclaimed. "It's so obvious. To actually do all the labor that comes with this will put some real muscle on us. And we'll get paid in the end. That will make this whole process far, far easier." "With what tools?" the wind clone asked. The miners left their tools. They were told exactly where to dig because the brothers already scouted it out with the underground projection fish technique. It's just that something that dense and heavy couldn't be removed in the same way. Digging was necessary. "We get that," Nartai said. "When this comes through, everything will come together perfectly. After everyone's well off financially, we will all be together only occasionally. We'll mainly be in groups of 3 or pairs if needs be. Besides, all of us being in Konoha is a bad idea, so we'll need about 6 safe houses here and there in the elemental nations. Then how will we back you up? Kurama and I can call on anyone through the mental connection. If we've got a decent scatter around, Some of you will always be close to whenever I have to leave the village. Is that all, Captain? Narkin said sarcastically. Captain, I won't need a title to all that. Naruto waved off before his expression got serious. What do I want? When I say something, you listen. We follow through. We rip enemies to shreds or blow shit up like we're supposed to. You should know that I don't intend for you to disperse until you master what you're meant to learn, and you shouldn't try that either. Unless it's a death before capture kind of deal. If it's that, Daibakua is the way to go. Now everyone get to bed. Yes, boss, they said in unison. One day later. Alright, Naruto called as he waved the envelope to the other. In the hideout previously occupied by the Iwa-nuke Nins. The money's here. Naruto sighed in relief. We can finally get a break from ramen and bread. About damn time if you ask me. The others agreed with him even though the creator started to reminisce a little about how that was all his diet was composed of when he was younger. He shook his head and instantly regained his focus. He opened a small brown envelope he got from the postal office and took out a seal. He plopped himself down on his cushion and channeled a little chakra into his seal. Deciding to go for a quick way by unsealing everything at once, soon. A decent pile of money sat on the floor in neat rubber-banded stacks of bills of the highest order. One of the clones gave a low whistle. At least he didn't send it in small change. Hot damn, I wonder how much we could get if we regularly went on high-level missions. Something to marvel at. Sure. Narkins elected himself to go to Kumo. Someone else will have to accompany him, Naruto remarked. How about you, Narmizu? Sure, buy the gear, and get whatever you think is useful. Yeah, Narkin grumbled as he rolled his eyes. And bring back the change. Whatever, I'll go into town and buy some food to last us the rest of us a couple of days while everyone else gets to work in the mine. If I may say something, the Nine-Tails said suddenly, having apparently woken up and had been listening. My chakra that I used to forge around their coils to reinforce them might end up betraying them. I've been listening for a while and I believe that Kumo Old be warier than Konoha when letting people into their village. They are very militaristic. Your cage-level chakra reserves is a huge white spot for any sensors they have, plus the Biju chakra might make things worse. You should learn to manipulate the chakra in your bodies before you leave as well as master your chakra balance. Did you expect to just walk in, with big reserves and obviously be pseudo-Jinchurikis with red eyes and whiskers? All of them looked to each other awkwardly. That had been their sole difference between them and their creator. Shouldn't take you more than say, 5 minutes to learn to suppress everything, focus. It's just that by suppressing my chakra and the fox signs, you're less durable than for your original intentions. You could suppress your overall CHAKRA, till it's the normal amount for a civilian, but you will be as weak as a normal cage bunshin. Still, that can still be solved with enough training later on. For now just don't screw up and trip over a rock or some other such shit. Oh, and no henges. A disguise will just raise alarms when skilled ninjas up there pick up on it. Naruto clapped his hands. Well, Ken gets brown hair dye and he'll dirty up his cheeks. Black hair dye for Mizu as well as walking with a limp. He'll enter Kumo 1 hour before Ken and leave likewise. Simple, easier said than done. Besides, if you clones die, at least you could have said you tried. Best get started now. The distance from here to Kumo by tree hopping and sprinting should be a 2 to 3 day journey, Kurama said with a half-sneer smirk inside the seal. They all shrugged before they got to their respective duties. Time was limited. 1 week later, 11 of the T-13 huddled around the hot pot, eating their red bean stews. The glow of tea, coals beneath the cookware provided some kind of comfort and solidarity as they ate. Even though Naruto knew they were little more than physical manifestations of himself, he felt like they were some kind of dysfunctional family for him. Especially when it seemed like they were developing individual identities and feelings. All of the feelings were Naruto's. To begin with, it was as if each lone had picked a feeling and brought that to the foremost of their character. As in the case of Naruto, who was becoming an impatient person. He hated waiting. He spooned another bite of the stew into his mouth, savoring the taste. I wonder how much longer before Ken and Mizu come back. I'm the only one with weapons and gear. Faint footsteps rapidly becoming louder came from the undergrowth. All of them looked up from their bowls. Looking up to where they sounded from, they were unsurprised to see Narkin and Narmizu come into the clearing, each toting a heavy-looking backpack, still with their hair dyes in. About fucking time. Naruto yelled. Naruto sighed before he got up and started ladling more of the stew into 2 more bowls and setting them down on a makeshift table. Were you stomping to announce your arrival? Mizu here thought it would be a good idea to not startle you, Narkin said. He took off his pack and set it carefully against the tree. Besides, Tai should know that we ran our damn best to get there. Shop for the right stuff and get back as quickly as possible. Whatever, just give me my stuff, Naruto retorted. No gear makes me feel naked. Naruto held up his hands. Let's just finish eating, clear everything away and get inside first. It's night, in case you didn't realize. Besides, Naruto, a week was a good time for what they had to do. He turned back to Narmizu. Although I wonder how they got everything in just 2 backpacks. He raised an eyebrow. Most of the stuff is in seals. The sweet and inclined clone said, starting to eat his stew with gusto. Ah, we haven't eaten for a full day, what with the way we were traveling. They finished their meal in 15 minutes, at the end of which everyone performed their habitual rituals after a meal. Scout took everyone's bowls and washed them in a makeshift sink attached to a tree, while the fire bunchen took up the pot and carried it inside the tunnel. Nariwa kicked over some dirt and put out the embers of the fire while everyone else went inside. As soon as Narkin and Mizu got inside, they were pleasantly surprised to see that a lot of improvements were made to the former living quarters to the brothers. Over the week, T13 had truly made it their own. There were now 12 torches lining the walls now instead of the few faulty ones that were there before. The enhanced lighting revealed a T13 symbol painted in red on a large flat section and 3 chests of drawers. Now, Assassination began to fiddle with a seal drawn on the wall when Naruto stopped him by grasping his shoulder. Nah, let's get everything Mizu and Ken carried sorted out first. The clone nodded before he took a seat on a stray cushion. So be it. Naruto retrieved the backpacks and placed them on the floor in the center of the room, and started to remove them. Before he really delved into it, Mizu relieved him of the task and did it himself. First, he took out 2 seals which he handed to Naruto. He merely shrugged before he unsealed them. Pants and sandals came out, a dozen of each. They were all identical gray sandals with ankle-length pants. When Naruto saw this, he frowned. Did you get everyone the same exact thing I wore? What's in the next seal? Without even waiting for an answer, he activated the second storage seal and virtual copies of his close-fitting versus neck shirt with hoods came out, along with gray bandanas. Guilty as charged, Narkin said. I've gotten some thinking done about individuality, but the basics had to be something of a team uniform. So I used your clothes as an example. Naruto sighed deeply. Alright, what do you have? He replied by taking out several color spools of thread along with paints coupled with brushes. He even took out a sturdy carving knife. I see. Naruto observed the threads. We can all sew and paint, but we need a design though. How about we use the T13 symbol close to the top of the shirt that won't get covered by the hood, and then a symbol of the area we will specialize in. We can also place our specific symbol over the left side. You know, over our hearts. Looks cool in my head, and if I'm like you, then you gotta admit that it does. While that sounds feasible, I don't think having it over our hearts is a good idea. That sounds like freaking bullseye to me, Naruto argued. I think we should still do this. Besides, everyone knows where your heart is. It won't make a difference, the fire clone argued. Let's put it to a vote then. Naruto raised his voice a little. All those in favor that we do it. 8 hands were raised. Opposed? 4 hands. We use the design on the chest, Naruto said. As for the back, I don't think that needs a vote. We can all stitch the designs in our own time. Now what else you got? Armizu took out another seal and decided to unseal it himself. Tonto's in back sheaths complete with straps dropped out, making a slight clattering noise. Immediately in a small bomb rush, all the clones rushed to take one up and take out the blade, hearing the familiar sound of steel sliding from leather. It almost felt comforting. Naruto looked a bit unsure about his own, however, wondering if he went against his nature since he was meant to master taijutsu. The original Uzumaki noticed this and began to speak up. All of us can use weapons. It's just that Ken here will aspire to be the most skillful in the art. All of us use jutsu, taijutsu, kenjutsu and all the other shit that comes with being a ninja. Except genjutsu, Narbure called out. That illusion shit is out of the question in the near future. Naruto shook his head, but in any case, all of us need something to fall back on. For Ken, it might be taijutsu. he said as he pointed at said clone who would learn how to master sword techniques. For Tai, it may be kenjutsu, it's just that each developed skill is our foremost for abilities. Narkin took out a seal from his pocket. In any case, I got myself a standard issue Chikudo from Kumo anyway. He unsealed said weapon from it and revealed its design. It was a 3 feet long blade with a double handle that was done with silver and red diamond patterns. That was it. Well, Ken's getting all the good stuff. Nartai almost bemoaned. Well, I got some resilience gloves and joint braces for you. He unsealed said items and tossed them to the taijutsu using clone. Nartai caught them and looked them over. He quickly slipped one of his hands in a glove and felt it. All the knuckles inside were padded, but the outside there was some kind of cup-shaped metal. It was round outside, but the inside was curved in and cushioned. Nartai felt powerful with it on. While he could break out a few teeth with a fist, his hand would be completely secure. And like Oakley assault gloves, but more predisposed towards fist fighting with metal knuckles. Awesome, he muttered before removing the glove. Wish they had these in Konoha. Narmizu started removing things more quickly now, taking out shurikens and kunai holsters with said weapon sets coming after. Next, he took out a dozen of the batons and told a wild story about how he found them about to be thrown out and got them for next to nothing. Naruto was only too glad to hear that, but miffed that jutsu were reputed to be useless in the ninja world. While they essentially were, they were more in tune with his fighting style rather than the tanto itself. Changes of clothes, rolls of sealing paper, brushes, high-quality ink and a beginner's guide to fuinjutsu. Dried food provisions, promptly stored in the cupboard by the Raiden clone who liked to be neat. Hygiene products like toothpaste, soaps and such were welcomed, and a few assorted office supplies. The steel-banded gloves followed all of this, and finally, Naruto was given a seal in his hand. It was the last. He shrugged before he unsealed it. A wad of carefully wrapped notes came into his open palm, which he quickly counted by leafing through. Oh, the change was starting to fret. Naruto smiled as the rest started laughing. Alright, let's get to bed. Everyone put up their combat clothes while elementals help me seal up back weapons and gear. Scout will put all the miscellaneous things in the chest while everyone else unseals and set up the mattresses for sleeping. Tomorrow, I'm making us all some gravity seals set to 4 while we work in the mine. They did as they were told, and in 15 minutes, all of the 13 were in bed with all but one torch quenched, providing a meager light to the carved-out room. Next morning, Konoha. The clone in Konoha will be called Naruto to keep the pros. Naruto's eyes opened to see the ceiling of his apartment. He yawned and rubbed his eye corners, fully awake. Ever since focus was acquired, Naruto and the clones could awake at any time, fully lucid without the usual grogginess that accompanied waking. He quickly made some unsweetened coffee and drank it in sips while he used his free hand to do some general cleaning of the 3 rooms. He swept and picked up after himself and finally finished his drink just in time to wash the dishes. There wasn't much. He was the only one eating at home. As soon as he was done, he put on a green t-shirt and blue shin-length shorts to go with some blue sandals. On his way out, he grabbed a sweatband and put it on, covering his symbol. So where do I go? I haven't really developed any hobbies or leisure activities in my spare time. I used to train with every spare second I got, but I can't do serious jutsu training or using when I'm under punishment. Most I can probably do is a body flicker for high-speed movement, maybe. Perhaps taijutsu or learn more about fuinjutsu. The boss might get pissed if I don't at least try to do something productive. He was walking straight to the cafe without even realizing it, as was his morning custom. He activated his usual henge over his head, to make his hair appear brown with no spikes, no whiskers, as he walked in and strode up to the man at the counter. "Ohio, good morning," Naruto hailed. "May I have my usual please?" "Sure thing," the middle-aged man smiled before calling to his cook in the back. Not 3 minutes later, a waitress carried a plate with scrambled eggs, a few pieces of tempura and bread to his table. Naruto briefly graced it before eating, and while he did so, the waitress poured some fruit juice into his empty cup. As he ate, he fumed about having to eat but knew that it was a must, as his faux organs metabolized it into energy to keep him from using chakra, which would make him disperse sooner rather than later. He soon completed his meal and paid the bill with an over-standard tip. He had seen the hovel where the waitress lived. She'd really appreciate it. Walking again now, He was at a complete loss at what to do. He was walking aimlessly when he started to feel paranoid, as if someone was watching his every move. He looked around behind him suddenly and caught the barest glimpse of midnight blue hair as it flashed behind a large electric pole. He pretended not to notice and started walking again. He didn't want to clue this person in that he knew that they were there. He turned a sharp corner quickly, and when his stalker turned the bend, they were shocked to no longer see him. Where did he go? They walked up quickly, hoping that he could still be spotted. For a brief moment, activating their Kekkei Genkai seemed feasible, and the stalker was about to when they were suddenly pulled into an alley mid-stride. "Eep, what the, Hinata-chan? Why were you following me?" Said girl had her neck in a versus crook chokehold with her back to her offender. She was promptly released as soon as Naruto realized it was her, the Hugh. Ga with a blush fast becoming her whole face complexion. Naruto sighed mentally. What's up with this girl? She's following me but won't call on me to stop. Now she looks like she's catching the flu or something. He decided to try and smooth things out by speaking first. Look, I'm really sorry about jumping you like that. What with the way you were stalking me or something? He sweat dropped. Well, this is awkward. His eyes scanned their surroundings quickly. Let's get out of this alley before people start to get ideas. He patted her shoulder twice and smiled to assure her of good intentions. The girl visibly stiffened a little at the physical contact before she realized he had grabbed her wrist so that he could pull her out back into the street. In her mind, she smiled, thinking of the complications. When they were back out again, however, he released her hand, much to her displeasure. Come on, walk with me. He beckoned her with a, follow me, as he started to walk off. Walk with him? She froze a little, wondering what his intentions were when he asked that. Perhaps it's a walk for friends? She started walking up a tad speedily to catch up to him and walked alongside. So, why haven't you been coming to team meetings? Naruto did a light double take. You don't know? Hasn't anyone told you? Know what? I tried to ask Kurenai-sensei, but she didn't want to say anything. Kurenai-sensei? Huh? He gave off the vibe of wanting to break something of immense value when he said the woman's name. Of course, but there's no reason she shouldn't tell you. All team members should know. What is it? Hinata started fretting a little, wondering what was wrong that no one would tell her. It's real simple. My active ninja status had been revoked for 3 months. I have roughly 10 weeks more to go before I get it back. She gave an inaudible gasp. But why? He didn't answer. He merely looked left and right quickly as if looking for anyone observing them. Seeing none, he grabbed Hinata's shoulder and shinned with her back to his apartment in a double swirl of leaves. Arriving at the entrance to the apartment a few minutes later, he released her shoulder. She started showing signs of nausea, but he quickly spawned a clone with tiny reserves who used the Shozen, mystical palm, technique on her, placing its hand over her forehead. 5 seconds later, she was felt as good as new. The last thing she wanted was to throw up in front of her crush. She didn't have much face to begin with, and she could do without the embarrassment. Arigato, she said quietly. You're welcome. Now let's get inside, quickly. He tugged on her wrist while opening the door with his other hand, both entering at the same time. As soon as they were inside, he closed the door and secured the privacy chain. Why did you take us back to your apartment? The pale-eyed girl's mind started imagining wild and crazy fantasies around the very idea, and all of which she wished would happen. Another, more sane part of her consciousness fought to keep the girl from fainting from her perverse thoughts, although it didn't keep her from blushing heavily again. Tonight was going to be a long night. Either that, or she was going to need clean undergarments to change into before the night was over. Hint hint, this is important. I want you. He was cut off. When he saw the girl starting to fall backward heavily, he dove forward and landed on the ground just in time before she hit his back, cushioning her fall. He cursed. What the hell? He turned while he was still underneath her until she was lying on his chest before he leaned up with an arm while he held her across her upper back and getting up to a kneel. Geez, I was only going to say I wanted her to listen carefully. Does she blush heavily before she faints as a warning or something? He grabbed her legs at the lower thighs and heaved her up in a bridal carry before placing her down gently on his bed. This girl's too weird, even for me. He sat down on the bed beside her and waited for her to wake up. He grew tired of waiting after only a few minutes and decided to brew some tea. Maybe the smell of the tea essence will wake her. It'd better work, 'cause I don't have smelling salts and I should probably get a few packs of those in case this crap starts up again in the future. quickly added the leaves to the teapot and boiled it on a high flame. He then added an orange tree leaf for taste enhancement and sweetened it with a little honey. As soon as he was done, he walked over to the unconscious girl and fanned the steam and the smell of the tea with his hand at the girl's face. After 15 seconds of the ministrations, she woke slowly to see an unfamiliar ceiling and Naruto next to her fanning something at her. She sat up quickly with her legs dangling off the bed. "Gee gomenasai," she exclaimed, "I didn't mean to faint." Yeah, it's fine. Good thing I stopped you from falling on your head or something," he said with an amused grin. "Had to catch you." Her eyes wandered from his face to the cup, an action that was not lost on him. "Want the tea?" He held it out to her, which she took gratefully. "Yes please," she said quietly, feeling almost ashamed of her episode. "As I was saying, I want you to listen carefully to what I'm about to say," he started again. Her eyes widened as she sipped the tea. So that's what he was going to say. "I thought he said he wanted me." He didn't finish speaking. Now she felt really embarrassed. Whether it was because she fainted or if it was because of her inner perversion, she herself didn't know. Naruto saw her eyes widen. "What's wrong? It's no good?" he asked worriedly. She caught up to the present. "No, it's very good." She took another sip, truly tasting it for the first time. It was delicious. "The best I've ever had." "Ah, you're just saying that." He scratched the back of his head in his trademark sheepish way while grinning. She smiled back graciously, insisting that she meant it. "Guess I know how to make it for you from now on. Anyway, as I was gonna say, it was about the mission to Kimyo Town that went wrong." What about it? Quote, he essentially told her a watered-down version of the mission details, leaving out gory descriptions and that he stopped Sheeta. And then the tags exploded in the sky. The end. He grinned, saying the last with a bit of a flourish. "It's good to know you helped the trafficking versus victims. But no one told me. Not even Ko. He did say that he was thankful for something but when I asked him what it was, he said he couldn't tell me. Maybe he's glad that he's alive. That fight was kinda scary," the Uzumaki pointed out. He got up and went to relight the flame under the kettle with the tea and returned to the girl's side. "You should be happy for him, Hinata. To be honest, I was still harboring a grudge against him for what he did when we were younger. The bullies. Yep, if you hadn't put in a good word for him I would have been having serious doubts about whether I should have helped him or not." She was about to give a reasonably predictable reply about his morality, but he quickly interrupted her. I know, but I find it next to impossible to forgive people when I can recall whatever wrong they've done me as if it happened a minute before." How come?" she asked in curiosity. "Memory's too good." He heard the kettle whistling its call and he quickly got up to finish preparing it. He turned off the gas feeding the flame before he poured the tea into a cup and added some honey to it. He carried it back with him back to his spot beside Hinata. "It's not as if I only remember bad things. It applies to a lot of things. Are you a savant? Something like that," he said with a shrug. He was about to drink his own tea when he saw that she had finished hers. "I'm sorry. Did you want some more?" "Yes please, if you're willing to offer." "I'm willing." He took her empty cup and gave her his. She slightly blushed as she took it from him, for in her mind, that somewhat counted as a selfless gesture. Naruto merely led as if he didn't care one way or another about the tea. He felt somewhat happy that someone was willing to even sit down and talk with him, besides the usual few. He started to wonder if this was what Kurama meant when he had spoken to the original, back when the Hyuga had broken his door down in her concerns for him. Here she was, in his apartment, for the third time. Only once was her own will to enter, but now. Maybe he could call this girl a friend. His first friend besides Kurama. She actually cared for him, even if she had outrageous fainting spells and blushed way too often for his liking. But she cared. If she didn't, she wouldn't have tried to stay in her apartment and furthermore, take anything he would give her. Either she wasn't poisoned against him yet and was ignorant of the village's bias to him. Or she knew and still tried to place herself in his life, even if it were just a tiny margin thus far. "Say, Hinata-chan, it's your day off, right? That's why you didn't really have anything to do." Hi, but I still would have trained at home anyway. "Don't you have any outing ideas, one we could share?" he asked. He raised the cup to his lips to take a sip, but he received the surprise that it was empty. "Oh yeah, didn't realize I swapped an empty cup," he mumbled as he wandered into the kitchen to put it into the sink. Her mind started working double quick time. If my mouth touched that part of the cup and his mouth touched it too, is that like an indirect kiss? She wasn't given much time to muse over this because he returned instantly. Soon nothing? She shook her head and sipped some more of the tea. Hey, he exclaimed, thinking of something. How about we go arrow shooting at the target shop in the business district? It'll be fun and training at the same time. What do you say? Sure. She finished the tea and put the cup in his sink herself. As soon as she completed her task, he beckoned her to the door with his head. He let her leave first before following, closing the door behind him. They walked briskly through the village, taking the main way to the target establishment. Along the way, Hinata noticed that Naruto would either lag far behind her or walk far ahead of her but almost never beside her. She decided to say something. It was really bothering her. She stopped walking completely so he would have to catch up to her. Naruto-kun, why won't you walk beside me? Are you ashamed of me? Her face became distraught as she started to look down at the ground. No, I just don't want the villagers to identify you with me, is all. He said quickly. As soon as he saw the girl look as if she was about to tear up, he rushed to amend his statement, realizing that she misunderstood him. Look, the villagers don't like me at all, and I'm sure you've noticed. And if they see you with me, they'll think the same way about you too. He waved both of his arms out to emphasize villagers, as if to say that he meant everybody. I don't want them to treat you the same way, Hinata-chan. This kind of bullcrap isn't fair to anyone. She raised her head to look him in the eyes. He's doing it because he cares for my reputation? But why don't they like you? She asked the blonde. Aw shit, what's the closest thing to the truth that won't tell her the actual truth? They hate somebody that I'm friends with, he explained, hoping that she'd just accept it and leave it at that. She raised her eyebrow and started walking again. Who's your friend? He's been a friend for years now. He's my accomplice in most of my pranks. He walked up beside her since she clearly wanted his company and she didn't mind the black mark on her own status. Oh, but you don't prank anymore and you used to say you only pranked who deserved it. My rules about who deserves it or not varies with opinion, 'cause I doubt that the people who get pranked would see it as fair. Anyway, we're here, he said as he stopped walking abruptly. She nearly passed him, heedless of the destination. He sashayed a little to one side to let her enter first. She did so appreciatively and looked around the store. It was expansive on the inside. There were a lot of different accuracy activities such as arrow shooting, darts, slingshotting, knife throwing, and even trust shooting. Trust shooting was the classic, shoot an apple off someone's head, but it had been adapted for anyone to use any weapon of their choice. Apparently, it was usually patronized by ninjas, but right now, that booth was empty. Hinata was having serious doubts about doing this exercise, even though solid iron helmets were provided for those who were hesitant. Naruto was eyeing that booth in particular, but she had to pull him away from it, and knowing that he now perfectly accurate in everything he did. She settled for doing one of the easier themed activities and looked behind herself at her companion. Taken aback by his different appearance, she scrutinized it and she realized that Naruto was under a henge. His now non-spiky hair was dark brown and his face lacked its whisker birthmarks, the very same she was not ashamed to admit looked cute. If only she could find a word that was synonymous with that particular word that wasn't so effeminate. She'd tell him as soon as she grew a sturdier backbone, that is. And Naruto-kun? He came up beside her when he heard her call. Hi, why are you using the transformation technique? She lowly whispered the last. Isn't it wrong because you're on punishment? He looked up to his foe. Rehead for a single second while having a mock contemplative look. Because of what I said earlier about the villagers, it's easier to go into shops this way, and this place is no different. Besides, I've been using henges for a while now. I haven't gotten into trouble yet, so it must be alright. He looked around the store, wondering what to do first. Which one do you want to try first, Hinata-chan? Perhaps we could throw darts first? Sounds good. He walked up the dart section where a middle-aged man was wiping down the counter. Excuse me, sir, how much for a turn for dart throwing? 20 ryo a turn, kid. The man said without even looking up. You get 5 darts for a turn. Are you playing for prizes or just for fun? Tell me about the prizes part. What's that about? To play for prizes, it's 50 ryo for a turn, 3 darts, smaller targets and a distance handicap of an extra 10 meters. For every accumulated score of 100, you pick a prize. The man reached down, below the counter and retrieved an example of the smaller target. It had concentric circles with a small one for 100, one that was encircled, that one that was labeled 50, and the whole border for everything was 25. The pair looked over the board, and then back at a larger one down in the throwing aisle. Perhaps the easier one F first? Just to know if we're good enough to try the smaller one? Makes sense, even though I can't miss whatever I focus on. But I guess it'd be good to raise her confidence. Let's try the first one then, please. 2 turns. The man nodded with a gruff "hi" before handing over the darts. Naruto counted out 40 ryo and gave it to the man before they walked up to the tape line. Why don't you go first, Hinata-chan? Me? Sure. He handed over 5 of the darts to her and stepped back, giving her some extra room. It's just for fun. No pressure. She towed the line and held the dart over her right shoulder with her left arm slightly held out in front for balance. She threw a dart at the target and made a 50 feet, just short of making 100. You're doing great. Just aim a little more to the left and you'll make dead center. Naruto praised. She flushed a little and proceeded to throw another, this time making just inside the 100 circle. Naruto congratulated her even more, making her confidence rise a little. She continued throwing her last 3 darts and made 50 feet. 50 feet and 100, consecutively, all of the 50s extremely close to the 100 circle. Wow, hope I can measure up to your standards. Naruto bemoaned. He had nodded that whenever the girl scored inside the 100 circle, her self-esteem rose a little, so he decided let her keep it. The glory of being superior, that is. It couldn't hurt. Knowing he was infallible in accuracy and not being able to boast about it was hard, but he'd rather be the better for the situation and throw the game, so to speak. He threw 3 50s, a 25, and single 100, one that Lou Ked like a lucky accident, to the man running the dart booth. Wish I could throw like you, Hinata-chan. He groaned an exaggerated sigh. You're a lot better than me at this. Her lucid complexion flushed at his praise deeply. Thank you, but you did very well yourself. In his mind, he noticed the distinct lack of any stuttering, almost disbelieving how much his faked inability was boosting her esteem. It was working even better than he could have hoped for. Maybe you can give me some tips. I want to try again before we take on the hard one. Hi, she had originally thought that she was going to be horrible at this, but seeing him get 275 out of 500 feet when she herself got 350 made her feel happy. Not happy that she was better than him or anything in an unkind way, but happy that she wasn't worthless, like how Neji treated her when they were sparring or when he dropped his snide and underhanded remarks. She gave Naruto 20 ryo while he paid for himself only this time, receiving 10 more darts. Hinata looked at his feet and noticed his throwing stance was off. She nudged him into a more correct one with small punts with her own foot and watched him make a 50 feet easily, coming quite close to the center circle. Wow, I nearly made that one. Hinata smiled to herself, seeing his gleeful exuberance. She continued to help his posturing and positions, and at the end of it all, Naruto had 2 100s and 3 50s. He gave the girl a friendly side hug and grinned. 350. Thanks a lot, Hinata-chan. You're a great help. It took her all of her mental energies and strength, ending confidence to not pass out in delight. She took her turn next and made a full 450 feet, the third dart falling just short of the centermost circle. Yeah, I think you should take on the challenge, Hinata-chan. I'm sure you can do it. But this one was easier. I insist. I know you can do it. He pushed her towards the counter, where he laid down his remaining ryo. Oh, I'm short 10 ryo. Hinata-chan, do you have any? She dug deep into a pocket on the inside of her bulky jacket. I found 10. She placed it on the counter as well in front of the onlooking man who scooped up the coins. All right, 3 darts. He gave the throwing projectiles to the Hyuga, seeing that she was the better thrower. She took them but gave 2 of them to Naruto. Why are you giving them to me? You have been spending the most up until now. It's only right. She replied to the Uzumaki. He had noticed but he didn't care. Perhaps in some part of his mind, he had wanted to. All right, since you won't budge on the issue. He turned to the man at the counter, only to realize that the man was out of the booth and making his way to the dartboard. He quickly replaced it with a smaller variant in cam. Back to the pair where he pointed at another tape line that was indeed 10 meters further, added to the original distance. Naruto, not wasting any time went behind it and towed the line before he threw the first dart, making 25. He threw the second and made a well-placed 50. He then made a small groan before stepping back, giving Hinata some room in which to throw well. She hesitated a little, as she had been placed under pressure to win, forcing Naruto to try some heavy-handed measures. He started to chant the girl's name, Hinata-chan, Hinata-chan, Hinata-chan. She flushed a little before she steeled herself. She threw the dart and made dead center, much to her delight. She hugged Naruto in her emotional high, making the blonde blush lightly. He hadn't been hugged at all since he left Wave. It was then he decided that he rather liked hugs. A lot. The man in the booth smiled a little before he retrieved a large box from its hidden cupboard. That's a well-earned 175. Take your pick. The children walked back up to the counter as he opened it. They peered inside and saw all sorts of paraphernalia and souvenirs. There were key chains, balls, a couple of office supplies here and there, toys, bottle openers and such. They were common knick-knacks, but with an attention grabber added to most of them that made them distinct. Well, I'm not really seeing anything that catches my eye, Naruto said with some finality. Why don't you take something you want? The Hyuga heiress had thought that since he had fronted most of the cost, he should pick, but he just said he didn't want anything he saw. A small glimmer of a reflection caught her eye and she noticed a charm bracelet that was nearly completely buried under everything else. She fished it out carefully and looked it over while the man half closed the box. Are you sure that's what you want? He queried. She saw the little attachments of hearts and chibi animals. I'm sure, she replied in a near whisper. The man nodded before he finished closing the box and put it away again while the girl quickly put on the bracelet. It fit her hand as if it were tailor-made for it. Arigato, Naruto-kun. You're welcome. Let's go. The pair of youngsters walked out of the establishment, side by side. On the way out, Naruto decided that he might as well get started on teaching Hinata the mystical palm technique today. Right now, they had nothing but free time. By losing, who knew that he'd win so much? Brief time skip. Kimyo Town. It had been 3 weeks since the blonde genin was penalized for insubordination. The tenacious 13 were digging in the mine every day for 10 hours with short breaks in between for eating. Each had a level 4 gravity seal on, so whatever work they had to do, they had to put out an exponential effort to actually get anything done. Their bodies could barely adapt to the strain, so Naruto had decided that increasing the seal again anytime soon would be adverse to their physical health. Although at the present, their muscles, while not getting bigger, it was a lot more defined and normal weapons were starting to feel like feathers when they removed the seal at nights. At first, he had worried that all of them would suffer muscle strain, especially the clones, but Kurama had assured him that his chakra inside the clones coupled with yang energies ensured healing that was comparable to his influence inside the Uzumaki. It certainly didn't hurt that they basically had Naruto's genetics in their blood too. It was during the lunchtime when all the clones except Naruto were having lunch back up in the room that was upstairs in the tunnel. They were eating, sometimes looking at each other and then back at their dishes. No conversation or small talk passed between them, at least not verbally, that is. Eating and speaking at the same time had never been easier. Tastes good, Narsensa. Thanks Mizu. Fireboy over there helped me out a lot. I tell you, if he couldn't have manipulated the flames to be a little less, the rice would have burned. Yeah, I'm awesome. Fire release is the best. Faye, I can still kick your ass. With what? A little water? I'll turn it into steam. That's enough. We all know that elementals complement as well as beat one another. Whatever Taiko, the Raiden Bunshin thought. Stop calling me Captain, Narshaku. Boss is fine, Naruto corrected. Hey, I found it. A yell sounded over the mental link. Naruto looked up from his lunch, raising an eyebrow in curiosity. Sounds like Naruto. Haven't heard him thinking back to us for a while. That guy thinks? Narcase thought through the connection. Shut your trap and come help me. God damn it. The angry message came. Naruto shrugged before putting his bowl aside and ordered who should follow him and who would remain. As if rehearsed, everyone got to their separate duties. The 6 regular shadow clones sealed away the furniture and started to do some tidying while the elemental release clones followed Naruto to the drop-off into the mine shaft. The whole way down was lit with torches and revealed rock ledges fashioned into a ladder with handholds and footholds, while the other side had 2 separate pulleys with alternating buckets installed. They all climbed 2 at a time. The ledges were wide enough to do so, and it saved time getting down. At the last 15 feet, they let go and fell onto a large and springy mattress before sprinting through the tunnel to the cavern where the mining took place. Upon arriving, they saw Naruto excitedly digging into a wall in the side of the cavern where the suspected gold was. As soon as he saw them approaching in his peripherals, he turned to them and yelled to them. "Hurry up, get over here." Naruto raised an eyebrow. "What, you find another thread of gold? That's all we've been finding." No, I think I found the real thing this time. I was digging to continue improving my muscle definition when I struck it. It's stuck in the wall." He dropped his pickaxe and brushed away some of the dirt, revealing a dull, metallic yellow to the others. "God damn, you've literally fucking hit pay dirt," Narmizu congratulated. Before they came over and started brushing away more and more of the dirt, the revealing patch of gold getting bigger and bigger. By the time they stopped, it was roughly the size of their bodies. Upper torso, and they found 2 more of roughly the same size close to it with another 20 minutes of the ministrations. They continued to pick more and more until they had dug away a lot of the surrounding dirt. But it was still another thing to get the damned large deposit of the precious metal. After a minute of thinking, Nariwa used the underground projection fish and got behind it and tried to push, while Narmizu used a chakra-made sweeten technique and softened the dirt around the gold. Then everyone else started sticking their shovels behind the gold and started prying the gold out. "Go, come on everybody, heave," Narkes called in a tone heavily laced with sarcasm and boredom. "Go, team, go. Woohoo, I'm gonna fucking knock your head sideways if you don't shut up and help too, you dimwit." The taijutsu clone roared. "Take it easy, Naruto. We all know you've got the strongest arms." Geez. He leaned all of his weight on his shovel as well, and that was when the gold started to loosen from the wall. After another minute, the gold fell out of the wall and nearly landed on the flat of Naruto's foot and crushed it to paste. The metal as described did have the same size as a torso, but the weight was on a completely different level. The Earth Release clone came out of the wall and gave a low whistle. "Wow, and there's still more in the wall behind me." Naruto sighed. "Everyone up top, get down here. We're gonna need some help to take out the gold Naruto found in the mine." Narsensa replied immediately. "If you need everyone's help to get out some gold, that means that it's a substantial find, isn't it?" The original tapped the gold on the ground with his foot. "Come see for yourselves." At 4 p.m., all the gold was on the ground and Naruto was back upstairs eating a very late, and probably cold, lunch. 3 boulder-sized lumps of gold were being stared at intently by the 12. Not greedily. It was mainly because they were at a loss at what to do with its main problem. "How the hell are we gonna sell this? We can't even roll the thing into the tunnel, much less up the ladder and above ground." Narkin complained. "Well, at least we're sure that no one can steal it, even if they knew about it here," Narkes said in jest. The others chastised the wind clone for his distasteful joke while the original stood a bit to one side, contemplating how to get it out. In smaller pieces for sale and purchases. He noticed Narkasai helping to light up the cavern with his fire lighting technique. It was then he got an idea. "Listen up, I think I have a good idea." "What?" "If Narkasai just runs a perpetual amount of Kaden chakra into it to make them hot enough to melt so it's more malleable to divide and easier to spend and such." Easier said than done, the medic said, "even if it does melt. What will it be melting into or onto? We need molds, as well some sort of container for the gold to stay in. If he just melts it willy-nilly, it'll just mix in with the dirt it's on." "Nah, I can do it, Doc. I just need some shut-eye now if I'm gonna do this for more than 12 hours. And a good book for when I'm doing it. Still need the containers though," Medic argued back. "Gold is a soft metal. If we could get 2 or 3 of the huge cast iron pots people use for cooking insane amounts of food, we could get it to work. Just tip the pot on its side, push or roll the gold inside. Tip the pot back up, then heat the gold inside. Simple." Naruto clapped his hands with an air of finality. "Narshaku, Narsensa, Nariwa, Narbare, Naruso and I will go on a pot purchasing run before the local smithy closes his store, and maybe get a toll or 2 to cut the gold into more manageable pieces. Let's go. We'll start tonight." At precisely 6 the next morning, all the clones were still hunched over and using 5 containers. 3 of them were large yaba pots, rather like stereotypical witch cauldrons. 1 was a regular soup pot filled with water. The loss T-bucket was a bathroom no one had left the mine all night. Narukasai rotated his influence in the pots every 2.5 minutes, releasing fire-natured chakra directly into the gold that rested inside each of the large standing pots. He was barely trying now. The critical temperature was attained and all that was necessary was making sure it didn't drop too far down again. There were 4 T13 members to a gold-laden pot. Everyone had a sturdy iron spoon with a deep center and scooping up what looked like curdled yellow porridge and dropping it into the water. He removed it in another second, pried the gold from the spoon and flicked it into a huge pile of lumps of gold. All of them moved efficiently until at 7 a.m. They were feeling the lack of sleep trying to conquer their drive. They moved a good deal slower, the monotony of the task crippling their motivation. It wasn't until they finally struck bottom in all the pots and scraped it clean was when they finally celebrated. Even though it was nothing more than half-assed shouts and cheers. They yawned in one accord before they decided to head upstairs to bed. Wait a minute, who's going to get rid of the bucket of piss? It's rank, Narbure yelled tiredly. Just dump it in a corner then throw the water used to cool the gold on it to dilute it. That'll make sure it doesn't raise a stench. Narukasai yawned. Yeah, but who? You do it. You used it last, Naruto remarked with a smirk. Whoop da fucking do, the torture clone muttered as he did the task. They all waited on him before they all left the mine together, going to bed and falling asleep as soon as their heads hit their pillows. When they all woke up later in the afternoon, they were feeling fully rested but decided not to do any work at all. Seeing that it was a weekend, they decided to just go out into the town and mingle a little with others there. To be frank, seeing one another, everyone with blonde hair and whiskers every day, was getting a bit too damn repetitive, so it was a rest well earned. Going to bed early that night, they decided that it was to finish up some duties in the mine before going to do some real ninja training, not just grunt and muscle work. 1 month had passed since Naruto lost ninja status and he couldn't care less. Roughly 1/5 of the gold was out of the mine cavern via the bucket pulley and ready for spending. He Tenacious 13 were sparring against each other in taijutsu, and as expected, Naruto was clearly the best in it, no surprise anyway. Everyone was using Naruto's original parrying stance, but Tai was using his recently created one that involved 1-inch hits and throws. It was mainly comprised of using standard taijutsu but using short hits. He never followed through with the hit, not extending full reach. If the person was within arm's reach, well within reach, he would do a standard hit, but as soon as it made contact, he slightly withdrew his attacking limb. Instead of momentum that transferred to a person to push them away, they would get hit and still within his range to continue attacking, following through with elbows and increasing distance of a single inch each time. By the time a combo had ended, one had often gotten over 8 hits within 2 seconds, from each of his limbs. Naruto had considered entreating him to teach the others, but he decided against it. Naruto could KEP his creation while he himself would create another style of taijutsu the team could use. Besides, Narkin had an extra blade. Was he supposed to purchase extra swords for the rest of the T13 as well? Naruto was savage with his experimental taijutsu and superior strength from doing the most work in the mine, bruising and beating everyone else. If it weren't for their supernatural durability, they would have dispersed from the first hit. While the original didn't say it, he felt like he was getting badly outclassed by his copy. He was proud though. Besides, it'd be his own taijutsu skill eventually. After an hour's break, Naruto was now practicing on some trees while the clones who had fully healed during the break were now practicing with their batons, going through practice hits on dummy set up while they were trying to trial where were the best places to strike and best striking combos to deal lasting damage. The most outstanding one so far was a scenario if the opponent was within reach to their right. They would strike with full force in the crook behind the knee, forcing the person to fall onto said knee. In the same instant, the baton would be used again on the person's low or back or side and then at the back of the neck or head. Narbure seemed to love the idea and kept thinking the words back, neck, head, dead through the mental connection, and it was starting to annoy the others. It was with some finality that they all moved on to a little kenjutsu tutorial, being taught by Narkin, who had been reading over a booklet he had purchased in Kumo secretly but had accidentally thought about it through the mental connection. As punishment for keeping said secret, he was forced to teach them all he had learned so far until he had progressed further later on. And then push forward in a forward grip. Damn it, Scout, do it like you really mean it. If you do it like that, all you're gonna do is slowly impale the enemy. Do it more forcefully. Narsansa tried Agai, and in his second attempt was more satisfactory, though he gave up, as he said that he preferred using the baton. Whatever, suits you. Now let's move on to the katas and instructions as seen on page 6. Blocking an opponent's blade is best done close to the hilt of your own, where the balance of your strength is best. Okay, I need a volunteer for me to demonstrate. Narbure, since your mind is still very much active, get up here and block my sword. They continued to train like this every day from morning till early afternoon with chakra control exercises, with someone taking turns cooking the meals each day. But as the first month drew to a close, Naruto was seriously entertaining the thought of everyone leaving to go somewhere else even more secluded so they could train Tems. Elves in ninjutsu in peace without having to keep an eye out for any far-wandering townsfolk who chanced by and saw them, or worse, Konoha since they were only 15 miles away. He brought this up at dinner time back at their tunnel hideout. They had all dished out their portions of soup independently out of the pot and sat at their usual places. It was a large enough rectangular table. Naruto saw tea at the head of the table and the rest sat at the sides, 6 each. The foot of the table was empty. Naruto stared at it for a second, almost getting a premonition that perhaps someone like him might soon sit there. He graced the table with a quick prayer before everyone started to eat. He ate as well but spoke through the telepathic connection the clones shared. Alright, I got something I want to say. Don't you mean something you want to think? Narcase jested. Naruto ignored him. The futon user had a lot Naruto's old ridiculous nature. We can't get to practice ninjutsu until we find somewhere even more private. We're still 15 miles from Konoha for crying out loud. We're going to have to leave and go somewhere else so we can practice the more destructive jutsus I mean. Morized formed the forbidden scroll of techniques. To put it simply, we're gonna be loud. Narcase grinned. Hey, we all got memories of that thing. There were 5 elemental ranked jutsus in there, as well as a ninpo or 2. Can't wait to learn the Enshin no Shoten. Flame God Ascension. It was now Naruto's turn to grin. Sure, while I got the information and jutsu theory up here, he tapped the side of his head. We still need to actually learn how to do it. You guys will learn what you're suited for. Right, so where can we go to actually learn these techniques? Narashi asked while sipping his soup. I'm open to suggestions. Single quote. Wave, I particularly remember how relatively remote it was. Narcase said. Nah, Naruto countered. It's still too close to water country. He forked his dumpling and took a bite. Besides, we need total privacy. If someone so much as sees 13 people who all look the same practicing lethal jutsus, rumors are going to fly. Next thing you know, the AF is gonna start hunting down the 13 people who look like Naruto who's supposed to be in Konoha. Naruto got from his seat and went to the dresser where he had sealed away a map. He retrieved tea and brought it back to the kitchen table. He pushed his food to the middle of the table to make some space before he unfurled the map. Alright, I'm looking at a detailed map of residential cities, ND towns of their locations and estimated population. If we look at the least populated and sparsely established places, that will be the best area to train. Problem is, we won't have easy access to purchasable supplies. He said aloud since he wasn't eating at present. That's the least. We can just purchase heaps of dry provisions and supplies in bulk on the way. Which places do you have? I'm still looking. He ran his index finger over the map as he searched. The first one is in the desert land of wind. For fuck's sakes, no. The practitioner of Sweden cursed. For the love of Kami, pick somewhere else. Anywhere else. Single quote. He's right, Naruto said in his mind. Besides, none of us are used to that kind of climate. His eyes lit up as he spied an area. He looked back at the scale of the map. Alright, found a place. It seems that there is a forested area encircling an expansive grassland. And it's around 20 to 30 miles from any village and or town. There's even a major river running close by. Goddamn, Narmizu exclaimed. It's already perfect if it has a major river. Naruto ate his last of the soup and burped, now able to speak out loud. Okay. That location does sound good. Where's the closest ninja village to the area? It's Takigakure, 35 miles southwest of the area. Shall we have a vote, gentlemen? Naruto said in a mockery of a pompous-sounding voice. The 12 all voted unanimously in favor of moving. Alright, we're gonna pack everything up, including the rest of the gold. We'll leave the day after tomorrow. He drew the kanji delicately on the patch at the waist delicately, taking care to not make any mistakes. A fly buzzed close to his ear but he ignored it. The pesky insect's death could wait until he was finished. Narbure sat nearby in the shade of a large tree, reading a manuscript he had procured recently. It was titled, Information in His Head, Asking for It or Cracking It. Beside him was a small stack of books and the one on top said, How to Extract Information as Painfully as Possible. His companion finally gave a huge sigh of relief and swatted a fly in the same action with his palm. Done. The torture clone looked up from his reading. Really? Yeah. Naruto held up the patch that had his most recently drawn storage seal. I'm willing to bet this one holds 300 kunai just like its twin. Impressive. Where are you putting it? I'm putting it just below the hip. That way I can just throw them easier. I also put 2 more storage seals just below my shoulders on my arms, 1 each. Those will have just shuriken 200 each. All I gotta do is just alternate my arms and I can throw shuriken rapidly. And since I can't miss. Narbure whistled. That's pretty good. I'm eating about how to read people perfectly, like sensing out lies and shit. Everything from eye movement, changes in standing stances, breathing, tiny muscle spasms. I shall become a man of the truth. You're not a man. We're teenagers? Yeah. Can we grow, though? Hey Kurama, can we grow? Not sure. Don't care. Now leave me be. I'm trying to watch the fire kid fail. The 2 clones' sweat dropped. Sadistic bastard. They stood up and stretched before they organized their things and returned them where they were supposed to go. Naruto, the Bukijutsu clone, carefully put away his seals for lat. While Narbure sealed away his literature. The tenacious 13 were currently living in 3 family-sized tents, each of which could house 5 adults comfortably for sleeping. There were a couple of lean-tos that was erected for other living purposes like eating, cooking or just taking a nap under cover. Occasionally, a member or 2 would abandon their tent at night just to sleep outside in the cool night atmosphere. They were well out of the way, a full 35 miles from Tokigakure in the area they had planned for 2 weeks before. In order to avoid having to leave for anything anytime soon, over 50 storage seals were created and the T-13 were practically carrying everything they needed to live for a year, as well as fight a minor shinobi war or 2. Copious amounts of shinobi weapons, food, camping supplies, hobby and shinobi literature, axes, shovels, all of their gold and of course, toilet paper, which the torture clone insisted was the most important. As for the toilet, they already dug a pit latrine that worked just fine, along with a substantial amount of deodorizing salts that was conveniently placed inside. They had all that they needed. It had now been 6 weeks since Naruto had his ninja status revoked. The 2 brotherly clones strolled off to the river to watch as Narukasai failed for the umpteenth time to produce a perfected version of his designated rank jutsu but failing. Nearly burning himself to a crisp, Narmizu and Doc stood close by, ready to douse any flames and heal any burns that would occur on his person, knowing that they were needed for the next time he failed. Which would inevitably be the next time he tried, made clear by the way things were progressing. He went through the hand seals quickly, ending on Tiger, Kaden, Enshin no Shoten, Fire Release, Flame God Ascension. Narukasai sharply turned sideways and swept his right hand in a sweeping arc. In the same action, he began molding pure fire chakra in his feet and his arm. And a violent tornado of flames came into being, surrounding him. He was the eye of a fire twister. Everyone else looked on in awe as a 30-foot fire tornado surrounded him, the heat machin. All of them starting to sweat profusely. Naruto wiped off the sweat off his forehead with his shirt sleeve. Oi, Narukasai, how are you holding up in there? I'm trying to keep it stable. It's quick, cut the chakra flow. Naruto yelled to the fire bunshin that was trying to keep his jutsu from breaking from his control and maintain rotation stability. His screams were all that was heard in response. Narmizu had heard enough. Easily molding his already sweetened inclined chakra, he went through the hand seals for Dragon, Tiger, and Hare. Sweeten. Mizoripa. Water Release. Wild Water Wave. Spewing a large water jet over the foot of the twister, steam began rising up immediately. The other non-elemental bunshins began using the Mizu Kasukedo, a weaker variant of basically the same technique to perform cooling operations and finally dousing the flames. Nariwa activated his protective rock scales jutsu and moved into the scorching steam slowly, being hampered by the chitinous armor. He came out a minute later. carrying Narukasai over his shoulder. The medic rushed over to them as Nariwa placed his groaning fire counterpart on the ground. The medic clone started running tea. He mystical palm over the Kaden Bunshin's burns, trying his best to soothe them as quickly and efficiently as possible. The injuries started to heal as the Bunshin sighed in relief, the passive Biju C. Chakra in his body accelerating the healing progress. Thanks, Doc. I swear to Kami's throne, this is the worst testing yet. I'm getting tired of this shit, Narishi said, getting the last of the burns to heal. If we didn't have Kurama's chakra in us, that fire would have burnt you to ashes. Damn right, even I think that testing was horrible. Horrible for you that is, but funny to watch. These jutsus are forbidden for a reason. Kurama grunted as he looked on through Naruto's eyes. Power doesn't come easy, especially for a bunch of kids skipping years of training to get to a point that some people never even reach. Go walk it off and try again, if you feel like it. Naruto shook his head as he looked on. Narukasai, you better take the afternoon off. Go take a nap or something. Read a book. Play catch, just go do something else. Narukasai looked to his creator. I nearly had it this time. I should try again. I was so close. That's the third time you nearly killed yourself today. And Kurama has a point. Maybe you should just read up on Kaden chakra theory. Or maybe learn a B-rank jutsu for the time being. When you have that, you can come back to this technique. You still can't manage it. Even if you're inclined to fire release, the Uzumaki scolded. The fire clone sighed. Fine. I'm gonna go take a nap. But I'm trying again later. Sooner than that, even. We all know, but let ME know when you're doing it. I mean, who else is gonna put you out when your ass catches on fire? Narmizu joked. The Kaden Bunshin only smiled in response before going to sleep right there where he lay, making Naruto's eye twitch. Was this person really based on him? The remaining 12 looked to one another. What do we do now? One of them asked. Keep training. We should all separate or the rest of the afternoon and work on our separate stuff. Narcase recommended. Alright, let's do that. So long as no one tries to learn a forbidden technique without assistance, Naruto grumbled. We're still at 0 days without someone nearly dying. Dangers of a hazardous life, but this is getting ridiculous. She took a bite of her sandwich and slowly chewed it, trying to make it last. Tea had been a long time since she had some food in her stomach, and she reasoned that it would be even longer before her next meal. All too soon, she had consumed it and her stomach rumbled, pining for more. But she had none. Fu got up off the rock, dusted off her butt and stretched before walking to the top of the knoll. She considered going to the plaza to see if she could procure some more food, but she decided against it. She would most certainly be cited for creating a disturbance, as was the case last time. She growled a little in her throat, feeling like some despondent animal. Why was she singled out to be the most hated and scorned person in the village? She didn't ask for this. Her unique orange eyes looked over the little glade in which she lived. A small hut that was barely standing, the bamboo structure dry rotting on the few posts that kept it up. She rarely slept in it nowadays, as its tumble-down characteristics made her fear that it could collapse on her at any time. Shish. He only kept what few dilapidated furniture she owned in there to protect them from the elements. The 14-year-old caramel-complexioned Kunoichi wore a white tank top that showed off her midriff tee. Hat was starting to show signs of the early stages of emaciation. She wore a white apron-like skirt that stopped around 3 inches short of reaching her knees. Her mesh armor was clearly visible through her clothing, either by being longer than her blouse or peeking through the side slits in her skirt. She also wore white sandals that matched her general outfit as well as white arm warmers, Alon. G with her Takigakure Hitai 8 on her upper arm. She had short mint green hair that was ornamented by a single orange clip that complemented her eyes by means of being a similar color. While at first glance, one could say that perhaps she was on an extended mission and missed a few meals during it, her eyes told a completely different story. Her eyes told the world that she was stricken with emotional pain, but to look beyond that, all one would see was a growing determination, like an ember doused with fuel. The fierce emotion soon came to the fore, eclipsing the sadness she normally felt. Shish. He entered her hut and sealed what little she owned into a cheap storage scroll and placed it into a small pocket inside her red companion sack, deciding to take the time to make sure she took everything of either value or use. She cleaned her weapons and placed them inside their holsters. She looked around at the hut for one last time before she left it, fully prepared. She went out to the knoll, Again, night having fallen by the time she'd made her exit. She watched as the lights of the village came on in an effort to stave off the darkness, only succeeding in providing a small halo of light for their designated areas. All too soon, the lights were turned off by their owners who were retiring to bed. She had been waiting until then in order to avoid getting caught by her minder who was somewhere out in the village. Or even possibly watching her at that very moment. She hated the minding he did and despised how much he thwarted his previous escapes. The fact that he was one of the Saint Wronger Jonans in the village didn't improve her odds. This was in mind when she stepped forward off the little hill, her first movement in hours since the sunset. She placed her foot down, almost as she had expected something tempestuous to happen. None did. Fu took another slow step, then another, then another. They soon came rapidly. The girl's speed increased from a slow deliberate walk to a trot, then a sprint. The more she ran, the more her confidence grew. She finally came upon the center of the village, overshadowed by a massive tree that was the pride of the village she lived in. Shush! Paid it no mind as she flickered from shadow to shadow. The full moon soon made itself clear from behind a cloud, bathing the land in a luminous glow. The silvery light of the moon made the white of her outfit appear like some sort of fleeting specter, abandoning its hell. Which was precisely what she was doing now. Fu finally came upon a large pool of water which was the secret entrance and exit of Takigakure and dove in, swimming underwater to get through the tunnel underneath to the other side. As soon as the ripples in the water were dissipated, a large burly figure emerged from behind a corner and squinted his eyes. His form was that of a rounded stalk with muscle and fat in equal amounts everywhere. So she's running away, huh? He looked around, up and down the street. No one could be seen. He grumbled to himself before he quickly strode over to the pool. Fucking bitch, I'm gonna have to teach her a lesson about running away. Again, he dived in. His ripples and bubbles soon disappeared as well. Hinata went through the 5 hand seals at a steady pace before she placed a now green glowing hand on the injured dog. The deep cut on the dog's paw slowly closed itself up and the blood which was flowing in a trickle stopped altogether when it did. With her task completed, she stepped back to allow the morning sun behind her to shed light on what she did. She admired her work. Her companion strode forward and looked at the paw for himself. A job well done if I do say so myself. However, while you have learned the jutsu, you need to learn how to go through the hand seals faster or heal the injury quicker. Sometimes, just plain proficiency is not enough. Speed is also important. You're going to have to touch up on one of them, or both if you can manage it. Hi, Naruto-kun. She made a slight bow, elated that he congratulated her efforts while giving her constructive criticism. Naruto looked to Hinata and smiled. All right, let's get this straight to the Inuzukas and then we'll go get some lunch. Your treat? Nah, Naruto said as he looked to his forehead. If anything, you should be treating me, rich girl. She chuckled as she took off the plastic gloves before throwing them in the bin. True, I suppose it would be my turn. She finally turned around and placed the dog inside a pet carrier before she started following Naruto out the door with the dog. Hold up, hold up. Besides, if you paid for me, it would have been really emasculating. They exited the shed and started walking up the road to the Inuzuka compound. Of late, Hinata had practiced her newly trained medical technique on injured strays that she and Naruto found wandering around the Hyuga-owned soup kitchen, looking for scraps. They usually treated them before carrying them to the animal shelter of sorts that the Inu clan had for dogs. Hinata's confidence and all-around self-esteem was gradually increasing, nearly making Naruto drop to his knees and thanking Kami for small favors. At least now he didn't have to deal with her fainting around him anymore, inconveniencing himself. Her constant blushes have also died down in intensity. The dog was soon delivered to Hana, Kiba's sister, and without any further issues, the pair walked to a dango place just a street away. It was mostly Hinata who was a step or two ahead of Naruto, a good sign that indicated her rising confidence. Naruto merely looked around, keeping a cool facade while he kept up his usual henge on his head. They walked into the establishment through half-hinged double doors that swung back into place by springs. The place was close to empty, given the fact that it was a Sunday. Granted, while ninjas didn't have any rest day, it could be argued that Sunday was the day they could kick back in their own houses and relax. Right now, most of them were probably sleeping in to make up for lost rest. They walked up to the counter and each ordered half-dozen skewers of the treat, each having around 24 of the small, sweet dumplings. They were about to leave when they noticed someone beckoning to them. Naruto, for his part, felt a severe case of déjà vu and was seriously concerned. Ring leaving in a shunshin when he saw that it was Iruka. No doubt that he was going to talk about his revoked ninja license. Nah, it's gonna make things too awkward. I'm not ready to talk to him yet. Hinata-chan, I have to go. He didn't even give her a chance to respond as he left in a body flicker of smoke, leaving her with the Chunin, who was confused about the boy's behavior. What's that all about? Hinata asked herself, puzzled by the boy's reaction when he saw the man. Iruka was starting to understand, and wondered if he should tell the girl or not. In any case, he conversed with her. It felt good to catch up with his former students. The trees rushed up to him as he leapt from branch to branch, pursuing his quarry. He was in no hurry. He wasn't even moving at his best speed. His prey was, and he had derived morbid satisfaction of being in full control. He could just move forward at a better speed and the bitch would be dead. Let her go a little further first. That way, no one would ever find her body, and he could just go back home and tell a little sob story about how he was too late to save her from some wild animal. And when he caught up with her, she was going to wish she was dead. And he would be only too happy to grant that wish. The mint-haired Kunoichi leapt down to a lower branch, nearly tripping on it in her weariness. She had been fleeing in hidden from her pursuer for most of the night and all day. She was low on energy and her usual stamina and willpower could only get her so far. She had no idea where she was going, but she had been running there for nearly 18 hours in an effort to get away from him. Her minder was the worst one, where she lived, mocking her at best, bludgeoning her at worst. From day one, her life never really belonged to her, knowing that he could have killed her at any time because he was an influential member of the village. Getting away with her murder would be like a cakewalk. Her upper torso drooped in exhaustion and she misstepped on the next branch, crashing down through the low-level foliage, snapping through brittle boughs and tearing the leaves. She tried to muster enough of her will and strength to correct her center of gravity to land on her feet, and only succeeded in landing on only one foot and pushing off forward. While most of her falling force was negated, she had nowhere to redirect momentum and was about to strike her upper torso, mainly her head. She put out both hands in front of her on instinct and she grunted as she felt a searing pain in her wrist, going through it like electricity. She got to one knee weakly while bracing herself up on her relatively uninjured arm. Her hurt one hung a bit limply at her side as she hissed in pain. She'd probably sprained it. She was covered in scratches and bruises from the fall that was healing rapidly, but she paid them no mind. Her eyes became a little moist as she was just about to give up. Why should she continue? There was nothing but pain in this pathetic life of hers. Why prolong her existence? Her vision started to blur more and more as more tears leaked in their waterworks. She looked forward and saw daylight peeking through the walls of the forest. She hastily wiped her eyes with her left arm warmer, only to be reminded of the pain still inhabiting her hand. The green-haired girl got to her feet gingerly, standing erect. She had no idea why, but she just got the feeling that she had to continue. Something had to be out there somewhere that was better than where she was running from. After all, things always get a lot worse before they get better. Maybe it's going to get better now. She inhaled deeply, sending smoke in the air for the first time. Someone else was close by, maybe someone who could help. She dashed off again before leaping to a high tree branch to continue tree hopping. She damn well was going to leave her village's territory, and if she had to die, she wasn't going to let someone else kill her. If worst came to worst, she would do it herself. At least it would deny the man the satisfaction of doing so. Smells good, Narsensa. Thanks, man. I tell you, I just sensed those birds. And I threw 4 kunai and all of a sudden, I decided to cook the birds for dinner. The sensor clone finally took the ducks off the roaring spit and placed them on 4 large platters on the unsealed table. This way, we won't even have to unseal and use our meat resources. Narcase smirked before he cracked a joke. Just like Narcasi's goose got fucking cooked again this morning. Just shut the hell up. That jutsu is really painful and I'm the caster. When I perfect it, you're the first one I'm gonna char, you bastard. The water clone put out the fire while the sensor clone suddenly stopped setting the table. Naruto noticed the action. What's wrong? The clone held a finger to its lips before pointing to his forehead. Naruto got the hint and thought mentally. What is it? I hear something coming from the forest. They all temporarily held their breath as they listened. They started to hear what sounded like a faint thud, becoming increasingly louder. Urgent sounding, if one thought along those lines. Is that a wild animal coming? Bear? I dunno, Naruto thought back, a slight hint of nervousness evident even through the mental connection. They were all staring at the part of the forest where the noise was definitely coming from. Someone was about to volunteer to investigate when they all saw a girl with green hair come flying headlong out of the forest into the savannah where they were situated. She landed on the ground a little akimbo and slid to a stop when she saw the group of boys sitting and standing here and there, who all in one accord, as if by instant cord or some silent order pulled a hood over their heads as they watched her. The group and she were 30 yards apart from each other. Fu hesitated as they all tensed visibly. Her eyes scanned the air, and saw the tents and other camping supplies. This is the hope she ran to? 13 boys who were camping out in the wild who were dressed like they could have been a cult. How were they supposed to help her against her pursuer? She had to admit, at best, she was a skeptic. At worst, she was disappointed. Perhaps fearful too. Hello, I'm lost, she called to them rather uneasily, trying to get a response. All she got were silent stares. Hello? They all looked to each other as if having an unspoken discussion before one of them strode to the forefront as if he was their spokesman. Who are you? My name's Fu. What's your business here? I told you already. I'm lost. The speaker looked back to his fellows before he looked back again to the girl. We'll direct you to where you want to go. Where is it? She racked her brain for a suitable place she could say. She couldn't say Takigakure. It would be fairly obvious that she was coming from that place, given her direction from whence she came. I'm going to Suna, she lied, hoping that she could just avoid the boys and just go on her way. Suna? Huh? The boy said. Yeah, you're way out of the way. It's around 70 miles west of here. He pointed to where the sun was setting to his right. Well, he bought it. Now to just get going. Since you're not going to get there tonight, want to eat with us? The boy invited. Well, she felt dreadfully hungry, and her stomach was suddenly alive, pleading with her to accept the invitation. She had dealt with poison in the past and the last thing she needed right now was killer toxins in her unnourished body. To stick around with someone she hadn't even spoken to for 5 minutes, much less eat from them. Her stomach growled loudly, going against her decision and betraying common shinobi sense. With a groan, she gave in to its demands. Sure. The hooded boy stood sideways and held out a hand backward to gesture to the table with the food on it as if to say, welcome. She walked closer and eventually passed him to the table. She was unsure of proper etiquette for this situation, so she took a place at the foot of the table where she could keep all of them in view as well watch the forest she entered. She was unsure of what he was doing. He could be watching her right now and might be waiting for a chance to strike. Hopefully, he wasn't anywhere near, or he went in the wrong direction. She took off her companion's sack and took her seat at the foot of the table and placed her sprained arm in her lap with her other one on the table. Wordlessly, all of them me and sat at the table sans one who continued placing food on the table. When everything was set, she marveled at the spread of food. She eyed the roasted waterfowl especially, and the sight of them made her salivate in anticipation. The smell of them even more so. The final one sat at the table just as the one at the head of the table got up. With a few words, he graced the table and sat again. She was about to reach hungrily when the sudden action drew the attention of all 13 of them. She hesitated before she did it more slowly and in a more polite manner. They all then refocused on taking their portions. She quickly took a portion similar in size as to the rest of them and then started eating, all done with her right hand. She stabbed her chopsticks into the meat, not bothering to use it correctly, and brought a large piece of duck to her mouth, eating voraciously. Her stomach's hunger had to be assuaged, and yet she felt all of their eyes on her and stopped altogether. Yes? She asked, a bit irritated and intimidated from their silent behavior. If you're that hungry, you may have the rest of the duck you carved. She looked back to the duck and sweat dropped when she realized she had cut away most of it. Pardon my hunger? The one who had spoken to her gave off the vibe that he was smiling. We noticed. There is no need to apologize. She finished eating the food and her plate along with the rice before she testily took up the rest of the duck, watching her hosts. When they did not stop her, she shrugged and started eating it as well. Her hunger was mostly satisfied. She now ate at a languid pace. She actually finished along with the rest of them at the same time and sat there, as if waiting for something to happen. All she felt were their eyes. Do you have to keep on your hoods? No. It's more of a precaution more than anything else. Don't know you, and you don't know me. We might not ever see each other again. So why should we? Can you remove them, please? She begged. It's really bugging me not seeing your faces. They sat there for a full minute without acknowledging her request. She was considering repeating it when one of them removed his hood. The boy had spiky blonde hair and azure eyes with what appeared to be whisker birthmarks on his cheeks, 3 each. She studied his features briefly before she turned to the rest of them. They removed their hoods as well, and all of them looked the same. What, happy? She rubbed her eyes as if to make sure she wasn't seeing doubles. Did you put something in my food? Yeah, seasoning. You're welcome, you ungrateful little, the one closest to her started to say before another one elbowed him silent. She brought her left hand up and gritted through the pain as she performed Genjutsu Kai. When nothing happened, she gave up. What's going on, clones? The on at the head of the table spoke up. My name's Naruto and these guys here are my identical brothers. You all look the same, that's true. But you all can't be identical brothers. How can 13 of you be the same size, being born at the same time? You're obviously clones. She pointed at each of them as she spoke, only getting raised eyebrows. I told you we should have kept on the hoods, Narcase griped. We should have just used hinges on our faces too. That one came from the torture and interrogation clone. Wheel, why didn't you say something? We should have just done that. The taijutsu user yelled in thought, although his outward countenance was completely calm. She would have found out soon anyway. It's close to impossible to maintain hinges while asleep, Naruto argued. Narbure, you dumbass, why didn't you mention hinges sooner? Narcase bawled. Enough, Naruto yelled over the mental connection, getting them all to shut up. What's done is done. You needn't concern yourself with the semantics. In any case, you're leaving in the morning. Where will you sleep? I can just sleep on the ground. If I can get a blanket, I'd be perfect. As she spoke, a chilly wind blew across them, raising goosebumps that were plainly visible on her arms. She suppressed a shiver that ran down her spine. Make that 2 blankets. Quote. The 13 hosts looked to one another for another minute before one answered. Nonsense. You can sleep in a tent. Besides, your left arm appears injured. Judging from how you're taking care to avoid using it, you're better off taking a sleeping bag. A kunai embedded itself into their dining table right in front of Fu, splitting through and smashing her plate. In that same moment, all of them leapt away backward from the table and turned to the presumed place the kunai came from, knocking their chairs back in the process. Fu kept a stoic appear. But her heart sank when she saw the man. As if noticing her internal emotions, one of them turned to her. Do you know this guy? Narbure asked as he looked at the stocky man with brown hair and black eyes with a flak jacket curiously. Why yeah, his name is… You. Shut your mouth, the man interrupted as he pointed at the girl before facing the boys. Good evening. Naruto raised an eyebrow. Good evening? It seems that you found my runaway niece, Fu. It was more like she found us. Naruto chuckled, trying to defuse a potentially horrid situation, yet already knowing that it had already gone south. Hey, look, I'm real sorry about interrupting your dinner, he trailed off, hinting to get his name. The boy casually told him his first name, and the man nodded once. Sorry, Naruto. But that's my way of letting her know she's in trouble. She's run away from home, again I might add, and she needs to go back. Now, the man looked to Fu forcefully, making her flinch a little. Fu. Naruto turned and looked to the girl who was explained to have run away, wondering if her circumstances were like his all those years ago. Is that true? I did run away, but I only did so 'cause. That's enough. Come with me now, the man nearly yelled. I only did it because the village treats me like dog shit, she shouted back, refusing to be cowed. Somewhere along the line, she drew strength in the form of courage from the boys present, particularly Naruto himself. I don't do that. You're right, you've treated me even worse, Fukira. Get over here now, don't make me have to come to get you, he yelled threateningly. No, she screamed. Naruto looked between the shouting people, starting to understand that the situation was bigger than he thought. Is she really mistreated where she lives? She's just a demon spawn. Kid, trust me, you don't want to have anything to do with her. If I were you, I'd probably vomit all the food I ate at the same table with her. The man sneered, in disgust as if talking about her made him sick to his stomach. The original Uzumaki looked at the girl, more specifically her eyes. Her orange eyes in the dying daylight spoke volumes of sadness and misery. He looked to the man's dark eyes whose face looked shaded by his unkempt hair. They told stories of a man who probably believed everything he said and informed Naruto that everything was as clear as the difference between black and white. Fu was probably right about the abuse, and he didn't try to answer in the negative if she was really mistreated. He came to a decision. Well, in that case, she can just stay with me. That way, you don't have to bother yourself with her any longer. The kunoichi turned to him, eyes wide in a mixture of amazement and shock. No can do, boy. It's my job to make sure she remains in the village. Whether or not people might mistreat her, if she doesn't return, she'll be dubbed as a missing nin. She won't last long out of the village. So send her over. Her eyes let the boy know that she was pleading for him to help her. No can do, he parroted back to the man. What did you say? Fukira growled. You heard me. Naruto deadpanned. Get the fuck out of here. If she wants to, she'll go back when she's ready. Not before, and most certainly not with you. The man took out a kunai out of his kunai holster and held it in a forward grip in front of him threateningly. You sure you don't want to rethink your argument? The tenacious 13 plus the girl tensed. Fu stepped back to her sack and put it on while the boys all performed transformation release, and in a puff of smoke, all 13 of them were revealed to be wearing upper torso outfits. In one accord, they all drew up their hoods and pulled up their feral bandana masks. The man readied his stance. Feeling slightly daunted by the savage-looking mask and professional outfit, they all stared off for a minute before the man threw all caution to the wind and charged at them, or more specifically, Fu, who panicked when the elite Jonin came after her. She leapt backward while releasing insects from her sack and removing a kunai as well. His kunai clashed with hers for a brief second, using brute strength to force his kunai inside her guard. Before their blades could reach her person, the insect swarmed the man, many of them landing on his face, and started their assault. Naruto, having seen enough, used his right hand and unsealed 3 shurikens from his left bicep and hurled them at the man. The second they set into the man's flesh, he collapsed apart into water, indicating his use of a water clone. Naruto turned back to his colleagues. Don't just stand there. Let's get this guy. We won't be able to use our stronger techniques if he's close to any one of us. If he's at a distance, unload on him. Naruto spoke mentally. They answered with a nod before Narsensa spoke up. I can sense chakra being molded from the forest. Get ready. Sweden. Jusei. Water release. Gunshot. A rapid incoming barrage of globs of water flew out of the tree line, heading for them. They all dodged them before 4 Fukiras came out, 3 of them obviously clones. Naruto inched over to the mint-haired kunoichi. Fu, we're going to work in groups to take him on. You, me, Narshaku and Narkin will be fighting the real one. The others will be fighting the clones. He whispered. I don't know who the hell you all are. She hissed. And what about Fukira? Which one's real? They all look the same, she whispered back, her eyes wandering from one to another. Naruto felt like face-palming himself, knowing she was right about his clone brethren. Fukira is probably the one nearest the back. Naruto, separate them. The trap clone removed a kunai already pre-tagged from one of his weapon pouches and threw it at the feet of the men. They all leapt away from ground zero, and in a split second after the explosion, a melee began. Fu, Naruto, Narshaku, Raiden, Narkin, Kenjutsu. 4 pairs of eyes followed the presumed original as he landed 40 feet away from the others. The lightning clone wasted no time. Boar, ram, snake, horse, dragon, he recounted in his mind as he went through the hand seals. Raiden, Jaibashi, lightning release. Electromagnetic murder. He held his palms to the ground, releasing visible electricity that danced along the ground to its target. Said man merely jumped to one side, going through a small set of hand seals with only one hand, shocking the boys. Sweden, Jusei, he announced again as he spat out 3 rapid water bullets at Narshaku, who was too slow to react. They took him in the chest, knocking him off his feet. Fukira gave a grim smile, knowing that the jutsu had enough to punch holes in human tissue. He was shocked to hear the boy merely groan, trying to get back onto his feet. What? The boy coughed. Wow, really knocks the wind out of me. The man adopted a thoughtful expression. Perhaps they're wearing under armor. That's why it only buffeted him. I'll just have to use blades. He pulled out a second kunai and held both out in a forward grip, dashing to the group of 4. Narkin wasted no time and removed high Chakudo from his back sheath and parried the man's knives while holding to the end of his own blade with his steel band gloves. Realizing that the boy had successfully blocked the kunais, he pulled back one and stabbed it forward. Narkin released the point of his blade and grabbed the kunai with his left hand before the offending knife could stake him in the heart. The man wrenched back the knife from the boy's grip with a grunt and substituted himself with a log, just as Fu's thrown kunai caught him in the chest. Damn it, she swore. She'd hoped that she would have been able to take him by surprise. Naruto's reflexes kicked in as he fell flat to dodge a savage arc slice of a kunai that swept at the spot his neck previously occupied. He quickly rolled sideways to dodge a stomp and quickly got to his feet. Already reaching for his baton. Just leave us alone. He whipped it out, swing it down to release its catch. It came sliding out, reaching full length. Hand over the bitch or I'll kill all of you. He hurled his kunai at the boy who sidestepped to dodge it. He smirked a little before he tugged on something. Naruto saw some kind of string glint in the increasingly bright Mu. Enlight and leapt high in the air using chakra, avoiding the kunai that was being held by ninja wire. Fu threw most of her shuriken at the man, but he easily dodged around them as he calculated the blonde's falling time and area. Finishing that by instinct, he ran to the place and readied himself to get rid of one of his current problems. Seeing what the man was about to do, Naruto let go of his baton and sped through hand seals. Futon. Daitapa. Wind release. Great breakthrough. He blew a strong wind that increased drastically as he used more and more chakra, right at the man. The man Subsaku Ently started to feel like gravity had increased over him but persevered through it, still getting ready to stab Naruto for when he landed. The distraction was all he needed, however, as Narshaku took the chance and ran at the man. Channeling lightning-natured chakra into his tanto, just before he could stab the blade into the man's back, he abandoned his plan temporarily of killing the apparent leader to focus on the boy who seemingly had electricity crackling on his short blade. He used his kunai to stop the diagonal slash of the boy's blade. As he blocked the weapon, he felt a harsh jolt-G sensation that ran through his body and started to numb his arm. He quickly pulled away from the boy, but he felt a kick to the crown of his head, making it crumple on his neck. Bearing through the pain, he grabbed Naruto's foot that was still connected against his head and swung him in a circle twice, hurling the boy into the other with the tanto, knocking them both to the ground. Nartai, Taijutsu, Narbure, Torture, Narmazu, Sweden, Narkira, Assassination. The man held Nartai's stare for a second before he had to sidestep a drop tanto slash from a boy who kept up his attack, continuing his slashing at all angles rapidly. He kept dodging as needs be before he kicked him in the gut away from him with a thrust. In the same instant, he elbowed another in the nose that tried to sneak up on him, drawing a nosebleed. Kira, Bure, Shit, Sweden. Mizu Kasukado, Water release. Water cascade. Water jetted from his mouth at the man who smirked just before the jutsu hit him. Narmazu kept up the technique for another 5 seconds before he ceased. The water seeped away rapidly before the man stood up again, flexing his arms with a laugh. Pathetic. What the hell? He took it like it's nothing. He's a clone. Why didn't he dispel when it hurt him? Didn't it hurt him? The taijutsu using clone must have sensed his brother's thoughts. Cover me. I'm going to go in closer. Without even waiting for an answer, he ran to the man in a half circle, trying to flank him. The man backpedaled, trying to keep him in view but had to abandon when the one who used the water jutsu used it again on him. For some reason, he actually seemed to embrace going against Narmazu's water technique. Nartai caught up to his side and started letting loose a barrage of punches. The man stopped most of them successfully and shrugged off others. And all of that changed when Nartai stepped in closer to him. Nartai started 1-inch punching the man's blocking arms rapidly, and just as the combo ended, T restarted with a pointing toe kick to the man's shin. About to deal the man a rabbit punch to the man's chest, the man brought up his arms to block in 8V, only for Nartai to leave an audible brea king sound in the radius bone in his left arm. Nartai, duck. Tai ducked into a crouch, allowing for 3 kunai to nail the man, clone in the chest and neck, knocking him back a step or two. But instead of bleeding blood, water gushed out of the man's wounds. What? A water clone? The clone fell on its back, water pouring from his injuries. However, instead of dispersing, the water stopped flow. And the clone got back to its feet as if nothing happened. Narkira, A few meters away, clutching his stomach, could have sworn he saw something go into the clone, like tiny globules of something, but he tried to ignore it. Whatever it was, we still need to kill it. Him? It? Fuck clone semantics. He readied his Tonto in a forward grip and charged the clone again. He crashed into the clone's back with the Tonto, sending both of them to the ground in a tumble of flying limbs. Narkira leaned up first and started stabbing the clone all over in his back, drawing rivulets of water. The clone bucked him off of him like a horse and got up as if nothing was wrong. Narkira rolled to his feet and sliced at the man's wrists as he sent a straight punch to his face. Getting its wrist slashed did not deter the clone from slamming his fist in the boy's face powerfully, making his vision blur into doubles momentarily before punching him in the solar plexus, leaving him to sag to his knees. As the oathers intervened to keep the man from killing him, Naruto started to fret. Everyone was easily given to break things, to beat it until it stopped moving. This was a new clone they hadn't encountered before. It carried weight. Tanked through attacks and nothing fazed it. Well, this is a royal mess. Narcase, Futon, Nariwa, Doden, Narishi, Dr. Doc ran his mystical palm technique over a bleeding gash in the wind clone's hand while Nariwa was busy trying to create dents in his opponent with rock-covered fists, courtesy of a partial protective rock armor technique. It's closing up. Hurry up, Doc. Iwa boy over there's getting his ass kicked. Narcase ranted in frustration. Nariwa paused in his assault. I'm not the one who took a kunai in the arm, you know. He leapt to one side as clone man stabbed a kunai in the area he previously occupied. He dropped one of his rock fists onto the man's wrist, making him drop his weapon. Nariwa sent a straight punch to the man's exposed gut, making him cough up water. Nariwa tried to ignore it as he punched the man again in the gut, making him double over. As soon as he did, he clapped both of his rock-covered fists together over his head and did a double drop axe attack to the back of the man's head. Instead of hitting the bone of a skull, the head caved in on itself as if it were malleable. The Doden Bunshin slightly gasped in shock and withdrew from him as he toppled. He rejoined his fellow clones and watched the man fall to the ground gracelessly with morbid fascination. Is he dead? I think so, K's. Narishi strode to the assumed dead man and touched his jugular to feel for a pulse. His hand came away wet and he withdrew his hand to look at the blue water. He gazed at the man who heaved himself up, completely in one piece, and was seemingly covered in perspiration. The man went through several hand signs in a blur before calling out his technique. Ninpo, Funiki Shizu, Ninja Art, Atmosphere Edge. A water sword whirled into being into the man's right hand before he assumed a stance with it. Seeing this, Narcase cursed under his breath. TCH, water swords are where I draw the line. He grumbled before using only one hand seal, Futon, Datapa. He started blowing a strong wind at the clone who merely turned sideways with his sword to the wind, cutting it so it didn't affect him. Becoming increasingly pissed, he started channeling a bit of his Biju chakra and pure yang energy in the technique. Whereas it was a gale strength before, it could now be classified as a Category 5 hurricane or higher, if such a phenomenon existed. Son of a bitch, Narishi yelled as he fell flat to the ground, trying to stay there to avoid getting blown away. The clone started to get blown back and the technique started, drawing eyes from some of the others who were fighting, staring in amazement. That all you got, kid? The clone shouted the taunt. Narcase closed his mouth from fully open to pursed, limiting the JUTSU from an expansive blast to a concentrated stream. That final effort took off the clone's head, making it explode in a mini geyser of water. The clone fell to its knees and collapsed apart into water. Narcase stopped blowing altogether before hyperventilating to get back some of his air. Ha, you got broke, bitch. The puddle on the ground did not answer, but it did start coming together to reform the clone that stood once more, glaring at the three boys. Ah, fuck me, Narcase vented in a yell of exasperation. Don't these things die? With Narkasai, Kaden, Naruto, Bukijutsu, Narsensa, Sensor. Kaden, Gokaku no Jutsu. The Ka Bunshin blew said ball of flames that raced to its target who dodged it easily. Narkasai blew two more which the clone gave wide berths before he formed T-Wo water swords and dashed towards the three members of T-13. Inside of a second, he amongst them, slashing wildly, which the boys narrowly escaped injury. Narsansa whipped out his baton and started channeling chakra into it before blocking a water sword. The man dropped his other sword savagely onto the baton, making the sensor clone buckle his knees under the force and weight. Before he could lose the confrontation as well as his life, the man took a dozen shuriken to the chest and gut, thrown by Naruto. The throwing stars fell out of him, wet with water, and refocused his attention on Narsansa, who was smirking. Bang! Narsansa blew up in a Bunshin Daibakua, blowing the manta into droplets of water due to the chakra explosion. The sensor clone rejoined his companions via a Shunshin F quick steps and closed his baton with a click. That takes care of that problem, he sighed. Narukasai tapped his shoulder and pointed behind him to take a look. He did, only to see a puddle coming together from the water droplets and reforming the man. The sensor clone sighed. Really? Naruto set his face before limbering his arms. Ninpo, Josu Yakan Raito, Ninja Art, Multiplier, Nighttime Lights. His hands became like blurs to his shuriken seals, throwing 8 of the weapon stars at once, sending a rapid fire barrage at the water clone. Just before they hit their mark, he clapped his hands into the snake handseal. The shurikens multiplied into dozens and nailed the clone's upper torso, neck, and face. Naruto kept up the attack that still multiplied before sticking into the water clone, but soon gradually stopped altogether when his arms grew tired. I must have thrown about 200 shurikens into that guy. He watched as the shurikens started falling out of the man's body like a steel torrent, falling into a growing pile that made metallic noises. Water seeped over the clone's wounds, and soon, it was as good as new. That is until a kunai with a paper bomb tied to it hitched itself in the clone's left eye. Naruto's hand was still outstretched from having thrown said kunai bomb, and he snapped his fingers to trigger the chakra detonation. The tag exploded, creating a deluge of water everywhere. Some of it splashed Narukasai in the face. He angrily swiped it away, using fire chakra to dry it rapidly in annoyance, and watched the pesky water clone reform itself yet again. Damn it, what does it take to kill these things? Narsansa was about to assume a defensive stance when he saw the clone make a fist, giving off an offensive vibe. Great, we can't even beat a single clone. Much less, he squinted as he observed the clone's fist, noticing that its index finger was missing. What the hey, its finger is missing. His 2 compatriots looked at the man's hand, noting the mishap. Would you look at that? Narukasai's mind backtracked to when he evaporated the water from his face. I wonder if hey Naruto. What? The trapping clone asked irritably. I add some of the water that splashed my face. It could be the reason it's missing some. I need you to distract him while I take him out with a fireball. Naruto stroked his chin. Interesting theory. Let's do it then. Start flanking it from the right while I stay here and throw kunai. Narsansa will try to keep him better occupied at close range and kawaii me when the fire hits. Narsansa, overhearing the plan, dashed to the water clone. Baton at the ready. The man merely intercepted the baton swing at his neck with a kunai, and suddenly, each of the 2 was fighting for the upper hand in the jab's trade-off. In the meantime, Narukasai ran as planned to the right of the clone, heading to its nearest blind spot while readying some of his yang energy and Biju chakra. Naruto started chucking kunais with remarkable precision, the knives taking root in the clone while at the same time missing Narsansa, keeping the Bunshin distracted from the fire about to destroy it. Ram, horse, snake, dragon, rat, ox, tiger. He yelled in his mind as he needed a massive amount of chakra in his chest. Kaden, Karyu Enden, fire release, fire dragon flame bullet. He blew a streamline fire towards the clone that scorched the ground as it traveled. In a sense of alarm, the water clone turned his head sharply to see the huge fire racing straight for him. In his error, he failed to stop the next attack from Narsansa that struck his left clavicle and broke it, clean fracture. Not yet done, Narsansa started beating the water clone to its knees and used a kawaii me at the last second, leaving the hapless water clone to a well-deserved fate. The fire caught up to him, and not to leave anything to chance, Narukasai kept up with the huge fire stream as it grew wider and white-hot. A searing 10 seconds later, the fire finally dissipated at ground zero where the clone previously occupied. The 3 T-13 members came wearily to the spot, eyeing the spot where a water clone and grass clone used to exist. Narukasai started coughing out some smoke. Not gonna try this fire jutsu again with at least some training first. But at least we know how to beat him. Let's go burn. Narsense glared at him. Before you make some stupid-ass comment. Let's just go, period. Sparks gashed from clashing steel before Fukira leapt away. All 15 people were growing weary from the conflict and the last of Fukira's speed. Seal water clones were already dispersed, thanks to the blasted boy who was practically spitting out dozens of fireballs. Give up, Fukira. You're leaving here, empty-handed. Naruto shouted. If he leaves at all, Narkira said. If he does leave, it'll be in a body bag. Fukira smirked. You have no fucking idea who you're dealing with. He formed a unique hand sign, forming a snake hand seal, but the pinky finger stuck straight out. Mizu Bunshin no Jutsu, Kosui Ryo, water clone technique, precipitation. 13 more water clones swirled into being at his sides, making the 14 teens. Grown in frustration, it was a pain in the ass just to get rid of the 3 that the man had created. Naruto could tell that the man fought at a high level, and his regenerating clones were an unprecedented threat that he'd never encountered before. God damn it, I can't keep using the fireball technique so much. My throat's got too many burns right now. Narkasai wheezed. Most of the non-elementa LS had broken character to use the jutsu, but their lack of mastery for not having the Kaden-inclined chakra benefit didn't faze the clones. Doc, I need some help with this. I've got no experience with burn inside your neck. That's out of my realm of expertise. Narashi said, you will have to heal naturally from the Biju chakra. Narmizu coughed. I'm the worst person for a fight like this. Even now with the air getting really dry. Quote, Naruto looked to the water clone with his peripherals. The air's getting dry? Yeah. Fu gained a thoughtful look. I feel it too, like the moisture's gone. She snapped her fingers in revelation. He must be using the humidity to create the clones. That's why they can reform so easily. The water reassembles the clones through the air, by manipulating the chakra. Fukira grinned before he chuckled. Well, and here I thought that you had no brains, Fu. Don't call my name in your disgusting mouth. She growled out, especially after all you've done to me. You've made my life hell to live. Each moment a nightmare I can't wake up from. You think I'm making your life hell? Every day I see your fucking face is a reminder of what I've lost, Seven Tails bitch. He waved his hand at the teens, kill them all. He yelled to his clones. All of the water clones sneered at the teens before they started flickering with Chunin speeds towards the group. Seven Tails? Naruto thought before ridding himself of the distracting thought. Everyone, release the seals, Naruto yelled, slapping his own chest and channeled chakra in his seal. It became clear, in a moment, that everyone was fighting their own separate opponent, whether by trading jutsu, fighting with taijutsu, weapons or ninja art. It was also apparent that several people were at a significant disadvantage. Narmizu was one, as using water-manipulated techniques on his opponent would only make it stronger and possibly raise the humidity in the air, making things worse for everyone else. He was limited to Bukijutsu and Taijutsu. Even using a Daibakua would certainly affect comrades fighting nearby. Narkasai was another, no longer being able to create a fireball jutsu strong enough to burn out the clones. The water clone enemy was close to beating him down into the ground. Fu was the worst off. Her current speed could not yet hope to compete with her uncle's or his clones. She also had a water and sub-wind affinity, having only a small experience, even with her first. Her insects could not properly fight for her either, not being able to keep up with the clone that was turning her into his personal punching bag. Narmizu took a powerful sweep kick to the head, nearly knocking him out and making him see doubles. In the same second, Narkasai took a haymaker to the gut, getting all of the wind forced out of him. Coughing up blood droplets, almost immediately following, Narkira lost a battle of clashing weapons, getting a savage cut in his arm, right to the bone. The Assassin Nation clone yelled uncharacteristically before he dashed off to clash again before the loss of blood weakened him too much. He stabbed forward into the clone's gut and left it there. Still screaming, he started buffeting the clone with rapid jab punches to its face, disfiguring it and making it bleed water. Sweden, Jusei, a water clone spat more water bullets at Nariwa, who sunk in the earth to dodge it. Using underground projection, the water clone formed a water saber and started stabbing into the ground with it, trying to injure his foe, but to no avail. Suddenly, the water clone was pulled into the ground. Doden, Shinju Zanshu no Jutsu, double decapitation suicide technique. Nariwa leapt out of the ground close by and created rock-covered fists, before proceeding to decimate the clone's exposed head. Doc, give me some help over here. I'm bleeding freely. Narukira yelled to the doctor, currently trying to beat the cervical vertebrae in the clone's neck into mush with his baton. He leapt backward while creating a clone that tackled the injured water clone to the ground before going off in a small-level debakua. Without pausing to see if the clone was dead or not, he ran to his fellow clone before trying to heal it. He was close to sealing the wound closed and gave him a blood pill. While taking the pill, Narukira's eyes widened, staring behind him. Naruto turned and looked to see the clone he had defeated reassemble itself from the very air. All around him, he could see others getting injured while the oppressors appeared to be winning. Naruto could see the same out of the corner of his eyes. Seeing his brothers losing the fight, but Fu was close to losing her life. He yelled for their enemies to stop, but to no avail. Her water clone foe grabbed her oath before it held her up off of her feet, clutching her face tightly. In that same moment, water ran all over her face and around her head, making a large bubble of water. The Takigakur Kunoichi started to scream bubbles, beating weakly at her about to be killer, trying to free herself. But the water clone, not one to draw things out, created a water sword with its free hand and stabbed her, right through her exposed midriff. The water sword made its entry and exited through her back, water and blood mixing together and dripping off the blade on the other side. Death was relatively painless. Her mind was serene and threatened to leave her body behind, to abandon this mortal form. Fu, she heard what she figured to be Naruto yell her name and her mind was hers again. That's when she realized that while death was painless, dying hurt like a son of a bitch. Fukira's clone dispersed his water blade in his water hold, confident that the girl was finished, seeing that she made no sound. He tossed her onto her back, her body having a small ragdoll effect as her limbs flailed without her control. Not too long after she landed, blood started to pool a little around her body, starting to stain her white clothes crimson. She looked up the sky and gazed up at the full moon. Kinda reminds me of. Her eyes lost focus as the moon blurred. She soon closed them involuntarily, slipping into oblivion. Fu, Naruto yelled to the fallen girl, staring at her still form. He heard laughing coming from behind him to see the murderous uncle celebrating the death of his niece. The man was all smiles and it sickened Naruto. It wasn't anger, just pure disgust at the man's actions. But he had no time to mourn the girl. There was a chance she could still be saved, but right now, some of his brothers' lives were still in peril. It made matters worse when he saw the clone that killed Fu was now double-teaming Narukasai, clearly intending to kill their main antagonist. At the moment, nothing was going right, and this bastard was watching the girl's death and laughing. The horrible sound of his mirth started to corrupt Naruto consciousness. And in some awkward way of staying sane, Naruto snapped in his fury. What the fuck is wrong with you? She wanted to be left alone. Why did you kill her? To his surprise, all of the man's water clones and the man stopped fighting the members of the Tenacious 13. Naruto was about to go over to Fu when Fukira stopped him. Don't you fucking touch her. The man yelled poisonously. The boy hesitated, not willing to cross the man, and instead went to his worst-off comrades to patch them up discreetly. It was about 14 years ago. Fukira began. My home village, Takigakur, was in the path of the Nanabi. It was as if it were migrating. However, it was bulldozing its path to get where it needed to go. That means we were all screwed. We sent out a few dozen Junin, and I watched them go off on the distance to try and divert it. Naruto listened attentively, still planning a way to fight the man as he spoke, but he could tell that the man was still on edge, not letting down his guard. I saw the beast practically swat them out of the way like flies. Which is pretty damn ironic, now that I think about it. The Biju looked like some big kami forsaken bug. My father, an aspiring Fuinjutsu user, proposed that we sealed it inside an item of power. He gets fucking blasted apart by his own creation backfiring. I was fine with that. You see, the man was a prick to me, my mother, and my sister, Fugise. I didn't miss him, but I was, in a sense, the man of the house to take care of my mother and my twin sister. I made it my responsibility to be the one always there for them. Mom died 20 years ago though, but I still tried to be there for sis. The man sounded as if he was crying emotionally internally, but he went on. The beast was moving kinda slow. Maybe it had gotten injured by us or something. I just don't know why. We predicted 36 hours before it would arrive, and most if not all had fled the village to get the hell out of the disaster zone, before it hit. Then my sister, who was breastfeeding Fu at the time, was looking over father's notes for his sealing technique, and decides to try it for herself. I pleaded with her for us to go, but she said that she wouldn't abandon HAKI. It was her home. She decided that she was born there, lived there, ate there, worked there, raised a family there. She might as well die there to protect it. And me, with my ideals to never leave her, decided to stay as well. The man sobbed once, and the listening T-13 felt themselves being drawn in by the poignancy of the man's tale. It was right at the village, about 500 meters away, and from where we stood, we could see T preparing some kind of black energy ball or something where we figured the mouth was. We braced ourselves, and in some final moment desperation, she tried Dad's technique, and it sorta worked. Sort of? Naruto asked, raising an eyebrow. When Sis gave me food to use both her hands to do the jutsu, we saw the beast turned into chakra and swirled away into the air. We watched it suddenly turn into W. Hat looked like a whirlwind of chakra, and then the fine point of it aimed right at her. I jumped in front of her to try and take the brunt of it, but she pushed me to the ground. I'm still cradling Fu at the time, so I lost my balance easy. She stood stock still, and the whirlwind of chakra spun its way right through her chest. I bawled her name when I saw it happen, but I realized that it was going through her. I clenched my eyes shut to prepare myself for death as well, but nothing happened to me. When I opened my eyes a minute later, I saw my precious sister with a big gaping hole in her chest and Fu in my arms crying. I even noticed her temperature practically on fire. Fugisei died to save both of you, Naruto muttered. The man must have heard him. Hi. Of course, I mourned her for a while and took care of Fu. She was Fugisei's perfect look-alike, and I cared for her as if she were my own. He snarled as he said this part. Everything was all right for the first 5 months until a sensor cam. He back to the village and went straight to the council. I was on it at the time, and he was making a fuss, yelling. He thought we had killed the beast, but it was still alive, and all that shit. I told him my story, and he asked to see Fu. I bring Fu to him, and he said he sensed the same aura of the beast inside the baby girl. And that was when everything changed. Everyone found out. I was shunned, as well as her, and I disowned her at first when she was 6, mostly to save face. After all, she was still Fugisei's legacy to me, at the very least. Naruto was steaming on the inside with fury, but he said nothing. I still looked out for her for another year secretly. She had so many of Fugisei's character traits that it was uncanny as well as scary. But when she turned 7 years old, her gray and eyes turned into a full pupil, less orange. I couldn't help but be reminded of the beast's eyes behind the armor, like plating on its face, as well as its wings. And then you started treating her as if she were the beast. Convinced that it must be her that killed Fugisei, Naruto said, frowning. She is, and I am reminded of her death, my incapability to care for my sister every day, because she exists. You're beyond reasoning with, Naruto exclaimed, his face darkening. She's a human being like the rest of us, but special like me. Like you? What the fuck do you mean? She's a Jinchuriki. Naruto face palmed himself. Why didn't I realize this before? She's a Jinchuriki, like me. The demon was sealed inside her. That means that not only was her mother a hero, but Fu as well. You have a demon in you too? Fukira growled, taking out a kunai. Yeah, I do. Tenacious 13. Let's show him the power of human sacrifice. Naruto yelled, screamed. Hi. His brothers yelled back resolutely. Narushi, help Fu. She may still be alive. Naruso, Narkin, Nartai. With me against this bastard. Narkasai, incinerate any air moisture left with your rank technique. Everyone else protect him while he readies it. Hi. All T-13 members cracked their knuckles dramatically before all of their chakras flared. Fukira ordered his clones to attack, and all hell broke loose. Narushi, in a burst of speed, sprinted to Fu and grabbed her in a bridal carry, and shinned away with her, leaving a befuddled Fukira to wonder why they would bother with her dead body. He had no time to dwell on the fact, because 4 of the boys' bomb rushed him. They occupied his space, his time and his attention, while his water clones took on the other boys. Although they were outnumbered, the T-13 started performing exceptional teamwork and held off the water clones, while Narkasai started molding chakra. On the other hand, Naruto and 3 of his brothers were adamantly trying to take Fukira's life from him. Uso Ninpo, Shuriken Josu, Lies Ninja Art, Shuriken Multiplier. Naruto started throwing a ridiculous amount of shuriken, which the man kept strafe running to the side to dodge, straight into a waiting Nartai's fist he had no idea was coming to him. The next one to his side made him feel like all of his organs were fighting each other for space before another one to his gut made his stomach try to occupy the space his left lung was. Momentarily gasping for breath, he barely had the capacity to dodge a Chakudo that nearly took his head off his shoulders. He quickly Kawaramied with one of his humidity clones to gain some fighting ground as well as recover a little, making Naruto extremely pissed. Deciding that caution be damned, he and Naruto dashed at the man, each with their tontos at the ready. They ran intercrossing each other's paths in an effort to throw him off, but the man was too experienced for that to work. He predicted who would strike first and grabbed Naruto's hand at the wrist and tried to make him stab himself. But all the work in the gold mine with gravity seals paid off as the boy resisted the attempt, throwing Fukira's grip off of him. Still not outdone yet, however. Naruto lunged forward with his short blade. Fukira backpedaled away from the trapping clone, but in his moment, he had forgotten about Naruto, who had found his baton on the ground nearby. Pain erupted in his side, and as he turned to look at the instigator, Naruto was in the process of striking his face with the baton. In a marvelous display of reflexes, the man turned his head a little more to it and it struck his Hitai-8. The pain still made itself known in his head, but it wasn't as bad as it could be. Through the dizzying pain, his eyes widened as he sensed chakra being built up, and his first thought was that it was hot. Meanwhile, Naruto and his shadow clone worked over the girl's wound, but he was fast becoming doubtful that she was alive. She was so still, not to mention he was starting to feel a bit cold as her blood volume had thinned. They stood around her with her body on a high table unsealed in one of the large sleeping tents. Her bleeding had been halted with bandages and gauze, but Naruto was doubtful of life still present. That sword went right through her hepatic veins that run alongside her celiac trunk. She might have bled to death already. The clone cried, "I know that already, damn it." Naruto tugged a little on his hair in worry. "Just keep feeding her those blood pills while I see if there's any more damage." The Biju inside of her might have already healed the stab, but only Kurama can regenerate blood quickly. Wait a minute. Kurama, Naruto yelled internally. The demon fox's voice came back faintly before it sounded full force. "What? I'm Busy talking to the clone back in the village." He got lonely and bored. "What? That's where you've been all this time?" Whatever. I got a girl here and I can't resuscitate her. Her name's Fu and she's a Jinchuriki." "A Jinchuriki? Let me see her. Imagine her image." Naruto obliged. Kurama puzzled a bit before noticing her Hitai-8. Might be the Nanabi. She had a hideout of sorts not too far near Taki. She might be holding back on her power to heal the girl so she could die and reform later. Then she's like a regular human being. Then, is she dead? Close. You might be able to heal with Yuki instead of chakra in a shosen because her body's used to it by accommodating a Biju. Problem is, only Naruto's got enough. I'll tell him, just keep doing whatever you can to make sure at the remaining life isn't fully extinguished. Naruto turned to his clone, who stared back at him. "Don't just stand there, staring, boss. Stop slacking off and live to your purpose." Doc blinked his clone's order before going to help him, confused if it was alright to listen to his own creation like that. "Damn, I must be really bossy. I heard that. Now do it." With Naruto. "Yeah, I understand, but we gotta stop her bastard of an uncle first." He thought back to his Biju. "Narukasai, let's put a rush on that." Naruto yelled, still in mid-fight against Fukira in tandem with Naruto. And was running on the dregs of his chakra. Now maintaining his special clones were chakra intensive, and to keep using chakra to supplement his movements as well as augment his pain intolerance was getting to be too much for him. Narukasai winced as he saw Narsensa get an elbow that must have made his teeth rattle. "Gotta hurry." Then, as if like a light switch, it clicked in his chakra coils. "Yeah, ready." He went through the 16 hand signs before he turned his whole body sharply and swept his right arm from left to right. Kaden. Kan Kami Josho. Fire release. Flame god rising. The tornado swirled into being from his feet to his waist before it grew sharply to the apex of its evolution. All the water clones and Fukira's eyes widened at the expansive twister of flames that spun with the boy in its center. Said boy gritted through the pain of his body burning again but kept it up, knowing that it would pay off. He finally screamed as the pain became higher than his tolerance. But he instead turned it into a yell of determination and added even more power to it, the height of the tornado of flames growing from 35 feet to 50 with a larger radius than before. The intense heat generated because of the technique made the water clones nearby start to yell themselves at their woe as their structure weakened and dissipated when the flames licked out from the twister into the surrounding area. Not wasting any time, Naruto created a mud wall that the remaining members of T-13 huddled behind. Save for one, still engaging Fukira, was Naruto. The man slipped up in his exhaustion and fell victim to the hardest upward curl punch the boy had ever made in his life, straight in the stomach. Quickly spawning a shadow clone as the man doubled over, Naruto then made a small hop and brought his right knee onto the back of the man's head, making him fall flat as his head was racked in excruciating pain. The shadow clone went behind him, grabbed the man's wrists and hauled him up again. As he stood, staggering with his wrists in an iron grip, the clone kicked the man in the small of his back with his knee. The man straightened and bent backwards in pain. Naruto ducked his head slightly like a boxer and raised his fists and started a 16-hit rapid-fire jabs to the man's exposed gut and groin. At hit number 17, he used a large amount of chakra in his right fist to supplement his strength and plunged it into the man's stomach, the man coughing up a large amount of blood. The force was so strong that it actually dispersed his clone that was holding up the man. As the man was about to topple backwards, Naruto firmly stepped on the flat of the man's feet before pushing him down. The medial malleolus bone just under his ankles was snapped and severed the flat of his foot from any action in his leg. He would never walk again, and that knowledge in the back of his head didn't make things any easier on his psyche as he nearly shredded his vocal cords in his misery. Screaming in pain, as Narukasai let his jutsu destabilize, the jutsu collapsed into itself and caused a miniature firestorm let loose over the area. All the tents and the Tenek IOUS-13 was being protected by the Doryukeki, but Naruto's eyes widened as he saw the fallout of the technique was about to flow over where he was standing. Acting on base instinct, he yanked up the still screaming man and hauled him over his back like an animal cloak. Ignoring the man's screams in his ear, he then turned his back the man himself to take the brunt of the flames. The next 10 seconds were like torture for Naruto, but not as much as it were for Fukira. Naruto gazed out in front of him, noting how the flames were being cleaved apart by the so-called convenience of a human shield. As soon as it let up, Naruto dropped the smoking man back to the practically burning ground, Fukira's half-lit. The boy sprinted back to the tent that Fu occupied as the members of T-13 went to work, trying to put out the flames of the burning grass. 30 minutes later, weary orange eyes opened to see the lit lantern hoisted in the roof of what seemed to be a tent. She blinked twice, trying to gather her bearings. "Am I dead?" "Hi, you are," a deep voice said. "Wah." She sat up quickly, frightened as she gazed around. "Oh, Kami, no." "Oh." She calmed down as she saw 4 boys in the tent with her. They all sat on a futon and stared at her. One wore gloves, one had his hood up, another had on gloves, and the last had a huge blanket wrapped around him, completely covered. "You gave us quite a scare, Fu," the one who had on plastic, disposable gloves said. "Especially me. I really thought you kicked the bucket." Although Naruto was confident that you'd live. "But how? You really do have a demon sealed inside of you, Fu," another one said. He quickly told the story Fukira had told him, and by the end of it all, the girl's eyes were watering. "So that's why, that's why the village treats me so. I never did nothing to them." "That's a double negative," the hooded one said. "So you're actually saying you did something?" "Can it? Narcase thinks he's such a wise guy. Just like you, Naruto." Naruto kicked him out of the tent. "Sorry about that, Fu. He was also the one that tried to scare you earlier." He poked his head out of the tent. "Go help the others clean up, Narcase." "Screw you," the shouted reply came faintly. Naruto merely brought his head back inside and retook his place on the futon. "Sorry about him. He thinks he's funny. Anyway, so Fukira actually loved a T first but fell into a biased hate because he believed that the Nanabi, or you, killed your mother when he had vowed to himself to always protect more than himself. The 7 tails? Guess that's not the worst thing that happened to me. The worst was getting stabbed in the gut. So the Nanabi healed me? No, it was my tailed beast, the Kyuubi, and my brother here, Narushi." Naruto sighed, hugged Doc around the shoulders in his gesture. Who grinned at the recognition. "I had to use a bastardized Shosen no Jutsu with Kyuubi's Yuki instead of chakra. It was really hard to do cause I still can't do a mystical palm properly." "You have one sealed inside you as well?" Naruto's face grew grim. I don't consider him, one. I also don't consider him as in it. I think of him like a friend, family even. Like an uncle, a brother maybe. She frowned at the idea. Still, if his friend had healed her, she didn't mind. Arigato. Speaking of uncles, where's mine? He's outside and in a whole lot of pain. He looks like he might die soon from his wounds. Naruto answered. Narbare thought it would be best if you two got a little closure, as well as frightening him with the fact that you're alive. He grinned widely. She smiled back, and in that instant, Naruto admired how her face radiated happiness and mirth and swore to himself to strive to see it again. The moment ceased when she looked on at herself and noticed that she wasn't in her clothes but instead what looked identical to Naruto's. Where's my clothes? They were messed up really bad with your blood, so one of my brothers is washing them with cold water and bleach. You should have them back clean tomorrow. So whose clothes am I wearing? Mine. Now let's go. She let herself off of the high table and followed him out of the tent into the moonlit night. The air was filled with the bustle of activity as different boys were shoveling up what looked like ashes and burying it in a large hole, while others were sealing up miscellaneous items and carrying them off to another of the tents. There were what looked about 50 of them, and her first thought was where they had all come from. Her second thought was questioning herself on what could have burnt up the land this way, and leave smoke and steam rising up off of it. Who did this? Without looking back as he led her, he answered. It was my brother, Narukasai. He used a powerful fire jutsu to stop and destroy Fukura's clones. He was badly burnt, and he was the one who was covering himself with a blanket. He must be crazy strong, then. She rubbed her midriff and was faintly surprised to feel no pain. Wow, but wouldn't the blanket rub up on his skin and make it worse? Hi, he was getting healed by Doc, the one who spoke to you first. When he noticed you were waking up, he quickly put on the blanket so the sight of his burns didn't offend you. I don't know what to say. All of you sound really noble and chivalrous. Dying qualities, and all. We try. Naruto smiled. Anyway, here he is. He stopped walking and held out his hand to stop his companion 3 foot shy of what looked like a broken and badly burnt figure of a man. She read on in morbid fascination as the blackened person wearing what looked like burnt rags groaned as he opened an eye. Just kill me and be done with it, brat, the man rasped out. He did what looked like a small double take as he eyed the girl next to the boy. What the fuck? How the fuck are you alive? My clone killed you. I saw you bleed out. You're dead. Naruto smirked internally. Priceless. Wait till I share this memory with the others. Obviously not, 'cause I'm still alive, you prick. Fu said evenly. You used to love me. We were like family. Yeah, we were, that's all. You took Fugise from me, you demon bitch. He coughed horribly and cleared his throat. At least when I release this mortal form, I'll go be with her. No you won't. From all accounts, she's somewhere go. OD the woman I hope I can grow up to be while she trailed off. You belong in hell, anywhere, you're not in. Even if it's the stomach of the Shinigami, the man trailed off as well as his eyes dimmed. Then I'll gladly go. His exhale grew weak and became final as his life fled from him, a broken man. She turned away, a single tear came to her eye. She angrily swiped it away as she sat on the ash-covered ground. Not caring if the clothes she wore got soiled, Naruto squatted next to her and put an arm over her shoulder. How do you feel? They were like that for 10 minutes before she finally answered. I don't feel anything. I loved him, hated him, neutral to him, I just don't know. From what I can tell, he still loved you. He just hated the Nanabi, and something in his mind just wanted to find some reason. Some medium to avenge your mother on. My mom sacrificed herself for me and him. If not for anything else, that's worth something. I'm not gonna desecrate his body. He treated me good for the first half of my life anyway. Even though he stabbed you through a vital point less than an hour ago? Naruto smiled. They got back onto their feet and dusted themselves off. The next day, noon. A single rock marked the grave out by its lonesome, only seen if one were to look for it. One side of the rock had the number 7 feet, painted in white, and the other side, black. That was it. No name, no date. It was practically an unmarked final resting place, were it not for the stone. They all sat around the table that had a large blue tarpaulin shading it. All 14 teens sat around it, sipping cold water silently, as if they were waiting for something to happen. None did, but Naruto and Fu looked expectant. So, what happens now? Fu asked. That's what I want to know too. Narukasai said, wincing as he moved his hand to his cup. I nearly burned myself to death getting caught up in someone else's affairs. About that I'm really sorry for getting all of you involved. It's just that, you saw us, saw help, got a meal, we know. Naruto said, yeah, and nearly all of you get hurt in some way or another. Hurt? Injuries? Mine are really superficial and my brothers heal fast. Narukasai's gonna have to go easy for another week for his condition. What we want to know though, is what are you going to do? Thanks a lot, and I'm sorry for getting you all involved. The T-13 replied in a chorus of Guidashimashite, which slightly creeped her out. I was wondering if I could stay a little while longer. I don't want to go back to the village, but and to put it off for a little while longer. The longer I stay, the more likely they are to declare me a missing nin and start hunting me and put you all in more danger. That's fine, we got a couple of singles tents in storage. You can get one of them to sleep in. Naruto replied. Sounds good. Narbure, is it? The original Uzumaki sweat dropped. It's Naruto. All of you look the same. You all wear the same clothes? How am I supposed to know you all differently? Come to think of it, I really don't believe you are all brothers. We are, in a sense. I'm Naruto, but these are my clones. But they're like my own flesh and blood and that's what makes them my brothers. Here, Narcase cheered loudly. I'm ashamed to call him my brother. Narushi said, pointing at the wind using clone and they all laughed. Save for the brunt of the joke, who scowled heavily. They all introduced themselves to the girl and showed them their respective crests they wore on their chests. Shi-Rei lizzed that they all had separate talents in their respective fields and asked Naruto what he specialized in. I'm a bit of a jack of all trades. He answered simply. In his mind, it bugged him a bit, and realized that he would soon need to do something about that. Anyway, we call ourselves the Tenacious 13, he announced with a flair, trying to change the subject. It worked like a charm as they all cheered. Fu, on the other hand, was wondering what kind of boy Naruto was to create a team of clones, call them his brothers and live in the wilderness. What was up with that? By the end of a month, all 14 of them were living life out in the meadow as if they were born there. The T-13 had gotten used to the girl's presence and the girl, used to them. She knew them all by name and old identify them by their unique walking gaits, manners of speech, different builds and occasionally, if needs be, their symbols on their crests. The symbols were circles over their hearts with backgrounds with the focus of their abilities were represented by the content inside the symbol boundary. The symbol was also present on their backs, below the red writing of T-13. Narmazu was that of 3 water waves, each bigger than the last, the symbol dark blue. Narukasai was that of a flame with flickering symbols around it, the symbol red with yellow edges. Narcase was that of a whirlwind, D of black and threads of white inside it for emphasis. Nariwa was that of an oval-shaped brown boulder, with a few cracks at the edges and a large one down the middle. Narshaku was that of solid zag figure that was done in black that arced out twice in smaller bolts. Naruso was that of 2 kanais, shaped in an X, across each other. They were black with specks of red. Narashi was that of a single, plus, done in a radiant sky blue. Narbure was that of a red simple skull with a black X over the forehead. Narsensa was that of a small standing figure of black with a green 2 concentric green circles around it. Narkira's was that of a gray person's figure but it had red targets over the head and heart locations. Narkin was that of 4 swords set diagonally alongside one another. They were all black with gray edges. Nartai was that of a black fist, pointing upwards. Naruto was that of a red Uzumaki swirl inside his crest. Their days were mainly composed of training and reading, research on their specialties. For some unknown reason, Fu and Naruto tended to train together more often than not. They themselves just felt it normal to be in each other's companionship and no one made a big deal about it. Fu was taught all of the wind and water techniques Naruto knew to bring her up to speed. She was the one to have asked him for such a favor and Naruto being who he was, didn't refuse. If she was going to go back home soon, she might as well be able to look out for herself because no one else was going to. She even started using the gravity seal on herself but she was currently on Ni. She was making fast progress but her Jinchuriki's resilience could only get her so far. Speaking of which, pass the rice please, Narsensa. The censor clone obliged and Fu took it from him, and shared out another helping of the food to her bowl. What did the Kyuubi say? Naruto swallowed carefully before speaking. Having only to think to his brothers was a luxury, but with her around, it felt as if he was handicapping himself. No doubt his brethren felt the same way. He says it might be another 6 months to a full year before the seal weakens enough so you can communicate with the Nanabi. Come to think of it, Nana should have sensed my presence inside you and tried to make some contact from her end. Whatever seal that's on the girl, it was botched and is flawed. Kurama pointed out. He also says that the Nanabi should have tried to make contact already because of Kurama's presence is in proximity. Ask Fu when she's leaving. Really? Right now? You sound regretful. You're going to miss her, correct? Naruto cut the mental connection. Much to Kurama's chagrin, the Kitsune decided to use another connection through the clones to see what would happen, unbeknownst to Naruto. So, Fu, when are you leaving? Quote, I knew it. He does sound like he's gonna miss her. The boy's latching on to a kindred that suffered from a demon sealing. I'm thinking 10 days. I'm in no hurry to go back to the hovel I lived in. She scrunched up her nose as she recalled it. Oh, I'm leaving right about then, too. He would be damned if he didn't see her off and hopefully learn where she lived. Why, isn't this your home? You and your brothers live here, don't they? She asked in between mouthfuls. She had intended to visit when occasions permitted her, or rather give her a chance to skip out for a week when ready. Correction, Nartai butted in. He, or rather we, hail from Konoha, the village hidden in the leaves? Then why are you here, then? He got suspended from ninja duties for 3 months. Narcase chimed in. What? Long story. The original Uzumaki shrugged. One question and a long story later. Night had fallen and they were all around a fire penned in by rocks, lying in their separate and respective sleeping bags. But that's not fair, is it? Of course it was. Naruto defended the Sandaime. He was perfectly just and there was some leniency. Besides, if I wasn't suspended, it's safe to say you would have been killed by your crazy uncle. And not the good and funny kind of crazy. And I guess I wouldn't have met all of you either. You could have been more specific, you know. The wind clone said, I want to see if boss can blush. Fu quickly worked out what he was saying and blushed herself. If I had said I wouldn't have met him. Her count. RP bit the inside of his cheek to hold his poker face so he could suppress his own blush. Alright. I think that's enough for tonight. Good night everyone. They all answered their own unique responses and everyone snuggled deeper into their bags for more sleeping comfort. They all soon fell asleep sans one. The lone girl stared up at the full moon, remembering that it was scarcely a moon. That she nearly bled to death under the very same, looking at it. She had come far during the month and as far as she was concerned, she considered all of these boys her friends. It had been years since she had a hug, or got any form or a whisper of any emotional or friendly contact. She had thought that only insects could really be her friends and humanity as a whole was unredeemable, but held out longer, hoping for something. Or rather, someone to prove her wrong. Turns out she found just the person when in her lowest moment. He was there to protect and fight for her when she needed asylum. He fed her when she was hungry, refreshment when thirsty, cared for her despite her origins, healed her when she was on the brink of death and above all, became her friend when she needed one the most. They all were but Naruto. He was the real deal and from him they all got their ideals and moralities from. She blinked as she eyed what looked like pock marks on the moon. The whole thing kinda reminds me of a rattle I once had. That was when Fukira told me that mom had gotten it for me when I was born. Her breathing slowed as her eyes gently closed. In no time at all, she was in dreamland, where the sun always shined radiantly without blinding her and her mother was alive. The funny thing was, she had everything imagined, except for the face. 1 week later, 11 weeks total have passed. He shook her at the shoulder, trying to rouse her awake. Hey, wake up, she mumbled something incomprehensible in her sleep. He shook harder and she opened her eyes, completely groggy. Well, what time is it? It's about 7 in the morning. Go get cleaned up, we have to get going. She crawled out of her blankets and got out of her tent, followed by Naruto. She looked to the east and she shielded her eyes with the palm of her hand as the sun seemingly glared at her. She gradually opened up cracks in her fingers and glared right back, soon becoming increasingly used to it. She yawned as he saw the small camp of them bustling with morning activity. Ohayu, Fu, now go freshen up. Why so urgent? The Uzumaki looked as if he knew a secret but wouldn't tell. Just go, a quick bath in the river later. Fu came back fully clothed with a towel around her neck, only to find the T-13 looking anxious. If only she knew what was going on in their heads. Think she'll like it? Of course. But should it be more? What the hell do you think she'll need more than that for, huh? Just one could set her up for the next 10 years. This came from Naruto. Naruto wrung his hands in nervousness. Do you think she'll think I really like her or something just for doing this? Narcase rolled his eyes. Nah, we're all just ridiculously good friends. Of course she'll think so, dumbass. But not in the romantic kinda way. You know, of course. But I could be wrong, Narcase added as an afterthought, which only served to break the little nerve Naruto had mustered. Guys, why are you all standing around like that? She raised a questioning eyebrow. Naruto trailed off. Boss here wanted to give you something, Narkira replied, helping his creator out of his nervous fix. Really? What is it? She turned back to Naruto, staring him right in the eyes. He immediately retreated to his tent and came back with a large roll of palm-sized seals. He peeled off one and gave the rest to Narushi to store again in a new place. This is a seal, Naruto began. She can see that, genius. Narcase muttered. As I was saying, this seal is to make living in your village more tolerable. Since we plan to leave today, I thought that you should have it. My brothers agree. Sure, what kind of seal is it? She asked, eyeing the tag a bit distrustfully. She already had one seal mess up her life already. Fu had no need for another to finish the job. Money, he said simply. Money? But I don't have any money to put in a storage seal. She immediately began to think of her home sweet home. Now remembering it, she loathed the idea of having to return. At least Naruto's gonna follow me most of the way since he's gotta go home too. Hi, it's a storage seal, but it's already pre-filled with money. Really? Awesome. How much? She reached out for it but the boy held it out of her reach, giving her a dreaded headshake motion dubbed as tisk, tisk, tisk. Is that any way to behave? Naruto teased. Come on, you're giving it to me, aren't you? Seeing that he wasn't going to budge, she relented. May I have it please? Alright, hold out your right arm. Don't you mean hand? No, I mean arm. He grabbed her hand at the wrist and slapped the seal right on her arm at the biceps where she normally wore her HAKI. To her surprise, her ARM burned at the contact similarly to when she got her gravity seal. She wanted to pull away before she realized that the seal was tattooing itself on her. After a minute of the ministrations, the process was completed and Naruto removed the seal from her arm and dangled the now blank paper in her face where it soon turned to her ash and floated away. And that's it, you could have just said that. You were going to tattoo the damn thing. She rolled her eyes when she saw him grin smugly. Without further ado, she attempted to unseal something from it. A small gold lump emerged from it in a small puff of smoke and she observed it. What is this? It's gold. Gold? But that's much more valuable than just regular Ryo. Yeah, of course it is. Just one of those pieces is supposedly worth 10,000 Ryo. Adding the piece in your hand, you've got 100 of those pieces. 100 pieces? But that's 1,000,000 Ryo. You're welcome. Birds flew out of trees at the girl's next show. Uten life was squeezed out of a boy soon after in a crushing hug. Despite the pain, he enjoyed it. Thank you. She stopped for breath and was about to continue when Narcisa shushed her. That's quite enough. More than enough, thank yous, one might add. She blushed a little before she realized something. Wait a minute, how did you even get this? Remember when I told you about Kimyo Town? A short explanation, please, for a bit more, and unimportant details later. The mint-haired girl had completely settled down. Naruto was really one for planning ahead and had given her good reasons why she couldn't give more. He had been truthful in the past, so she didn't doubt his word that he said that he was going to share a good portion of it. He had even suggested that she create a henge alter ego in the village to spend it so as to not get cheated or be the victim of potential robberies should they ever find out that the precious metal was sealed in a near-invisible seal under her HAKI. They all had a quick breakfast and the two Jinchuriki packed their things as well as provisions for their trip back. They were soon ready to leave at 10 a.m. The farewell was really painful for Fu. It was really hard for someone to wish for something all their life and when they got it they had to let it go. She told them goodbye, each of them purrs only, and they all hugged and shook hands and the like. Naruto didn't make such a big deal about it, seeing that he could always contact them through the seal. The kunoichi was still ignorant of this fact, but she shrugged it off as due to the fact that they were all him when everything boiled down to the basics. I promise I'll come visit. Yeah, Yeah, don't be a stranger than all that. Narcase jested. But frankly, with you around, I started to lose weight. Ah, I don't eat that much. Yeah you do. She punched him in the shoulder which he rubbed trying to dull the pain. Geez, stop pretending it's not true. She was about to demonstrate the concept of facial rearrangement with her fist, but the assassination specialist tried to promote more goodwill by trying to calm her down on the fact that it was a joke. Saying goodbye one last time, Naruto and Fu hefted their things and dashed back to the forest and started tree-hopping away back home, leaving the clones to start their more destructive training. Releasing their gravity seals, the pair were like blurs through the trees, making good time. Naruto followed Fu a bit out of his way to Taki, and they were almost upon it by sundown. Their Jinchuriki stamina was a wonderful thing, and coupled with enhanced speed, the girl felt as if she had flown back to the village. She made a mental note to start training with her gravity seal at a more serious pace. She felt regret as she saw the great tree of her village tower over surrounding trees and stopped Naruto, not wanting to trip any sensors that might endanger the two of them, Fu especially when her situation was already compromised. That's far enough, Naruto. You can't follow me anymore. What, already? Are you Sue? Yeah, I'm sure. Oh, he really didn't want to leave her company just yet and was already missing her. He couldn't tell, but she was feeling the exact same. Maybe you could visit me in Konoha, or I could visit you here, huh? Sure. The two just stood there for who knows how long, looking at every which way but each other. Fu was the first that came to first, and before she could hesitate or lose her nerve, she planted a big kiss on the boy's cheek before she bounded off to her home, like a fleet-footed gazelle. Bye Naruto-kun. That was the last he heard of her before she practically melted into the tree line. Despite her attire of white, she was nowhere to be found. The stunned boy brought his hand to his face and tentatively touched the cheek where the contact was made and blushed. Bye Fu-chan, he whispered. His words was ba, rely heard by any creature that chanced by as the wind blew, rustling the leaves on the trees. He looked to where she had run off to and briefly entertained the idea of trying to catch up to her, but soon thought better of it. I probably shouldn't. He turned slowly and started tree-hopping back to Konoha. If one thing was sure, is that what he had once considered a curse of perfect memory was now only a blessing. He would never forget the girl with the smile he loved seeing. Even more so, he would never forget that kiss. Sigh, life is good, and to think, if I hadn't gotten suspended, I never would have met her. Funny how life works out. He soon made camp for the night and had a small supper of dry non-perishable food and went to bed early. His dreams were dominated by the girl with orange eyes and mint green hair who whispered in echoes, but nothing logical was heard. All right, sir, you're free to enter. The man nodded as he walked inside along with his family. The two gate guards, Azumo and Katetsu, stared at the family for a while before going back to full attention. They considered themselves important and vital to Konoha for being guardians and screening out all the undesirables from the good people, so they tried their utmost best at all times to do their jobs well. Besides, it was relatively safer than doing missions, and the pay was still the same. Azumo gazed out through the exit of the gates, but for some reason or another, he missed seeing something strike his face and a strange warm and somewhat sticky liquid run all over his face. What the egg, Tetsu turned to his companion and promptly got an egg to the face as well. To add insult to injury, they then got egged in the crotch as well with marvelous aim, making them appear to have pissed themselves. Who through that? Katetsu roared before looking in the direction of where the eggs came from. Inside the village was a small boy with brown hair in a red t-shirt and blue shirts. He also sported a play mask, but that wasn't the most outstanding thing about the boy. He was mooning the two chunin with his shorts around his ankles while slapping his own butt. Ha ha, take that ya big dummies. Azumo and Katetsu completely blew their stacks. Get, I am. The two men abandoned their post and chased the boy, who quickly pulled up his shorts and began sprinting away, creating quite a public spectacle. Others who watched the scene laughed at the scene, but the two men were unheeding as they ran after the boy to give him what for. A boyish figure with a hood over his head and a crest over high. Heart of an Uzumaki swirl came out of the bushes outside the gates and walked in, whistling a merry tune. He whistled all the way back to his home and entered through what seemed to be a new door. He shut it and stretched out on the bed inside the only bedroom of the apartment and sighed deeply. Well, that's that, Kami, I've missed my bed. He yawned and soon went to sleep. Soon, a small boy Wearing a mask entered the apartment via the door, removed the facial obstruction and unhanged himself, revealing himself to be Naruto's clone. The clone smirked a little before he dispersed himself. Although Naruto was asleep, the memories led every clone of the Uzumaki, far and wide, that he was back in the village. The remaining 12 in the wilderness momentarily smirked before going back to their training. The rest of the week went by slowly and Naruto was nearly going out of his mind with boredom. Just sit in his apartment, eat, do push-ups, eat some more and sleep. It wasn't in his nature to just sit around. No wonder Kurama ditched through the mental connection to talk to the clone I left here. Poor guy must have been bored to tears. He had fully analyzed the clone's memories and frankly, it was very entertaining. Although the clone had given some reports on what it was doing, he had purposely left out one would call the interesting part. He hadn't expected the Hinata development, but if one thing was sure, it started to raise a lot of questions in his mind, such as the one that he had created the team based off his distrust of Konoha's Genin Squad creations. If he now had the T-13 created, did he still have to put up with Team 8, or more specifically, Kurenai's bias, Shino's aloofness and Hinata's self-esteem? Or now that the team looked like it was on the right path for improvement, he no longer needed the tenacious 13? He wasn't, by any means, to tell his brothers to off themselves so he could get their knowledge. He had bonded with them but bringing them on Konoha's missions in the future could cause unforeseen problems with questioning. He could guess a few of them though. Where did they come from? How, when and why did you create them? What's with that T-13 crap they have on their clothes? Perhaps in time, they could be revealed with no questions asked, but surely, not anytime soon. Knock knock. He was broken out of his musings. Who is it? It's me, the voice on the other side of the door said. It sounded like Iruka. Oh, what do you want? Naruto asked simply, not harshly, but not exactly welcome either. He reached for his goggles on his dresser and quickly put them on. Are you dressed? I want to come in. Sure, enter. The knob turned and Iruka let himself in but stayed on the entry mat. Do you know what day it is? He grinned. Uzumaki knew but he decided to pretend not to. Friday? Well yeah, but something else. Guess. Laundry day, right? Yumino chuckled. I know you know. Come on, one more time. Nope, I don't know. Iruka replied by slowly bringing his hand to hit I-8 while Naruto looked, barely interested. He finally touched it and Naruto finally adopted a look of realization. Yeah, it's over today. Hell yes. The boy fist pumped in the air. Iruka took out Naruto's forehead protector from one of his vest pockets and tossed it to him. The boy caught it neatly in his palm and gazed at his reflection in it. Iruka must have spent some time shining it to give to him. Arigato. Looks really shiny. Done it myself. Like it? I know some of the veterans like theirs lackluster so it doesn't reflect light at night. It's great. Besides, if anyone finds me at night if they're lucky enough, they'll wish they hadn't. There ya go. Come on. Hokage-sama's waiting to give back your license card to you. Yumino waited a couple minutes for Naruto to put on his more ninja-like clothing and hit I-8 to look more presentable before they left the apartment through the door. Soon, they were walking through the busy streets and maneuvered around the people. They briefly conversed close to the end of the journey but it was mostly one-sided, namely that of Iruka asking the blonde questions, trying to figure out how things were from his end. He had realized that this was a new Naruto and whatnot from 3 months ago, beating people with batons and cutting off their heads and whatnot, but he really thought he would be more pumped. As if he really had changed overnight. Come to think of it, he hadn't even wanted to speak with him during his suspension. Why would he do so today? They NCED their arrival at the door and were permitted to be let inside by the Sandame. Said old man smiled nearly unnoticeably as Naruto approached his desk. Without any ado, he gave the boy his ninja sense card and the boy was a bit baffled. That's it? You just give it to me without any form of prior ceremony? Afraid so, Naruto-kun. Unless you would like for me to hold onto it a little while longer for safekeeping? Hell no, I need this so I can practice blowing shit up. Naruto, language, Iruka chastised. The boy did a double take before he obliged. So sorry, I meant, heck no. I need this to practice blowing crap up. You know, saying it like that takes away a lot of emphasis. I didn't mind all that much, so long as you don't speak more candidly than that. Hiruzen replied, so Naruto, the D ranks have piled up again, mind helping Konoha out and your fellow genin a bit? The boys started laughing and Iruka joined in, but Naruto stopped abruptly. "No, you got shot down, Iruka," the Sandame said, "and I don't blame him. Most of those missions are horrible." Iruka chucked embarrassedly, but Naruto fidgeted. "Well, if that's all, it's been 3 months since I've used a Bunshin Daibakua. The destroyed training ground 4 needs to stay that way." Later, the boy ran away out the door quickly, ignoring the Sandame's calls to wait. And really, who could blame him? Throughout the next week, Naruto adopted his previous training regimen in Training Ground 4 as well as training with the rest of Team 8, minus the whole crap about doing a shit ton of D-rank missions. Keeping in mind his 3 million Ryo worth of gold in 3 seals just under his armpit on his side. He really didn't need that pittance that earned, and besides, he could do without all the memories that came with the odd jobs. Nothing much happened until Kurenai had gone to the Hokage to request another C-rank mission after mustering up the nerve to do so. The botched last one still provided vivid images of the massive fireball in the sky she had witnessed, and the last thing she needed was another one. It went normally, per se. They went to the Hokage's office, asked for a mission, but instead of a D rank to promote safety and teamwork, they asked for a C-ranked one instead. "Yeah, what have you got there?" "I've got a couple escort and protect missions. There's one to Suna, one to Taki, and one to Wave," Iruka told the red-eyed woman. Naruto's eyes widened full open. Taki, Wave, holy shit. His mind raced at millions of miles per hour as Kurenai hemmed and hawed in the background, trying to decide which one to take. From the sound of things, it sounded like she was leaning towards the escort to Takigakure. I could still turn her decision either way. What to do? I miss my family in Wave. And I miss Fu. I could visit either of the two based on the one we take. Decisions. Kurenai ruminated. We'll take the one to Wave, Naruto suggested, his face as as composed as the Sandame's himself. Why Wave? Its location looks good on the map, the boy answered, and in truth, he had always thought that. Well, we might as well do that one. I still can't make up my mind anyway. Even though that sounds like a unique reason for Wave. Kurenai eyed the Uzumaki, who was relentless. Seeing no cracks, she ceased her red-eyed stare and looked over the Ms. Scion details in the document she took from Yumino. Alright, Sarutobi clapped his hands once in anticipation. Tazuna-san, you may enter. Naruto's breath hitched in his throat. The doorknob turned in. A middle-aged man entered through the now accessible doorway. Naruto suddenly found it difficult to breathe. His team were all closest to the door and he behind them, being closest to the Hokage's desk. Even more so, everyone was facing the door, including himself, so the only person who would see his current discomfort would be the Hokage and Iruka behind him. Abandoning his efforts to breathe, he decided to just hold his breath and get his heart rate under control. It was beating so quickly and loud in his ears, he was almost convinced that it was deafening the others as well. Tazuna, is it really my adoptive grandfather? It could be someone else after all. Why would he be here of all places? His mind accelerated beyond what could be deemed as normal processing speeds, lengthening his perception of time. While he had thought the Sandame had announced the name ages ago, it was less than 30 seconds. Naruto observed the man, dressed in simple clothing that appeared weathered as well as sporting salt and pepper hair. Heavier on the salt more than last time he had seen him. He had a small flask of moonshine liquor in his hand and the smell of it came off of him in pungent waves. Except for a few minor changes to his appearance, it wasn't arguable. This man was in fact the Tazuna he knew and who helped raise him. Thinking of the man's humorous behavior back in those days made him smile to himself and his heart lightened up on its erratic beating. What if he creates a scene if he recognizes me? Then everything that happened when I was small will be revealed because he lacks subtlety. What if Tsurugigi is already suspicious of me? Tazuna's eyes started scanning the team in front of him. It first landed on Kurenai, then Hinata. Shino would be next in the order, given his proximity. Almost becoming alarmed but hiding it well, Naruto pulled the hood of his clothing over his head casually, the shadow it casted over his face hiding it well. Shino being scrutinized, Tazuna looked to the final member and stared at him the longest. This was now taken notice of by Kurenai. Tazuna-san? The man did not answer. The boy in front of him who had nearly all of his feature hidden reminded him of a little boy who had lived with him, long ago. He had worn clothing similar to his when he lived there. In fact, this could very well be Naruto. After all, This was Konoha. No, this was where he lived. He had searched a bit since coming, trying to find out where Naruto lived so he could visit him, to at the very least speak with him. He loved the boy like his own family, and why shouldn't he? He was family, blood or not blood related. He was discouraged to find that most people just told him that he was dead, or tell him not to bother because he was nothing but trouble. In short, he had spent 3 days looking and about ready to leave, and he still hadn't found him. He was ready from yesterday and had stalled from then, till now, trying to find the boy before he left again. Yesterday, he insulted the team from yesterday, saying that the guy with one eye didn't look reliable and the genin were at each other's throats so much, he was afraid for his own, should he ever accepted their help. That was putting it nicely. The man decided that his team wasn't ready for the mission either, based on the older man's observations of his students. Tazuna got one more day and he was recalled today to the Hokage's waiting room. If only he hadn't put urgent on his mission dilemma. He saw the team and he was wondering what he could say to refuse them. Kami knows that I am not going to insult a woman. Again, anyway, that's gotten me into too many problems. Apart from that, the boys look serious. Do you have anyone more experienced? Don't want to kick the bucket on the highway. Tazuna quipped. I assure you, Tazuna-san, my team is well able to take on a simple, C-rank mission. Kurenai answered. Besides, Naruto there took down a Junin with next to no help. She added in her mind. That's the problem. This is not just a C-rank mission. That's true, I suppose. So they are all well seasoned then? Kurenai wasn't sure how to answer that. Veteran genin? Absolutely not. Shino? I'd give him a half. Hinata? Certainly a no. Naruto? Well, I'd give him a half as well. That whole Kimyo thing is a bit assuring that he is capable. Am I coming to reasonable terms with him? No, but this is a C-rank mission. They should be able to handle any bandits, and should any low-level ninja actually show up, like a Chunin. Based on pure chance, I might add. She leveled the older man a stare that made him sweat a little. She knew of the practice when clients sometimes applied for a C-rank mission, just to save some extra Ryo and hope that Junin sensei is strong enough to handle any unforeseen problems. She continued, my genin have proven themselves able in the past. She figured this based on their tactics when they were sparring with her, as well as the two males' reasoning skills and Naruto's well-rounded off-prowess. Not to mention what he did to training ground 4, multiple times in fact, if the explosions that were heard ever since was anything to go by. Tazuna saw that there was no way out, not to mention that the Hokage and his ninja aide might get suspicious of him scrutinizing and refusing every genin team he got. But he would be damned if he didn't stall a bit longer. Well, I suppose that's fine. I'll be doing some construction work and the mission entails that I might need some guarding while doing so from hooligans. He lied through his teeth as if he had practiced it. They like to harass hard-working people. In order to give some time to pack for an extended stay, we'll leave at noon. Just under 2 hours from now. That's fine. Tazuna nodded at the response. He slowly turned and left the room. As he was walking out of the tower, he tried to make out the face hidden by the hood. Why would he hide it? He saw that it was off when he entered in the background of his vision, but he knew not why the boy would cover it. If only he had focused on him first, he thought. Inside the office, Iruka asked the Uzumaki why he pulled up his hood. It perplexed him, and the Hokage himself had taken note of the same action and the boy's obvious reaction when he heard the name. Breathe easy, Naruto. Focus on Fu. Yeah, that'll work. Naruto pulled it back down and showed that he was smiling. I did it because I don't want people outside of the village to see my face. It would keep me out of the bingo book, was what I thought. Like after what happened back in Kimyo. I see, Sarutobi answered. But wouldn't it be best if you showed the client your face? It would promote more trust. Naruto smiled wider. I just might. Anyway, let's go pack. As soon as he left, Naruto put the hood back on and created several clones. He quickly told them mentally to find Tazuna, and they all sprinted off in random directions. As Naruto began scanning the streets for his grandfather, all the other existing clones, particularly the members of T-13, were chattering excitedly about the man. I can't wait to meet him, Narcase hollered mentally. Almost immediately, Naruto sensed him suffer some physical pain. No doubt one of his other brothers had shut him up. Narashi and Narkira were prone to do this. The boy continued searching and soon gave up looking from street level. He leapt up to a nearby building and started running along the supported frame edges of the roof. While riskier because of the increased chance of losing balance and falling, it was a lot easier on the roof and made less damage and even lesser noise. He ran while scanning the ground below, focus truly helping him by being completely balanced on it while he ran on the narrow ledge. He had used an hour and still no Tazuna. Wait a minute, Naruto stopped. He would have gone to his dwelling space to pack. He must be in an inn or hotel. Speaking of which, I haven't packed yet. He brought his hands together to form the cross hand seal and silently created another shadow clone. Go pack for me, you know what I'll need. Use the storage seal in the top dresser drawer. The clone nodded before his body flickered away in a swirl of leaves. Returning to his current task, he mentally informed his shadow clones that he had recently created to look for the man in all the cheap inns and hotels, counting on the fact that if his clothing and frugal lifestyle was anything to go by, he wouldn't stay anywhere expensive. He himself went for the nearest one, being only 100 feet away from actually landing on the roof. Once arriving, he strafed silently to the edge of the building overlooking the alleyway and let himself fall down. He landed in a perfect safety tap on the ground, bending his knees a little less than 90 feet and supporting the rest of his falling weight on his hands between his angled knees. He got up and did a henge to look like what he believed could pass for a civilian and strode out. He then entered the inn and made his way to the front desk. Upon reaching it, he called for some service. An ed woman got up from a low stool and extended a welcome to the disguised boy. He slowly let her down before asking if she accommodated his grandfather, only not so literally. I'm looking for my grandfather, Tazuna of Wave Country. He and I got separated when we entered the village. Hi, he's here. He came back in not too long ago. Score. He could not believe his luck. He quickly informed his clones to disperse before he refocused back on the woman. I know that it might be wrong to ask this, but could you tell me where his room is? She told him the room detail and he thanked her, wishing her good day. She responded with a hearty-looking smile and he left straight away for the man's room. With Tazuna, the man hurriedly packed his things, practically throwing them into his small suitcase. The sooner he got this done, the more time he had to look for Naruto one last time. Finally getting in his clothing and other hygienic tools and such, he tossed in his liquor that he had purchased. Finally, he slammed the suitcase shut but it wouldn't close. He grunted and slammed it shut but it wouldn't lock on its catch. Getting frustrated, he took out one of his bottles and then slammed it shut. This time, it stayed. He tore off the cork with his teeth and was about to chug it down when he heard a knock at the door. Naturally, he wasn't expecting anyone, so he called out, asking for a name. Who is it? Your grandson. What? Inari's back at home, and I don't know anyone with a voice like that. What's your name? Just open the door. Geez, to think that my family tried to look for me and now they don't want to see me. TCH. The man did a double take and ran to the door and pulled it open almost savagely. All he beheld was a brown-haired youth in a kimono who stepped past him into the room. The bridge builder started to panic, but when the young man poofed into smoke, it cleared, revealing the boy with the hooded face from earlier. Wah, what do you want? Tazuna stuttered. The boy pulled back the facial obstruction, revealing a whiskered visage coupled with spiky blonde hair. The boy grinned as he took in the man's startled and yet realization-filled face. Hey, Oji-chan, Naruto. The Uzumaki quickly shushed the man. Don't say my name, here. The man was now confused. Why not? It's not that I'm ashamed or anything, but I'm still fairly hated by the village. They don't know our relation. They don't even know about me leaving to go to Wave. He whispered, the tone warning the man to be discreet. I had to cover my face in the office so you wouldn't recognize me and make some sort of outburst. But what? We'll talk in Wave. Just don't make any kind of scene in front of my team when you're around me. Naruto started getting a sense of foreboding mid-speech, although he had no idea why. He picked up an opened bottle of liquor on the bedside table and re-corked it. And Ka-chan told you to stop drinking. He pocketed the bottle and shinned in a poof of smoke. Tazuna only watched the smoke dissipate before he spoke. What was that all about? He muttered to himself. Suddenly realizing what Naruto did, he rushed to the window and yelled. Gimme back my sake, damn it. Back in front of his apartment building, he tossed the bottle in the dumpster to the side and bounded up the steps. Only a half hour left now and his clone was no doubt still packing or just finishing up. He stepped inside his apartment, only to find a knapsack packed with his things on the couch and a storage seal next to it. He took it up and sealed the one in the there before tattooing himself with the storage seal on his upper arm, just below the shoulder. He became puzzled, not recalling his clone's memories, and continued going through the rooms. Entering the bathroom last, he saw the clone cleaning his baton and efficiently greasing its catches to ensure that it was released easier and more fluently in the future. Upon seeing his creator, the clone nodded to him before closing the baton with a click and tossed it to him. Naruto caught it and placed it in its holster on his back, at the waist, and nodded back to his doppelganger. Said imitation dispersed, and soon, Naruto was running back to the gates to be on time. Along the way, he realized that he did not appear to have packed anything. If so, the gate guards would suspect that he was using storage seals. And while searching him for the seals and finding it, they would start inquiring if he had a permit for using and creating seals. Even worse, they might find his gravity seal and his gold eel, and everything from there would be a huge mess, including how he got that when he was in the village the whole time. He stopped for a minute, roll up his shirt sleeve to unseal his knapsack and put it on, unfurling the rolls. He began running again and made it to the gates 10 minutes early. He leaned against the guardhouse near the gate while he began to puzzle why Tazuna needed guards while he worked. Kurenai was conversing with the guards, probably having logged her team for departure already. All they need was for Tazuna to show up and sign his name so they could all leave. "Hey, Naruto." He looked up in the direction of the voice to see one of the Chunin guards beckon to him. He walked over, beginning to wonder if they suspected him of anything, namely if anyone matching his current description had walked into the village brazenly, or if it was about the prank his clone had distracted them with. He mentally prepped himself to lie if needs be. "What is it?" "There were some things we heard," Kotetsu stated. "Alright, just focus and don't stutter when answering." "About what?" "It's about you being outside of the village," Azumo added. "Oh shit, oh shit, oh shit." He nodded for them to continue, maintaining his cool exterior. "Is it true about you fighting Shida to the death with barely any help in Kimyo Town 3 months ago?" Haruka and Ko won't stop talking about it in the barracks. "That? Thank Kami. It's true." "Why so hesitant?" "Any and every bit of help is valuable," he answered Kotetsu. "True, but the way they were talking is like they were getting in the way and you pulled the most weight. Even when you continued fighting when he turned so many acres into a horrible area to be in. Even your idea with getting the tags." "Really?" He raised an eyebrow. "Hi, we could hear the explosion and see a part of it over the trees." "Alright, enough of that." Kurenai butted in, making the two Chunin roll their eyes. "Guess someone's jealous since they skipped out on a mission too early." Azumo grinned, making the woman fume. "I'm not jealous. My team and I could have handled the mission. Are you doubting my prowess and rank?" "No." A cough sounding like the word coward could be heard from the two men. It was responded to with an icy, red-eyed glare from Yuhi. In her mind she started to wonder if the views that the two Chunin just shared were what others thought as well. Naruto, some kind of hero who outlasted all peril, while she, a coward who ran away as soon as difficulty increased. She needed to save some face. Tazuna ambled up to the team from seemingly nowhere. "Ah, I suppose we're all ready then?" The two Chunin fell back into their roles promptly. "So you're the client? Please sign your name for your departure." The man complied, and soon they were walking out of the village at a modest pace, one that the bridge builder from Wave could pace himself well in. Kurenai walked in the lead, just a step or two ahead of Tazuna, Naruto to the man's right, Hinata on his left, and Shino at the back. Said boy was seemingly and constantly muttering to himself. The rest of Team 8 presumed that he was conversing with his insects and tried to strike one up with themselves. Mainly that of which Hinata started by asking Tazuna about where his bridge would span between. "Why, it'll be my best and most impressive work yet," he replied with a grin. "I plan to link the coast of the harbor that's offshore directly to the mainland. It'll be like a plaque or something, saying I made a huge accomplishment when this is all over. I've been an architect for a lot of building projects, but nothing even half as impressive as the blueprints for this." "That's good to know," she replied in her quiet way. The Junin sensei of the team too. Okay, note of how Hinata had finally rid herself of her speech quandary and now spoke without any stuttering. While she had noticed her improve in this area, mostly around 1 to 2 months ago, she knew not how the girl had achieved it. "Say, Hinata-chan, I notice how you've completely stopped stuttering. Was it your parents who—" "No, Kurenai-sensei. Naruto-kun helped me." "Oh, Naruto. Wait, Naruto, Hold on, she interrupted me mid-sentence. It's like she's a completely new girl. How come? Naruto kissed his teeth and grumbled something unintelligible, but the woman tried to ignore it, focusing on her female student. He's been getting me to do some confidence and assertive exercises. She wisely avoided saying that he had taught her the mystical palm technique, among some other things, knowing that it might cause him trouble for doing so when he was on suspension. He was very helpful. Is that so? Oh yeah, that's so, Naruto said firmly. He did not need any drama with this woman. What with him going to wave? He was finally going to see his family again. He was going to see his Ka-chan, Otuto, Tusan. Nothing could ruin that moment. It's been too long. I presume Wave has no ninja alliance or trained ninjas for that matter? Shino suddenly asked. No, we have no ninja, although from time to time one sees them, but they're only hired muscle, like you now. The man replied. He couldn't help but think of Gato and his plethora of bandits and ninja alike at his beck and call, wondering if he had made a bug mistake. His grandson was right here on the mission for Kami's sake. He was still a genin. He could get killed for trying to tackle this mess. And what was all the hullabaloo about him still being hated? Was it linked to how he was treated by the villagers when he was younger, forcing him go to wave? That sounds reasonable, the boy said straightly before talking to the inside of his collar once more. He shrugged off the behavior as normal when he saw that his other protectors seemed to accept it. He refocused on walking and sometimes stole glances at his grandson, taking in his appearance. He's definitely grown. Look at his jaw. It's well on its way to becoming perfectly squared. No baby fat, or any fat to be seen for that matter. His limbs were all lean with extremely developed muscles, even now more than when he trained while he was still with them. He was fit for, look alive, Kurenai yelled. Bandits suddenly started coming out and from behind trees, each with a homemade weapon of their own. Most seemed like simple gardening tools, spiced up to aid their fighting and melee styles. And seeing the men and single woman, Hinata, Shino and Naruto sprang to life, but they were already surrounded. Tensing themselves for potential harm, they maintained their vigil in case this got out of control. Well, look at that. A bandit licked his lips while alternate leaning his weight on one leg, then the other. We got two little boys playing ninja. An old man and two girls with some really exotic-looking eyes. Naruto spat to one side. Kami, you would think that bandits knew that being one was bad for their health. And yet, they continue in that line of work. TCH. The air grew deathly silent as the highway robbers processed what Naruto said. Kill the blonde idiot first. The sole female bandit shouted. They all charged at the group of travelers who stood their ground. Sans Tazuna, who cowered a bit in the middle of their presence. Hinata formed the unique hand seal that activated her bloodline limit. Shino started releasing his Kakeic, who from his sleeves, and Kurenai began weaving genjutsu to fool her opponents. Naruto took out his baton and proceeded to break some bones. Shino fought in tandem with Kurenai in disabling the bandits with their primary abilities. Before killing them, that deed was mostly done by Kurenai by cutting their throats when they were stricken with genjutsu paralysis, and Shino allowing his Kikaichu to bite certain places to make the robbers bleed to death, namely jugular veins in the neck, axillary arteries in the arms and femoral arteries in the legs. 1 second, the bandits would be fine. Another second, they felt something bite them in the vital spot. Then the next one, their life liquid poured out of their bodies in a gout. A tourniquet to lessen bleeding from those places was near impossible. The Uzumaki kicked away his incapacitated bandit and he inadvertently stumbled to Hinata, who finished him off with a few jabs to knock him out. He looked over his shoulder at his grandfather trying to hide behind him and sighed internally. He didn't blame him. The man had no fighting experience and he couldn't expect him to defend himself, and especially not when he was being paid to. Besides, he was young and able-bodied while Tazuna was approaching the mid-60s. With that in mind, he refocused his attention on the bandits streaming out of the trees yet still running towards him with their weapons at the ready. He noticed that Hinata would become overwhelmed quickly if she fought beside him, or anywhere on the battlefield for that matter, while he would bear the brunt of the bandits' wrath for saying what he did. No doubt quite a few would target her instead. Pardon him for being sexist and overly critic, but her level of the Jiyuken was not up to par, as well as a bit weak in the arms for being a girl. Kami help him if Fu found out he had ever had the gall to think that, even if it were just a one-time thing. Only once, he could say. Isolated incident, he could insist, but He would get a haymaker to the jaw and she did not hold back. Well, I don't need to hold back. Besides, my reserves are that of a cage's right now. He put the baton in his left hand and let his right hand find his weapon's pouch. Quickly taking out 3 shuriken grip between his fingers, he threw them all at once, the knives each taking root in a bandit's neck and taking 3 lives at the same time. They choked on their blood and fell on their backs before ultimately becoming still and lifeless. Seeing this, most of the thieves only became hesitant to confront him and charged instead at Hinata. Well, the number's 3 less, but they're only going towards her instead. He retook his baton in his right hand and his tanto in the left, using a reverse grip. I could spam some clones B. They could get in the way in this small space in the road, not to mention confuse my teammates if they can just kill a clone in their way to get to their opponent, hoping it's not me. Well, I doubt Kurenai would have any second thoughts. Anyway, with a great sigh, he walked over to the girl's side and slowly blinked. Tazuna-san, please go and hide behind the oak that's behind you. This might get a little unnerving. This is unnerving already, the man replied in a half yell before hauling ass to the tree where he peeked from behind it. He actually decided to take a bottle from his suit case and drink some more liquor in an effort to calm his fraying nerves. I'll laugh about what I'm doing later, he decided, popping off the cap. The 5 of them reached the 2 genin at the same time and began trying to hack or bludgeon the 2 of them, albeit unsuccessfully. Sidestepping a dropping axe, Hinata thrust her 2 palms into her foe's gut, making him topple onto his side and gasping for air. She immediately had to duck a thick piece of dry bamboo and stepped closer to the inside of the man's guard and gentle-fisted him on his right arm, gripping the bamboo. He dropped it and clutched his aching wrist. Fuming in anger, he tried to backhand the girl with his good arm but promptly received another jab to that wrist as well. His arms now useless, he tried kicking the girl but he himself got thrust-kicked in the groin. Courtesy of Naruto, he was all serious, brutally efficient and calculating. He stomped the fallen man in the stomach, ignoring his wheezing for air before eyeing the closest 3 bandits. Ducking what appeared to be a rusted sword, he swept the attacking man off his feet with his baton to the man's ankles. The bandit howled in pain as he fell uncontrollably to Naruto's level. The boy merely stabbed the man right in the chest, right between the 4th and 5th rib. Gah! The man screamed through his teeth in his dying pains, fearing that he was now to die, i.e. from his heart being pierced through and through. Quickly getting up, Naruto barely avoided a staff with nails embedded all over at the top of it by sidestepping the man. Acting quickly, he counted as he squinted his eyes. 1. He struck the bandit right in the crook behind the knee. 2. He then nailed the bandit in his lower back as the pained man fell to his knees. 3. The bandit W. As starting to lean back to fall to the ground when Naruto swung the baton for the 3rd and final time, as hard as he could, straight to the back of the man's head. For a brief second, the man's head exploded in pain before he was knocked out, passing into the black. To Hinata looking on, all she saw Naruto did was swing his hand 3 times, almost at the place while the man suffered in 3 places. All in a blur. Gara, a man of nearly impossible size, yelled as he brought his large war hammer down onto Hinata's position. Reacting quickly, Naruto threw his baton at the man's face, upping him mid-swing, and he accidentally brought his weapon on his own foot, smashing his foot into a bloody and horrible paste. The Goliath of a man was about to scream in pain when Naruto ran at him and jumped when he had enough momentum, crashing right into the man's chest, knees first. The man fell and toppled backwards right onto his back, his wind knocked out of him. But that as one thing left his chest, another thing entered. As they landed, Naruto stabbed the man's chest, a bit closer to his neck, and then rolled off to get rid of the extra momentum to the right, avoiding the man's head, while leaving his tanto in the man's chest. Grunting in pain, the man yanked it out, but he only succeeded in making himself bleed freely. He tossed the knife away and got back onto his feet, blood sta, ironing his dirty gray vest and making it stick to his chest. He had no idea what the hell got punctured or hurt in his chest, but he would be damned if he didn't avenge the brat who did the deed. Naruto looked up at the man who towered above him like a bloody giant. He looked to one side and saw his baton. Taking it up again, he stared at the man again, as if in a challenge. Kurenai was busy tying up the lone female who was also the ringleader for the thugs. She was the last bandit still conscious, or alive, if one were to go that far. Naruto had just finished off the last male one by striking the man at his joints with his baton, as well as his sides while darting around him. In fact, Naruto doubted that it was he that did so because Hinata had jabbed the man a few times while he was preoccupied with him. In fact, by the time everything was said and done, the woman still unnamed got killed by a genjutsu after trying to escape her bonds. The dead bandits were all heaped in a burning pile. And some chunin from the leaf chanced by on patrol and arrested the bandits still alive. And Tazuna was tipsy from his liquor. Naruto face palmed as he saw the man trip over a rock in the road and nearly fall before correcting himself. "Why would you drink while we were fighting?" The man chuckled. "I dunno, brat, let's just keep moving," he said in a slur. Shino stopped walking and turned to his Junin teacher. "I think we should just make camp for the night because our progress is too slow with Tazuna-san's inebriation. We would be well rested, able to confront any trouble or unforeseen adversities tomorrow." The rest of the team sighed in agreement. At 9 p.m., Naruto came back out of the woods with a double armful of dry branches and set them close by the fire, tending to it when the fuel burnt low. As he placed down the large bundle, he eyed Hinata as she stared at her hands. "Something wrong?" "It's nothing. Nothing is something when you boil down to basics," he replied as he sat next to her. "But I can tell you're thinking about what happened earlier today." Naruto sighed as he took up a long stick and poked pieces of wood at the edges closer to the nucleus of the flames. You're thinking about the bandits we killed. I was thinking about how I saw you kill them. I only went for points I could target to knock unconscious while you just killed them as if they were a hindrance. I have that issue with myself a lot. Back in Kimyo Town when I killed Shida, I had premeditated on it. I had made up my mind to do so and it was my first kill. People normally make a big deal about killing and I have the same ideal. The truth is, I killed those people to ensure that they didn't hurt others. You knocked out some of them. Why not all of them? Surely, you were able," she inquired. He took out his kunai from his pouch and held it out. Twirling it on his finger a few times, he spoke again. "You have kunai with you, don't you? What do you think they were made for?" She did not answer. With a shrug, he threw the knife up in the air and held his hand out flat. The girl only stared as it landed back in his palm by the tip, staking itself in his palm. If it had had more force behind it, it probably would have stabbed right through. She gasped. "Your hand, why did you?" He took it out and allowed her to take his hand while she used Shozen to heal it. Kunai, while able to be utilized by the ring at the bottom to knock people out, their original function is to cut, pierce and to stab. Generally, it's made to be thrown, and with its design, it meets its target point first. I understand and yet you carry this weapon with you. Did you intend to use it for cutting vegetables or something? My point is that as a kunoichi, you should repair yourself for the eventuality that you'll kill sooner or later. I know, I apologize for holding the deed against you, it's just that it's like you became a whole different person once you started fighting. Like you became a killer. I only adopted that nature because if I allowed myself to be even half serious, I could lose my life, or make the mistake of letting you lose yours. If I had even kept my original nature at the surface, it could become tainted with the violence of my actions. That's why I may seem bipolar at times. The Uzumaki figured this was a decent enough argument to defend himself. His genin teammate finally finished healing his hand and looked thoughtful, trying to ruminate on what he said. Deciding to let her be, he left her side and went over to Shino and Kurenai. "So who's taking the first watch?" "Clones and Kikaichu. All night, all night, all night, somewhere else." "Well, that's the last day and still no bridge builder, Zabuza." Gozu and Maizu stood on the tree branch while looking down on Zabuza and his apprentice. Zabuza continued poking his goose meat that turned over the fire spit. He decided that it was not yet ready and finally acknowledged the demon brother's statement. "I know." Zabuza was as imposing sitting down as he was standing, sporting bandages that wrapped around the lower half of his face and neck like a scarf. He was currently shirtless but he wore baggy, pinstriped pants and arm warmers. His legendary blade, Kubi Kiribocho, was stabbed and stayed in the ground next to him. The whole length and size of it was larger than anyone, or even two people put together. The apprentice wore a fairly standard Kurigakure outfit that stopped at the knees. Over this, a green haori was worn with white trimmings which matched the WH.ITE bun holder in their hair and allowed for two locks of hair to be loose and frame the face. Said face was hidden by a white intimidating Kurigakur hunter nin mask, and this look was completed with brown platoon sandals. Gozu and Maizu were wearing little more than worn clothing, and the only outstanding detail about them was that they each had large metal gauntlets with a large shuriken launcher with chain installed in it. One wore his on his left hand and the other, right. They stood what they believed was a safe enough distance from the demon of the hidden mist, just in case they had to flee from him. One did not simply get up and complain or remind the killer things he didn't like hearing. Said man merely closed his eyes. So what's next? Maybe he's hiding out in Konoha. That's where we found out that he left to go to. Maybe he's hiring ninja, Maizu said seriously. He doubted that they didn't really have any ninja able to beat Zabuza. But what about his brother and himself? Why didn't really have an extensive knowledge of techniques? I doubt it. Man's too poor, Zabuza growled. Besides, he knew that Gato would want him dead. He's probably hiding. Can we infiltrate the village to kill him? Gozu asked more to himself hopefully. Don't be a fucking idiot, Gozu. We're too well known. All the ninja there would just hurl hundreds of jutsu at us before we even made 100 feet of the gate. I'm not thinking of me, sir. I'm thinking of Haku. Haku? The man stared into the flames and turned his meat again. What do you think, Haku? The apprentice appeared have been experimenting with ice while listening. Without even turning their head, the person answered. I don't have any paperwork or identification. So I can't go there under any guise. Mentally, they abhorred killing and was trying to find excuses to not go and murder a defenseless old family man. Zabuza and the others accepted the excuse anyway without knowing it was one. That's true. We've wasted 3 weeks waiting out here. Exactly, Maizu exclaimed. All the wildlife have gone, so there's no meat to hunt. We're almost out of food. It'll run out in a day, and furthermore, we can just wait and wave if he ever comes back. His family's still there, no? Zabuza reached into the flames and grasped his meat. Taking it out again and ignoring the burning pain, he pulled down his bandages hiding his face. Revealing his serrated teeth, he promptly tore into the meat like a savage shark. The others did not even bat an eyelash, having seen this before. Swallowing chunk of meat, Zabuza turned to the brothers. We leave at 6 a.m. Hi, 9 a.m. Tazuna was roused awake by someone shaking his shoulders. Wa, Ohayu, Tazuna-san, Naruto, what time is it? He squinted at the blurry image of his grandson. Time to leave, the reply came. The man's eyes regained focus and his view of the boy became clear. He crawled out of his sleeping bag and stood up, stretching. Well, time to hit the road. But first and foremost, where's my breakfast? 1/2 hour breakfast later, they continued walking to Wave Country and took the ferry to get across an expansive lake before Tazan announced they were on the last leg to his home. Team 8 was only too glad to hear that. Especially Naruto. With each step he took, he remembered how he ran with all his might to this country, fleeing the village's hate of him. With each step, nostalgia swept over him like a flood. The boy nearly teared up as he remembered when he first saw Kaiza, his adoptive father. The Uzumaki recalled every word that passed between them, and he couldn't help but think of his childish error of talking to a complete stranger as if he had known all his life. Best mistake of my life. The ferry was almost his breaking point as he saw in his mind's eye how he got rowed over by the caring fisherman. Even his teammates noticed, but they shook it off as anxiety for being on water instead of on land. He even started walking a bit ahead of the group, and Kurenai had to tell him to slow down. Naruto, walk with the group around Tazuna. Besides, you don't know where the client lives. She chastised. Oh, but I do. Hi, Kurenai-sensei. He complied with her order and slowed down, letting Tazuna lead the way to his home. As they neared the seaside village where he had his residence, Naruto realized that he needed to go incognito. Just in case what nearly happened early with recognition. He was fairly known, what with being the adoptive son of the hero of Wave. With his spiky blonde hair and whisker marks, he was sure that he could be recognized anywhere. He lagged behind all the way to the back before donning his hood, the covering shadowing his face. He did so to avoid questions of his teammates if they saw this. By the time they arrived to the house, he could just take it off, no questions asked. Oh no, that was another difficulty in itself. What if they made an outburst in recognition? Complications. He was now starting to hate the word. Even if that worked out with them being discreet, how was he supposed to even hold a conversation with them normally, under supervision of his sensei? Or even in front of his teammates? Sure, Maybe he could count on them to keep the secret, but how long before someone slips up? He might just have to come clean. But not before. Only if and when I get caught and I can't get out of making a truthful explanation. How long before we arrive? Hinata queried. Almost there, Tazuna answered. As soon we clear these trees, we'll be right at the entrance of the town. When the bridge is built, maybe the next time you come to escort me, you won't need to travel so far out of the way. I don't mind the distance. Truthfully, traveling like this is very monotonous. The pungent smell that accompanied a seaside fishing village as they neared the end of the tree line. His anxiety finally reached its peak just as they left the shady forest, and the newfound sunlight momentarily blinded him. His pupils quickly constricted, ties in with focus ability, and he took in what he saw. And ever so slowly, his smile became a dejected, disappointed, slack-mouthed frown. Garbage refuse littered the streets, and nearby, he could see dogs fighting over what looked like a used baby diaper. They held it in their mouths like a game of tug-o-war until finally it tore and brown stool fell out, promptly eaten by said dogs. Hinata barely held her lunch at bay when she saw this, but Naruto was far more concerned with the other affairs. The houses were in a state of extreme dilapidation, rotting support beams barely holding up rusty zinc and walls that had cardboard covering holes in an effort to keep out the cold. Most people were dressed in worn clothing that was patched extensively, and the children were half naked at most. As they walked through what looked like a market, the area did not deserve such a title, as all the stalls' contents put together couldn't half fill a grocer's shop. Not to mention the food was far from being in top condition. He recognized many faces from memory, all who he had interacted with. In his memory, they had smiling faces, but now, they were devoid of happiness. He would go as far as to say that while alive, they were all dead inside. He began to fervently hope that his family was okay. The rest of M8 was in a similar emotional state as him, but not to the same extent, seeing as they did not have his ties to the place. They looked a bit disheveled but tried to keep an independent position and stance on the matter. Especially Kurenai. No doubt she had seen situations like this before. The denizens of Wave all stared at the newcomers in silence, unnerving the Leaf Ninja. It was discomfort. Ing and the feeling of paranoia plagued them, even though they knew why. It just did not alleviate the feeling. Tazuna sensed it too and decided to make more haste to his home. The others with him CKLY fell into step and were soon coming up the man's house. While one could argue that the home was significantly better than others they had seen coming this far in Wave Country, the building held the same kind of dilapidation feel to it. Only somehow, all the repairs were done to it and made the house look quaint, like pale whitewashed lattice and a few windows in places that didn't seem feasible. Naruto remembered whitewashing the lattice with the special lime solution and couldn't help but wondered if it was the last time it was ever done. This was years ago, and as far as he was concerned, Kaiza or even Tsunami would have done it, both enjoying keeping their home presentable. They walked up to the front door while Tazuna knocked on the door before entering. "Masumi, I'm home." He turned to Team 8 while in the doorway. "Let me go talk to them first. I don't want you giving my family a heart attack, you know." "Of course," Kurenai agreed. 2 minutes later, they were invited in by the older man, who asked them to remove their sandals at the door. They obliged and did so, placing their footwear inside what looked like a bottle crate set up for the action, and they entered. Shino, for the first time, noticed his teammate wearing his hood up. He asked why he did so. "I don't ask why you wear dark shades all the time, Shino. Just let it be." The boy did so and turned his attention elsewhere, but Kurenai gazed at the Uzumaki a while longer, wondering what he was up to. A pretty raven-haired woman came out of what seemed to be the kitchen and smiled. Naruto's core nearly melted when he saw her. It had truly been a long time. "Konnichiwa. It's a pleasure having my father's protection in our humble home." "The pleasure is ours," Hinata replied, smiling. "My name is Tsunami. May I have yours?" "My name is Hinata. Kurenai Yuhi. I am Shino of the Aburame." "Naruto," the Uzumaki said last, hoping that she didn't have an episode over the name. The woman's lips twitched, had ever so slightly, but only Naruto noticed, having being the one looking out for her reactions. Needless to say, he was pleased. Tazuna must have spoken to her while they were waiting outside. "I wonder if Inari Ododo's in on this. I suppose I'll prepare some more food for supper to accommodate more people." "Oh, I'll help, Tsunami-san." Naruto spoke up, correcting himself hastily. "I might as well assist." Keeping myself occupied. That's fine. She turned and started walking back to the kitchen and Naruto followed her. Watching them leave for the kitchen, Shino pushed his shades back closer to his eyes. How odd. There was a sudden clap of thunder that seemed to rumble through the house. It happened twice more in the space of 3 minutes and rain started to fall heavily in a constant loud drone. Kurenai heaved a sigh when she heard the rain. I was hoping to sleep outside again. Naruto immediately headed for the sink and stated washing the dishes wordlessly. Nearby, Tsunami started cutting scallions and leeks on a wood cutting board. Cut 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 swipe. Wash wash rinse dry. They continued for 5 minutes before Naruto dried the last dish and Tsunami chopped the last leek. They each turned to go to their next task and bumped into each other. They stood like that for a minute before the boy dashed into the woman's arms, starting to cry. Keika-chan, shush, I'm here, Naruto-chan. The boy sobbed as tears ran freely from his eyes and down his whiskered cheeks. You still call me that? The woman started crying as well. You'll always be Naruto-chan to me. They were like that for another minute before they each released the other from the embrace. I missed you all so much. It's just that I had to forget, remember. It's also She knelt on one knee to his level and clasped his face in her hands and wiped away his tears with her thumbs. You're here. That's what is important. I've prayed, hoping that one day I would get to see you again. And you're here. Yeah, I'm here, Dadbao. She slightly smirked. You still have that verbal tick, I see. He chuckled. Hinata strolled into the kitchen a few minutes later, not knowing of the mother-son moment she just missed. All she saw was their hostess cutting up some fish while Naruto was kneading some flour into dumplings in a bowl and requested if she could get a cup of water. Oh, hi, the cup's over there, by the sink. You can help yourself to the barrel of water in the corner. She pointed out the things. I'd do it for you, but as you can see, she trailed off and held up her scale-covered hands for the girl to see. That's fine, arigato. She retrieved some water from the barrel with a pitcher sitting close by and poured it into the cup she took. Soon, she had walked off again to the living room to the rest of her team. Naruto watched her leave before he turned again to his adoptive mother. Anyway, I was saying, he just gets up and says to the whole class. First one to get me the goggles gets a kiss on the cheek. And suddenly, all of the fangirls get up and bomb rush me to rip my goggles off. I'm telling you, I had to climb a really tall tree and stay there. Naturally, they couldn't climb that well and they couldn't climb trees with chakra yet. They didn't know how. Is that so? She laughed. My big, strong Naruto hiding out from girls in a tree. It sounds kinda humiliating when you put it that way. But now, I don't even have to do anything like that to hide cause I think I'm strong enough to fight them off. That thing on your forehead helped you? She scaled another of the fishes carefully. Oh yeah, it helped me a whole lot. Wanna see it? I guess it evolved since I went back to the leaf. Okay, show me. He walked over to and listened if anyone was close by, spying. After making sure that all background noise was normal and no one was stirring in other rooms, he lifted his headband and showed her the symbol underneath on his forehead. She squinted at it and read the kanji labeling the new arrows. Focus, reflex, focus deals with mental acuity. It's like when I focus on something, I don't lose track of it or lose my bearings. It also helps me in some physical abilities like my eyes adapt to changes in lighting really quick and I can meditate really easy now. You, meditate? What else can it do? She asked excitedly. I cannot miss unless I try to. I mean, if you gave me a pin, I could probably throw it and pin a fly to the wall by its wings. Really? She asked unbelievingly. That's really impressive. What about reflex? That one's kinda complicated, Naruto admitted. It feels like a one-type thing but the ability is really useful. How do I explain this? He scratched his head. It's like when my body and mind realizes that I can't dodge something, it does it for me. Oftentimes, I myself didn't know I was going to get hurt. I can comprehend that, I guess. But how is it that your body and mind know, but not you? Beats me, Naruto admitted. He pulled down his headband again, lest someone chanced by and see it. I think my favorite is still understanding. It's like being a genius. Understanding things far easier than other people and things. It's what I would want. Maybe then I can help Inari with his homework from time to time. How's Otudo? The woman hesitated. Inari's fine, she replied. Naruto's narrowed a little when he sensed it. Oh, he's with Tusan? I think they would be fine, sheltering somewhere from the rain. Hope they're not at sea. The woman said nothing and went back to cutting the fish. Her back was turned and Naruto did not notice the tears running anew down her face. However, he did realize that the previous joyful mood was replaced with a sad one. He knew not why. What did I say? What's going on? He went back to kneading the flour. Dinner was lovely, Tsunami-san. Arigato. Hinata praised. That's pleasing to hear. I did have some help from Naruto. The boy's as good as a professional chef. Naruto blushed a little. I merely follow recipes I've developed after reading cookbooks. Kurenai's brows ever so slightly furrowed. Naruto helped cook this? I must say, if this was poisoned, it's the best I've had the fortune to sample. Arigato for the meal. However, who's to sit by the set place right there? That's for Inari. He's my son. He'll be home soon. Naruto frowned. What about Tusan's place? I don't remember her ever failing to set a place for him, whether he came home early or not. And I don't forget, something's not right. He quickly got up and began taking up everyone's empty plates to wash them, but Tsunami insisted that he take a rest. Hinata volunteered in his stead, so he left the room to go upstairs, leaving the others to converse among themselves. He stepped inside the bedroom he had once shared with Inari and shook of his recollections of the room, intent on figuring out what was wrong. He went to the window and looked outside. The rain had stopped falling an hour ago and the only water that fell was that of the dripping of it off the leaves of trees. Everything's fine, but no matter how much he told himself that, the worse he felt. He heard what sounded like muffled yelling coming from downstairs and he quickly placed his ear on the floor and listened. Sounds like Inari's came home. Hey, his voice hasn't changed any. Inari, why don't you go upstairs? Rest yourself a bit since you're not hungry. Naruto figured that the voice was Tezuna's. He must be trying to surprise him by letting him meet me alone. That's Oji-san for you. He mumbled. He soon heard what was running up the stairs and he stood up again, pulling the hood over his face and the mask. Grinning like a Cheshire cat, the little boy opened the door and just as he was about to dash in, he saw the stranger standing in the middle of the room. His eyes grew impossibly wide as he took in the sight of the feral nature of the mask and the dead silence of his counterpart. He was about to scream, but suddenly, the masked individual was in front of him covering his mouth. He chuckled before using his free hand and pulled down his facial obstructions and revealed his face. Long time no see, Otuto. The little boy squirmed off the hand over his mouth and stared at the Uzumaki. What, Ni-san? Naruto smirked. Inari punched him in the stomach as hard as he could, but he really didn't hurt Naruto. He wasn't going to tell him that though. Why'd you try to scare me like that? I thought I was gonna die, he exclaimed. Calm down, ya big crybaby. Just gimme a hug. The brothers hugged briefly before releasing each other. Naruto sighed. So, Tusan brought you home, Tusan? Yeah, Dad, he brought you home, right? I bet that you got lost or something and he had to rescue you again or something. Naruto ni. The boy looked like he was going to cry, setting off alarm bells in his head. What is it? And yet somehow, despite his asking, he really didn't want to find out. Tusan's dead. Naruto blinked stupidly, for a second before he chuckled a little. The absurdity of that reality was just too much. It might seem a little convenient, seeing that the man hadn't arrived yet, but despite that, he had to admit the truth. He got tricked. You got me. I swear to Kami, you got me. Naruto started giggling. You're a really good actor. Tusan's dead. Woo. He playfully punched his adoptive brother's shoulder, but although Inari felt a severe pain from it, his emotional one hurt even worse. Their father got murdered and this blonde-haired idiot of a brother was laughing. A horrible-sounding mocking laughter. Exclaiming that it was funny. A joke? He didn't know what to say. He was torn between crying for his father, crying for his shoulder, decking Naruto in the face, or all of them at the same time. He went for the easiest path. He fled. He ran away through the door, crying for his father, away from his brother. Away from the laughter that sounded so much like the men that cut off his Tusan's arms, exsanguinating him. Seeing his Ototo's tears as he ran from him, Naruto's mirth ended. He started to ponder if he was serious or not, which branched out into if he believed him or not, which led to the case of him whether he was in denial when the facts, hints and clues were practically slapping him in the face. Was Kaiza still alive? He was suddenly afraid. He was scared to find out if the man really wasn't around anymore. While one could argue with him over who was his favorite parent, It all came back to the fact that the fisherman had been the one to give him a home, wasn't really his, saved his life. Things like that. It wasn't Inari, it wasn't Tazuna, it wasn't Tsunami who he met out by the other shore, concerned for him. It was his father. He stared at the ground and clenched his fists. He had to be alive. He had to. He walked in a determined state out of the room, down the stairs and headed straight for the miniature crate where the footwear were stowed. He fished out his pair of sandals and drew them on, ignoring whatever stares that rested upon him from the kitchen. He stepped outside into the chilly weather that lingered from the rainfall that occurred earlier and inhaled deeply. The air was crisp, reminding him of the early morning version of it on the grassland where he had stayed with his brothers not too long ago. As he took in air, he clenched and unclenched his fists, and ever so slowly, his neutral face fell into a deep frown. He would wait for Kaiza, his father, to return home, all night if he had to. With Gato, he went behind the counter and took out his deepest saucer, his personal favorite, and set it on the special mat on the counter top. The exquisite marble top, carved with the most artistic yet firm hand that hewed it out of cave. High up in the mountains that, while numerous in amount, were rare in having the special marble. The board with the spray finish that bordered the counter top that the most archaic designs that was done in the slowest and most careful hand, no doubt conscious of the fact that a single mistake would require the whole thing to be scrapped. The details in the borders were marvelous. The artist must have had spectacular eyesight, and had access to the smallest and most professional carving tools ever made. The borders alone could buy all the dwelling places in Wave, and have plenty enough change to repeat the action once over. This counter was worth its weight in gold, and yet the owner was making a disgusted face as he spat out his mouthful of vintage wine. He preferred the stuff over the horrid rice alcohol everyone else drank, and it was hard to get because of its lack of popularity, or as he preferred, its yet-to-be-known exclusivity. 30 years old? The tea was. He spat his mouthful to one side, before throwing away the bottle against the far wall, shattering the bottle to pieces as a deluge of the blood-red drink spilled from its broken confines and splattered the wall, akin to blood. Utter shit, that's what it was. A bad fucking year. Having vented his small fury incident, he turned full on towards one of the guards at the door. Said guard snapped to attention nervously before calling outside the door for someone to come with a mop to come clean up the mess. Upon seeing this, Gato relaxed. From when he was young, he had derived almost sadistic pleasure from being in control over something or someone. He was stocky in physical nature and extremely short from an extremely tender age, even right to the point of being called a pituitary dwarf. As one could imagine, one of this type of physical build would have a hard time being in control of something, if anything, at any stage in time. This had cultivated the need to have superiority where it actually counted. Not in something as petty as height, although he did wish from time to time that he had to look up to everyone, sometimes even when they were seated and he standing. He had grown tired of it from school days, and had stolen what money he could the second he left school, and committed murders when beneficial. Of course no one had ever suspected him, given how he looked. Was it possible for a 6-foot-tall man to get his throat slashed by someone who was practically a midget? Although if the so-called midget approached the seated victim from behind, sure. That was indeed exactly what happened, and no one had the brains to figure out that frighteningly simple logic. A man gets his throat cut, gets robbed of his week's wages, and that was how it all started. Kill, steal, eat half the money, save half the money, invest the money in good business ventures. Strike rich, repeat the process once. Strike poor, repeat the process twice. He had near mythical business sense, knowing what avenue would turn up a guaranteed massive profit. Even on the few times he lost money, he didn't care. It wasn't his money to lose in the first place. He had almost everything to gain, and nearly nothing to lose. And given his thirst for control, he was formidable in all but physically. Soon, he came to Wave Country and promptly decided to take control over it, like a pseudo-dictator of some sort. He nearly had full control, until that upstart fisherman decided that he wanted to stick his nose in things that he shouldn't. Control started to slip, and with it, the equivalence of a drug addict losing his high over time. Sooner or later, he would need it back. Gato would rather have it sooner, so in less than 36 hours, Kaiza was publicly killed, and the people dared to say anything that he didn't want to hear. They didn't. He was back in control, and everything was normal, in every twisted sense of the word. And that was the end of that. That was almost a year ago. But it was 6 months ago when everything really got terrible for Wave. Not that he would admit it. Like any other drug user could relate to, prolonged use of their stimulants or DEP. Response will cause them to get weaker. But in actuality, the body and psyche was growing tolerant of said interloper of the body's complicated inner workings. He got too used to being in control, and like any junkie would do, he increased the dosage. To others being controlled, he was flexing his muscles and clenching his stubby fingers around their necks like a vice in an effort to snuff them out of existence. He imposed more taxes, although he could have very well do without their pittance. He killed people, although he needed not their meaningless lives. He kidnapped their women and sold them into prostitution and men into slavery, although there was much better stock in other places to choose from. Finally, he committed arson. He certainly didn't have to do that, but it was entered. Aiming to have them watch their home burn to the ground in a pile of smoldering ashes, knowing that their own family ashes were in it, mixed along with the ashes of their cheaply made houses. He didn't consider himself evil, only powerful. After all, predators live to prey on the weak, and he was the predator. They were merely diseased meat that needed culling. Now, they wanted to build a bridge. To save themselves, he decided to humor them. "Build your pitiful bridge, eh?" He chuckled to himself as he stooped and pulled out a bottle dating back half a century from its place in the low cupboard. "They think I don't see the little eyesore? That I don't realize how they are making it. When? With what?" he muttered to himself while he poured himself a healthy shot of the liquid. He then ced the bottle back on the counter and drank the wine from his dish. The alcohol ran down his throat to his stomach, warming everything that it touched while leaving a tangy and slightly tongue-tying taste in his mouth. "Yeah, that's the stuff." He gulped down more in an attempt to retain that wonderful feeling the inebriating drink offered, and that it did. That it did. He paused momentarily. It wouldn't do to get completely drunk. He had hired thieves and thugs for his own private security, and it served him well to retain cognitive skills and motor functions. He was a control maniac after all. He cleared his throat to ready himself for a yell. Zabuza. Some water swirled into being in the room in front of his couch. A brief second following the event, 4 people were seated in it or stand in close by it and staring at their employer. "What is it?" Momochi growled. "Have you killed the bridge builder?" Gato asked, the tone being laced with a hint that he was impatient. "No, he's hiding in Konoha," Gato mumbled to himself and laughed soon after, a truly raucous sound. "How sure are you?" The 4 ninja frowned like a rain cloud, trying to reason out the implications of what their boss just said. "Very," the man with the serrated teeth replied. Gato decided that he should just pour himself another drink, only slightly smaller. He had discovered long ago that he gained confidence. ND loosened up with a few drinks in him, and by drinking another dose of the confidence enhancer, he could talk with the 4 killers with no fear. Besides, by pouring himself some more wine showed he was participating half-heartedly in the discussion, an act of nonchalance. This showed the ninja that he was not scared of them, not even taking them seriously. While pouring the red liquid slowly to prevent spillage, he spoke again. "Explain that Konoha bit," he said in a demand. Inwardly, he was doing cartwheels at the thought of having Zabuza, the Zabuza, at his beck and call like a dog. Some people will do anything for money. He, however, realized that he was the same. The thought that something that wasn't even a being, just a thing, could control him made him feel irritated. We act him to the leaf and waited to ambush him on his route when he would be coming back to Wave, but he never showed up. We ran out of food waiting, so we came back. We had decided to come back to Wave, to wait on him to come back and take his head if he even so much as shown us his face. Gozu piped up. "Well, in any case, you either missed his passing, or he walked in your footsteps," Gato declared sourly. "Because 3 of my people came and told me that he's in the village. He came home only this afternoon." The 4 ninja said nothing to defy. "What do you propose to do about it?" the short man demanded. "Did he bring ninja with him? Guards?" Zabuza queried while gripping the handle of Kubikiribocho tighter and tighter as his anger spiked. He silently cursed himself for taking the advice of the Demon Brothers. Were it not for their petty grumblings, the job would have been over, and he already paid. He wasn't getting paid by the hour, only for the completed service. Not only that, this damned midget who he was supposed to answer to was rapidly moving up his list of people he wanted to kill in the worst way. Hi, of course, a woman and 3 kids. Shouldn't be too much for you, I trust? None. The shipping magnate took a sip of his blood-red drink. Good. He was sure that it was now midnight. He had been standing for 6 hours outside the door, waiting for his father to return home. With each second that passed, the larger the emotional rock in his stomach grew, and he feared that the truth was what it were. The rain started drizzling anew, and he pulled the hood of his clothing over his head. The waterproofed head cover keeping his head dry and water from falling into his eyes and obscuring his vision. The large pock-marked moon in its home in the sky lent its light to the land. Abandoned by the sun's light for a 12-hour cycle, the light did wonders for his morale as he continued his vigil, his supernatural stamina increasing his long-suffering abilities to remain standing still. Long after when others would have already given up and shifted, the silence enveloped him, and threatened to numb his senses from complacency. His mind started to wander, but he quickly retook control of everything that was his. His legs used to stand, his will to stand, and his mental capacity that nearly began to dwell on thoughts of what others in his life were doing on a day-to-day basis. Not now, obviously. If they were smart, they would be sleeping now. Then why wasn't he? He knew the truth, but all that was him, all that was Naruto, was to never give up. So by admitting even the slightest testament to something else was giving up on that ideal. He knew that Kaiza was dead. All the truths were there. The way his mother carried on, the way his grandfather carried on, the way his brother carried on. And the fact that the man hadn't come home yet. Kaiza had declared himself to be something of a guard to his household and swore to the family that if he was out past midnight instead of with them, he'd cut off his own legs so he would stay put at home. The man was all about family, and Naruto was sure he had gotten some of that sense himself, no doubt from close association. Two Sans dead, his reasoning, practical side threatened to take over as his never give up side clutched at imaginative straws in an endeavor to keep himself from collapsing into bereavement. It made up stories, plausible explanations, and especially tall tales that could determine why the man was taking longer than he should to reach his home. The two sides waged a war that threatened to tear him apart. Naruto-kun? He was startled nearly out of his wits, but on the outside, he didn't so much as twitch a single hair. He had come to rely on reflex so much to help him. Had a benevolent person with no ill intentions could come up to him from behind and scare him unintentionally. He needed to work on that. "Hey Hinata-chan," he replied, without even turning to face her. They stood in the silence. The girl just behind the boy for 10 minutes more before she broke it again. "Why are you standing out here? Don't you want to sleep?" "Of course I want to go to bed. But I can't." "Why not?" she replied in question, genuinely curious. "I'm waiting for someone to come home." The girl scanned her memories briefly. They told her that everyone was inside. Kurenai, Shino, Tazuna, Tsunami, Inari. All were in their beds, more or less asleep. The only ones awake were they, and they were currently outside in the drizzling rain. Well, he was in the rain. She was standing in the doorway, under the slight awning that kept her sheltered from the weather. "Everyone's here. I'm waiting for someone to come home," he repeated in a strange, new tone. It heavily implied that he might have been tired of something. The Hyuga started to hope that she wasn't the issue doing so. Who else could be out there? She mumbled to herself. Naruto heard her and answered regardless. "Kaiza, the fisherman." Now the girl was well and truly confused. Naruto wasn't around the table when Tsunami-san told us about her husband. Even so, she said that he died. Naruto-kun was upstairs at the time, so I suppose that he overheard the first bit through the floor. But somehow, he missed hearing the second part when she mentioned that he was killed. "Anyway," Naruto continued, "I'm sure he'll soon come home." He spoke in a slightly broken manner, as if he had difficulty believing it himself, rather than to tell her of a fact. But Tsunami-san says that he, the lavender-eyed girl, searched for the right word. "Passed on, so you needn't wait for him to come." "So, his mother said that, huh?" She, indirectly through Hinata, just told him that Kaiza was dead. There was no use fighting the fact anymore. His father was dead. He'd promised to come visit them, but it was now too late. The man was gone, and all he had of him now were his memories of him. Thunder crashed, lightning struck, and a new round of rain fell on the land heavily, the large drops cold and thick with that of grieving. The sky cried with him as the clouds covered the moon, the atmosphere all black as if prepared for morning. He started walking away into the inky blackness that was the night. The action took the girl by surprise, and she called out for him to return. He did not respond, nor did he even give so much as a backwards glance. His dark clothing camouflaged him excellently in the pitch black now. Every time lightning lit up the sky and the landscape, it momentarily showed him farther away, as if he were nothing more than a roving ghost. The Hyuga was still standing in the doorway as she watched him leave. Absent-mindedly, she activated her Byakugan to still keep track of him. All she could see was the chakra signature of his grow smaller with distance. What was she to do? She hurriedly retreated back inside, pulled on a raincoat she presumed was Tsunami's, pulled on her sandals and went back outside. She took a moment to fully commit to her decision before she began speed walking through the deepening mud in the direction she had seen him go off in. Without the presence of mind necessary, he channeled chakra to his feet without realizing it and walked on top of the mud. He knew not where to go, knew not what to, and knew not why. He was simply on autopilot, and yet he was aware of it. He soon came upon the edge of his journey, a cliff that overlooked the sea where the fisherman worked. He had often come here to look at the blue flood that reflected the sun's light in a majestic manner. Most times, it was to wave to the fisherman with a brightly colored rag and watch the man do the same as a form of farewell. The memories started to plague him, now-ing that he could never have a repeat of those times. The rain pelted the water body in a droning roar as he cried some more. Soon, he heard something new. It was that of something, or someone sloshing through mud towards him. And the distinct sound of water pelting plastic. The sound came from behind him, so he promptly believed that it was Hinata. Why she followed him, he was sure only Kami knew. He turned, and saw the girl wearing an oversized raincoat and making her way in his direction. No doubt, she was either relying on the lightning flashes or her Byakugan to see him. "Why are you following me?" She was tempted to say that she was always following him, but took the better option of not saying that. "Why are you out here? I asked you a question first." She tried to think of an answer, and nearly grinned when one came to her. "For the same reason you're here." He raised an eyebrow as he thought of his reason. "I guess that means you don't have a reason." No, she felt that was a pretty good answer. She really didn't know why she followed him. She continued walking over to him, and soon, she was beside where he stood on the cliff. It was solid ground, and she was thankful. Here was mud in her sandals, and it settled right in her instep and between her toes. He allowed himself to go through memories again as he once more faced the sea. Time passed, and when she touched his shoulder to get his attention again, it was like an electrical shock that jolted him back to reality. "Hi, Hinata-chan, what is it? I should be asking you that question." Her answer came. "You seem more troubled than I." The boy sighed deeply and faced her. "I am." She looked deeply into his face. Over the years, he had had different personalities. Masks, if you will. From the start, he wore a happy and cheeky mask. When he was a bit older, he had seemed to her to be completely blank for a whole year and some. Then he was happy again, but it seemed like the real thing. Then she heard that he had an accident. He seemed disturbed for 6 months after, and then after that, he was a sort of bravado. Plain and simple, that had lasted him right through the years in the academy. And then all of that had changed when she saw him motionless on his bed, then his fight with Kiba. He just upped and changed. The masks were starting to peel away ever since then, showing his true colors, and now it seemed like she was looking at the real thing right now. They were completely stripped away, and all she could see was his real face, no facades to be seen. He was tired. He wasn't tired and needed sleep. He wasn't tired of living and wanted to die. He wasn't tired of her companionship. He was just tired, like he had just fought a war, lost it and was giving up. The girl reached for his hand, chilled by the rain, and grasped it. It was by no means romantic, friendly, or that of fellowship. It was only that of reassurance to let him know that she was there for him. It was barely visible, and Anita nearly thought that she imagined it. She may have. One split second during a lightning strike, she saw the traces of a smile tease his lips. When the flash reoccurred a second later, it was gone. The two stepped into the front yard of the house at 3 in the morning. They both washed their feet with water that flowed off the housetop via a metal channel, gutters, from under the EAVs, and wiped off their wet feet on the mat upon entry in the house. They went to the bathroom in turn, changed into some dry clothes, and went to the room where they were given to sleep. Inari slept with his mother. Tazuna slept on single futon on the ground, while Team 8 got Inari's room, where Kurenai was given the bed at Tsunami's insistence. The genin, of course, took the floor by using sleeping bags. Hinata retreated to her sleeping bag still on the floor immediately, but Naruto dawdled a bit longer while looking to Yuhi, who was stretched out on the bed. Very straight, almost as if in a casket, her eyes were closed but somehow. Gomen, for staying out so late, sensei. Don't let it happen again without my permission. The sleeping woman said. Now go to bed. The Uzumaki nodded. He sharply turned, got out his sleeping bag from a corner and spread it out to sleep. Good night, Hinata muttered to him. He really didn't feel like it was a good night, but he responded regardless. Night. The morning was damp. The morning was chilly. The morning was quiet. So very quiet. Everyone was strangely silent. In fact, the person who spoke the most was in fact Shino, who muttered to his insects from time to time. It all started when Tsunami asked Inari how his reunion with his brother went. The boy responded that the blonde idiot wasn't his brother and that he laughed at him when he told him about Kaiza. Tsunami was shocked at the news and decided that she needed to hear the news from Naruto's side. He only said that he thought it was a joke, and fell into silence, remaining that way ever since. The woman started to blame herself a bit for not telling Naruto the same time that they spoke. If Naruto had known, he wouldn't have spoken that way and indeliberately create strife between him and his sibling. All because she was a bit selfish, trying to keep his homecoming in high spirits, instead of spoiling it with bad news. When Tazuna overheard the whole thing, he started to wonder if it was hasty of him to send Inari up to meet Naruto so soon. He realized that the notion was foolish and that he didn't do anything wrong. He still felt off, and tried to drink himself into a drunken stupor with moonshine liquor. All of the family had spoken discreetly, and excepting the few words that were yelled now and again early that morning, the other members of Team 8 didn't know anything. All they had to go on were the words, "2-san, dead, joke," and "leave me alone." It made no sense. Shino planted insects on everyone to try and find out about anything pertaining to the incident, but no one really spoke anything. The one time someone did, was Tsunami announcing that breakfast was ready. The meal was a quiet affair, save for the sounds of chewing in the occasional ting noise when someone tapped their plate with their chopsticks. As soon as it ended, everyone silently gave thanks and went their separate ways. Shino went outside and sat in a tree, Hinata washed the dishes, Tsunami did some reading. Tazuna went to sleep, Inari ran off somewhere to mope, Kurenai sat next to Tazuna to watch over him, and Naruto sat on the roof with his legs dangling over the edge. What a mess. He supported his head by placing a palm under his chin and bracing his elbow on his thigh. It was a classic poise, he figured. It was often used by people who thought, where did I go wrong? Indeed, but where did he go wrong? Not visiting earlier? How could he have known that he would have died? Should he have visited Wave when the suggestion was made when he was with his brothers back in the mine? No, he had already died, given the time frame. Ignoring the little hints dropped when he first returned, he knew, and fought against the facts regardless. Now his relation with his little brother was soiled. Laughing when he thought it was a joke, he laughed more for himself. He tried to convince himself that he was still alive. How did he die? All of a sudden, he had so. Mething meandering away slightly from his feelings of grief and regret, that of curiosity. That was all he knew. The man just died. Was he killed? Freak accident took his life? Lost at sea? Natural causes? Deadly illness? Murdered? He shook his head. He needed some answers. His family was sure to have them, but everyone was taut right now, tense. Perhaps he should go ask his questions somewhere else. He was sure that any adult would do. After all, the man was well known in Wave. Everyone from Inari's generation up knew about how Kaiza saved him from drowning. They must know the man's fate as well. He tapped the roof twice with his knuckles before bringing his head down close to it. I'm taking a walk for 2 hours, sensei. Make it an hour and a half. The woman answered in a hushed, serious tone. He pushed himself off the roof and landed with a perfect safety tap on the ground. Looking around briefly to ensure that he wasn't being followed, he walked away towards the residential area of the town. The person wore a pink sleeveless kimono that had pale red edges and small plum-colored swirls that reached the ankles. Around the waist, one noticed a fairly simple wide obi which complemented the clothing. A small choker was worn around the neck and seemingly matched the dark straps on the sandals on their feet. The long black hair of the head fell over and around the shoulders, lightly surrounding a face that penned a tail of pale skin and large brown eyes. It has been argued that there are 2 million pinpointed directions an eye can look in. It could also be argued that HAKI was currently trying to look in all of those directions at once as she walked through the open-air marketplace. It was nigh impossible to tell. The eye movements were incredibly subtle, having been trained in like fashion to be so. But it seemed that the more she looked, the less she saw. As her eyes scanned the marketplace, she noticed less and less details about it. That was her intention. The more she observed, the more desensitized she became as her conscience died a little each time she saw a new, suffering person. HAKI really didn't mean to, but it was an act that was necessary, lest she give up all of her money to them and return back to her fellow nin empty-handed. They had sent her out to get the staple. Some rice would do, flour or even some bread. She had to get to the said commercial area that probably had these foodstuffs. It was a relatively simple errand. After which she brought back her contribution. The demon brothers would have already killed some wild game. Or perhaps, acquired some fish from a vendor and perhaps have a pot starting to boil upon her return. She put a little pep in her step as she recalled hearing a growl coming from her master. Whether it be from his stomach or his throat, she took it as a sure sign that he was hungry, with either emotion or feeling. The man usually tried to alleviate the feeling and forget about it by either destructive practice or killing the first person to tell him the time of day. Sidestepping a man who smelt strongly of bad liquor, she rounded a blind corner slowly. She had done so to ready herself in case she bumped into someone, smelly or unhygienic, or encountered a combatant. But in the back of her mind, she was always half expecting something like what was currently transpiring. Two of Gato's thugs dragged a man and his common-law wife from their home by their feet, the couple screaming for mercy as they were pulled savagely through the mud. "Just give me until the end of the month, you'll have your money by then, I swear." The man yelled, fearful for his life. "You've been saying that for 3 months. One of the pot-bellied thugs shouted back as he neared where he had stuck his crudely made sword in the ground to free his hands for the current task he was now engaged in. The woman was grasping at rocks embedded in the ground to stop, or even slow her captor down by using them as leverage, anchors. But the rain had loosened them, and all of them were pulled up as she was yanked and finally dumped next to the far wall where her husband was thrown as well. "So you stole from Gato, huh?" The taller one remarked with a sneer as he fingered the handle of his cutlass that hung from his waist. "No, we didn't steal, we didn't, oof." The frantic man was backhanded in the jaw powerfully by the shorter man. HAKI was around 25 meters watching the events and could still notice a few teeth fly from the man's mouth, along with blood and spittle. She winced as she watched. She never suffered such an injury, but knew regardless that it had to hurt. "That's right, it wasn't the two of you who stole. It was just you." The taller one spat on the moaning man who cradled his face, obviously in pain. HAKI could barely make out something that sounded like the hurt man grunting that he didn't. Absent-mindedly, she wondered if she should intervene. She could do it. It would be so easy to. But it would have serious repercussions. The news would certainly carry back to Gato, souring things between the height-challenged man and her cohorts. It would also serve to make Zabuza anger. Why as well for not killing her worthless emotions. She could practically hear the master's guttural voice spelling it out to her that she had once again failed to listen. "You know, we probably would have left it alone if you didn't steal the money from where he keeps our wages." The man obviously answered something he did not like as he was promptly kicked in the head, sandwiching it between his foot and the wall. It was perhaps a good thing that that particular spot in the wall was made out of thin sheetboard instead of concrete. His head was forced through it, but the man was nearly knocked or rather kicked unconscious. "That money is gonna cost you an arm and a leg. Maybe your life, too." The shorter one withdrew his foot as he looked over the woman who was still yet to say a thing. "Pity. If she was pretty, we would have been gone out of your life already. With her, of course." He shook his head, as if he were sorrowful. He then grinned, making the woman horrified at what the man was implying. "Too bad." HAKI grimaced. Rape and human trafficking were jostling around with each other. They vied for first place of her most intense dislikes. It was the very reason why she had never wanted to work for the shipping magnate, knowing that he shipped human cargo. But Zabuza needed the money, and she couldn't say no. She had to comply with her master's wishes. She was obligated to. The short thug grasped the man's hand and pulled on it forcefully, stretching it out. The weak defender tried to retract it, but got another kick for his trouble. As the arm was held straight, the taller thug drew his cutlass. One could hear the age-old sound of steel sliding from leather as the bloodied, unclean blade was held firm in a single, white-knuckled grip. The man's eyes widened as he started crying in his desperation. Haku could practically taste the poignancy of the moment, furiously telling herself mentally that if she wanted to intervene, it was now or never. The mom paused briefly before the blade was brought down hard. 1 second, the man was fighting for his arm. The next second, he no longer needed to fight. From his elbow down, the arm was no longer his. Blood squirted from his elbow and both the man and the woman screamed. The man's came out very throatily, sounding like a struck animal before it was cut short as the shorter man, on impulse for something still more inhumane, swung the man's own hand at him. All of the things that happened to the man, his jaw broken, teeth lost, nearly blacking out not 2 minutes before, shock of losing his arm, and the fact that the thin blood of his malnourished body ran out of his stump easily, he passed out. The two thugs just watched the unconscious man topple on his side and knew that the man would die from blood loss. But just to make sure, the tall bandit plunged his cutlass into the man's side, opening a new wound in the unconscious man. Although he had blacked out, the man grunted in pain before his lungs filled up with his blood and collapsing their intended shape. The killer wrenched the cutlass around in the man, opening it further before pulling it out and wiping off the blade on the woman who was still screaming. She did even more so as the blood of her husband marred her already dirty clothes. Haku closed her eyes and turned away from the sight. Perhaps Zabuza was right and that she needed to kill her emotions. The two thugs watched the man's life liquid run in rivulets in the mud for a moment before walking away in the opposite direction. They had other indebted to prey on and they were the tax collectors. Debtors and executioners all rolled up into one. Haku turned onto a side street and made a detour. No doubt, she would be having a hard time eating her food when it would be prepared. But that didn't mean that the others would be having that problem of a lack of appetite. This place was poisoned. Was she the only one on Gato's side who realized it? Naruto final. Lee broke through the wall of the woods and came upon the row of dilapidated houses. His first guess upon seeing them was to think that the economy for fishing had gone to shit, seeing that they couldn't even repair their own houses. When he saw the children playing in the streets with what looked like a bundle of rags and batting it about with boughs broken off from trees, he started to believe that the world now disliked Wave, and was singling it out for misery. It now shouldered all the sins of the world, and was paying the price of it. Looks like some bastardized version of bat and ball, or something. Without actual bats or balls. The thought came to him. But are they so poor that they can't afford to carve their own bats from wood, or even purchase a cheap rubber ball? He leapt up, into one of the tall border trees that overlooked the youngsters. Settling down carefully and confidently, he then lifted his shirt with one hand before bringing up his other hand up to his armpit and rested his arm over his first gold seal. Slowly but surely, he pumped chakra into it and imagined his desire from it. A single piece of gold materialized from it into the selfsame hand and made the boy grin as he watched the 20 children playing, not too far in distance but still oblivious of his presence. Focus, don't fail me now. His eyes scanned the targets, memorizing their faces, obvious character traits and clothing. He filed them away in his mind for his order before he took a deep breath. He threw the gold piece at the smallest one who watched the others. The metal had bumped the girl on the thigh and fell in front of her on the ground, the yellow sharply contrasting that of the gray-colored ground. As the girl was about to speak up in alarm, Naruto released his gravity seal, and his arm became exponentially lighter and quicker. His hand flashed to the gold seal and started palming gold to throw. In the space of 7 seconds, all 10 children were struck on the legs by the gold pieces. Only enough to attract attention but not enough to hurt. Two each got their own piece, but none knew what it was. "What is it?" one cried as he closely looked at it. "One hit you too?" Another ran over to him with her piece. The smallest boy stared at the lustrous object and grinned like a piano keyboard, still in the trial of losing his milk teeth. "I betcha mommy knows." He ran to his home in the way only a 6-year-old could, and not 3 seconds had passed properly when all the other children took the example and ran home as well. Naruto smiled. He planned on giving more, but all things in to their own time. He let himself drop out of the tree, re-engaged his level 4 gravity seal and continued making his way to his destination. He moved quickly across the flat until he reached the row of homes and grimaced. The smell coming from this area was horrible. The people were using pit latrines. While he and his brothers had erected one and used it, they also used deodorizing salts and powders and solutions. But these people used none. Defecation stunk, and the stench was increased tenfold after practically ripening in their holes. Focus chipped in and directed his attention to the last house that he was heading, and noted that it was the same story as everyone else's. The ability somehow managed to also tune out the smell. He briefly wondered if he was doing the right thing by trying to find out ABO. Memory cursed him. That blonde idiot isn't my brother. He shook his head, but the memory remained. He continued making his way to the house and ended the journey by hopping over a small puddle of mud and landed just in front of the back door. Oi, Joho. He didn't hear an answer. Perhaps the old man was getting deaf. Joho, wa, who's that? Naruto wisely remained silent. Who knew what could happen if he shouted his name in wave? He could be given a welcome wagon like a prodigal son, or mobbed by old people who wished to pinch his cheeks, or begged to death. None of those were inviting complications. He heard some shuffling inside coming towards the door, and soon, the cheap sheetboard was opened to reveal a wizened old man who hunched over, making him appear 5 feet tall. Who's that? It's Naruto. The man inched closer to the boy to peer at his face. His eyesight was obviously failing him. As soon as he recognized the whiskered cheeks, the old man broke out in a rather pink and yellow grin. Naruto, is that you? Yes sir, it's me. Can I come in? Sure, just wipe yo feet. I don't want no mud in air. Besides, yo friend Shurui just cleaned up, and she wants it to stay that way, too. He nodded to show that he would comply. He took them off in the doorway, pulsed his chakra lightly through it to make the mud on them drop off of it like a snake shedding skin, and set them in the house, closing the door behind him. As he turned once more to face the old man, he noted that the interior was very frugal, that was putting it nicely. Although in a state of disrepair, it was as clean as a whistle. Someone was cleaning in an effort to compensate. So Shurui's here? Naruto remembered playing with the girl when he was younger, even if was only for a few times. She was the old man's granddaughter. Nah, she's out trying to get something so she can feed both of us. So what yo want? The old man hobbled over to a jug o' wooden table and removed chewing tobacco from it. Without hesitation, the man had the chewing pleasure drug between his decaying molars, chomping away. Naruto took a deep breath before exhaling some of it, saving the rest for speech. I want to know about Kaiza. Kaiza? Yo, daddy? Don't you know what happened to I am? And no, I wasn't here, sir. The Uzumaki felt slightly ashamed of himself. He could recall others of his generation in the academy laugh at his ignorance. The decrepit old man looked to his own forehead, trying to remember what he knew about the fisherman. I remember Shurui telling me. She says it wasn't a pretty sight. Naruto paled. What happened to him? Did a wild animal maul him or something? She says to me that this short man named Gato had his arms chopped off in the square. He must avenue died o' blood loss. I'm sorry, son. Naruto did something that surprised Joho, himself even. He chuckled, very dryly. Very. So he was killed, huh? A man named Gato? Hi, sorry for telling you bad news. No, Naruto shook his head. I'm sorry, I was only ignorant, but I'm gonna fix that. We done? The old man chewed the used-up tobacco one last time before spitting it through an open window. He turned back around just in time to see Naruto roll down his shirt. Whatcha doin', son? Nothing, but hi, we're done, the blonde reassured. He looked around briefly before his eyes settled on a cooking pot. He went to it and dropped 5 gold pieces inside. Fortunately, the man's eyesight was poor enough to not see what he was doing, but no doubt Shurui would find it when she tried to cook later. He quickly took up his sandals and opened the door, setting them down just outside. He turned back to face the old man. Tell Shurui I said hello. Alright. Naruto nodded and shut the door behind him. Joho, what? Who's that? Naruto wisely remained silent. Who knew what could happen if he shouted his name in wave? He could be given a welcome wagon like a prodigal son, or mobbed by old people who wished to pinch his cheeks, or begged to death. None of those were inviting complications. He heard some shuffling inside coming towards the door, and soon, the cheap T-board was opened to reveal a wizened old man who hunched over, making him appear 5 feet tall. Who's that? It's Naruto. The man inched closer to the boy to peer at his face. His eyesight was obviously failing him. As soon as he recognized the whiskered cheeks, The old man broke out in a rather pink and yellow grin. Naruto, is that you? Yes sir, it's me. Can I come in? Sure, just wipe your feet. I don't want any mud in here. Besides, your friend Shurui just cleaned up, and she wants it to stay that way, too. He nodded to show that he would comply. He took them off in the doorway, pulsed his chakra lightly through it to make the mud on them drop off of it like a snake shedding skin, and set them in the house, closing the door behind him. As he turned once more to face the old man, he noted that the interior was very frugal, that was putting it nicely. Although in a state of disrepair, it was as clean as a whistle. Someone was cleaning in an effort to compensate. So Shurui's here? Naruto remembered playing with the girl when he was younger, even if it was only for a few times. She was the old man's granddaughter. No, she's out trying to get something so she can feed the both of us. So what do you want? The old man hobbled over to a jug on a wooden table and removed chewing tobacco from it. Without hesitation, the man had the chewing pleasure drug between his decaying molars, chomping away. Naruto took a deep breath before exhaling some of it, saving the rest for speech. I want to know about Kaiza. Kaiza, your father? Don't you know what happened to him? And no, I wasn't here, sir. The Uzumaki felt slightly ashamed of himself. He could recall others of his generation in the academy laugh at his ignorance. The decrepit old man looked to his own forehead, trying to remember what he knew about the fisherman. I remember Shurui telling me. She says it wasn't a pretty sight. Naruto paled. What happened to him? Did a wild animal maul him or something? She says to me that this short man named Gato had his arms chopped off in the square. He must have died of blood loss. I'm sorry, son. Naruto did something that surprised Joho, himself even. He chuckled, very dryly. Very. So he was killed, huh? A man named Gato? Hi, sorry for telling you bad news. No, Naruto shook his head. I'm sorry, I was only ignorant, but I'm gonna fix that. We're done? The old man chewed the used-up tobacco one last time before spitting it through an open window. He turned back around just in time to see Naruto roll down his shirt. What are you doing, son? Nothing, but hi, we're done, the blonde reassured. He looked around briefly before his eyes settled on a cooking pot. He went to it and dropped 5 gold pieces inside. Fortunately, the man's eyesight was poor enough to not see what he was doing. He quickly took up his sandals and opened the door, setting them down just outside. He turned back to face the old man. Tell Shurui I said hello. Alright, Naruto nodded and shut the door behind him. He looked up from the ground towards the house as he approached it, his face surly and his mind in a haze. Such were the multitude of thoughts that ran amok in his mind. Who the hell was this Gato? He killed his father? Why? How come none of his family told him? Why? His head ached. With all of his advanced intelligence, wisdom and cleverness was completely different of having the knowledge. That, he knew, by all means, although the sun was hiding behind a cloud that would probably bring more rain, his internal clock told him that it was 2 p.m. He suddenly felt the need to get some sleep. He had missed most of his hours last night, and tomorrow, his grandfather was to continue the work on his bridge. Some Oji-chan, he muttered to himself. He didn't care anymore about the facade, about the pretense. To hell with it, precaution and logic be damned. If he had to go in and yell out the questions to get Tazuna to talk about Kaiza, so be it. If his whole team found about his relation to these people, let them. It was worthless to them. They would be able to prove nothing. He was in the village the whole time. Without conscious thought, his walking became more aggressive and he was soon stomping home, instead of just walking. He marched under the tree where Shino was still sitting and looking out, not noticing his teammates' presence. Shino saw the rather irate-looking Uzumaki practically beat a new path to the house and decided that something of interest must have transpired with him. Eager for new information, he mentally summoned his insect that was still on Naruto. The Kikaichu beetle heard his master's call and crawled from its hiding place. Naruto didn't know he didn't feel. It's like he sensed some thing creeping from just behind his neck, or more specifically the hood of his clothing. He merely swatted at it thinking it was a mosquito. Bringing back his hand to his face to look at it, he didn't see any such insect and wondered if it were possible for focus to fail him. He turned fully to look around to see if he could still swat the pest. He saw the black insect, but his keen vision told him that it was no mosquito, or even a sandfly that was native to the area. Kikaichu beetle? He saw the insect look as if it were flying to a tree and believed he could see Shino inhabiting in the high branches. His mind quickly connected all the dots, filling all the blank spaces. His stomach lurched as he fell to his knees in the mud and yelled in his anger. The sound of it was truly primal, sounding like that of a wounded beast. One that has been wounded once too many. All of the events surrounding Wave had pushed him to the edge, and he lost his patience. He had lost so much time with his family in the past. He had lost his family to death, he had lost bonds with them, and now he'd lost his privacy. How long had he no privacy to the Aburame? Kurenai, who was inside when she heard the yell, quickly rushed to the window and saw the Uzumaki on the ground screaming his frustration. She saw the Uzumaki get up to his feet and went rapidly through hand seals. The order she recognized was for the fireball. That of the continuous streaming flamethrower. Naruto's hand seals ended, but he abandoned the customary tradition to yell techniques to help with control. He clenched his fists and held them to his sides as his chest ballooned with air and fire-release chakra. The boy's eyes teared up as they slowly closed with the pressure of the technique soon to pass. A single moment passed before it did. Naruto's mouth was closed before it opened with a feral scream, that of a hellish inferno that nearly rivaled the size and scale of his brother's flame god rising technique. The fire UGHT up to the unfortunate insect still making its way to its master, and the beetle perished as it was burnt to death, turned to ashes, and the ashes themselves incinerated in the near white-hot heat, all in a single second. The fire itself was still going, and Shino himself had to hurriedly substitute out of the tree to the roof of the house before it too was burnt to nothing. Kurenai jumped out of the house through the window she had been looking through and dashed towards Naruto the second she hit ground. Naruto's jutsu had barely lasted for 5 seconds, but it was more than enough to suit his needs, purposes. But it left him drained, as the technique died in tandem, running out of chakra for fuel. And the fact remained that it still hadn't assuaged his rage. His body unconsciously gone, calling on the Kyuubi's chakra to support his erratic inner bodily systems, only enough to make him look feral. His pupils of his eyes were slit, his iris became blood red, and his whisker deepened while his nails lengthened. Kurenai caught up to him and grabbed him by the shoulder. "Naruto, what do you think you're doing?" She yelled at him while shaking his shoulder savagely, making him turn around to face her. He turned fully and stared her in the eyes with his feral visage and shrugged of her grip and growled. "Leave me alone." She backpedaled 2 steps back or 3 in shock. Shino, Fr. Owned his vantage point, noted the boy's appearance and momentarily forgot his own anger at Naruto for dispatching his Kikaichu, now awed by dreadful fascination. Naruto turned abruptly and walked away into the woods. The birds fleeing the sanctuary of their trees in his general path warned all others not to follow in the direction where he had headed, and the 2 people wisely heeded the caution. A large tree toppled over and crashed to the ground in the distance, as if done to cement their decision. The rest of the family, and Hinata, bugged outside in a hurry to see what had happened, prompted by the scream and the sudden spike in high temperature. All they had to go on was the disappearance of the largest tree in the front of the home, the temperature sweltering, and the 2 normally stoic Shino and Kurenai plainly disheveled, as if they were intimidated by someone superior in prowess. Neither of the 2 said a thing in response to the questions that ensued from newcomers. She gripped the 3 Senbon firmly between her fingers in a closed fist and eyed the human-shaped target that was nailed to the tree. The target was still. This was far too easy, although there were 3 pinprick-sized holes in 3 places on it. She was confident that she could do it. If she couldn't, then she'd better find a new line of work. "Come on, I want to see," Gozu Scream whispered. "I got some money riding on this." "Yeah," Maizu replied, as if in a comment. "And you're gonna lose it. I've never seen Haku miss. Better to just hand it over now, save yourself the embarrassment." Haku smiled to herself. She didn't get complimented often, and although it was more in comment than directed at her specifically, Maizu's confidence in her was strongly appreciated. She readied herself to throw. She hurled the Senbon all at once. Each of them, at the distance of 50 yards, made their way into a dot-sized hole in the target, 2 in the neck, 1 in the heart. 2 of them were decidedly deadly. 1 to die of blood loss from the jugular vein, 1 from puncturing the body's most important muscle, but the last to inflict deep stasis state on the victim, akin to death. The brothers rushed up TOC, and as soon as Gozu saw that no new holes were made by the Senbon, only the old ones filled, the man dug into his pocket to give up his betted money, counted as losses. He did it silently, but Maizu jeered him. After a minute or two of basic and infantile teasing, the demon brother grew serious once more. Anyway, Haku, Mizu began. You're gonna scope out the house tonight, huh? They had planned to send Haku to go investigate the bridge builder's home, to see what the man's state was, but more importantly, to size up the ninja who were guarding the man. They still knew that all of them had to die, but Zabuza wanted to know what type of person the Junin was. He had misjudged the Mizukage when he had attempted the doomed assassination, and ever since then, he had learned that background and skill research on other ninja could be beneficial. Perhaps the very reason he had never lost a fight since then by knowing who and what he was up against. Like the water shadow, he fell under the class of, what? Hi, I was going to go tonight at around 3 to 5 a.m. when everyone's sure to be asleep. She answered, if the rain falls tonight, I would be able to use my ice mirrors more efficiently. Not to mention muffle any sound I could make. Haku, you're even more silent than a ghost. And I should know. I had my ear on the ground when you walked once and I couldn't hear a thing. Gozu piped up, arigato for the vote of confidence. Haku replied. She then noted that the man became slack-jawed and seemed to be staring past her. At his side, his brother had gained the same expression. A bit confused, she turned around and her eyes widened as she took in the sight. The sight that was of a massive conical-shaped flame that stretched out at a 45-foot angle that burned nearly white-hot in the distance. Of its immense size, and the chakra output necessary to pull off something like that boggled her mind, never having seen something of that nature or stature before. They watched it for a few seconds more as it continued, before it receded, closer to the ground. Holy shit, Mizu choked out. What the hell in Kami's name was that? Must be some kind of fire jutsu. Haku stuttered. The image was becoming fixed in memory, and it was horrible to think about. She figured that it would only take a second for a technique like that to scorch anyone to nothing. Hell, she doubted that her Hyoden could stand up to that. Wait a minute, wasn't that just where we know the bastard bridge builder lives? Gozu croaked. Did one of his bodyguards do that? What kind of ninja would be able to have the reserves or even the ability to do that? What kind of rank are they at? Brown eyes widened at the implications, and without even considering the wisest course of action, Haku ran off to the house to investigate. Ignoring the brother's call to wait, she finally came to a stop from dashing through the trees and came to a stop just 50 meters from the home, still in the forested area. She absent-mindedly noted that she was still in her civilian clothing, having not changed into her ninja set since the morning's dawn. Perhaps she could use this to her advantage. She fell out of the tree and landed in a squat. If she was dressed plainly, she might as well play the part. At least that way, she wouldn't be suspected. By all means, anyone would think that she had seen the jutsu and, like most civilians, come to see what the big fuss was about by being obvious about it. And so she did, after suppressing her chakra to what she believed to be the low levels of that of a civilian's. She began walking. Forcing herself to walk and make noise was almost foreign to her. Ever since her master had instilled in her the ways and means of the silent killing technique, she had latched on to the idea. Being as silent as the best of those who did it, she practiced it every waking moment, made a habit out of it, and now, to do the opposite felt like trying to learn a new language. She stepped on a rotting branch and made sure to step on the one following it. After that, she only made noise at random intervals, trying not to make it seem that she was trying to walk on every noisemaker element on the ground. Soon, she was in the yard, and made a show of looking around, avoiding the use of peripherals like a ninja would. All she could see was ashes, spread around a specific area, but had what seemed like roots as the focal point of it. A tree? This was definitely where the jutsu took place. There was even the supporting evidence of the smell of wood smoke, and the place felt really warm. When the area she was previously in felt chilly from the rains that fell recently. Perhaps because of her bloodline made her more sensitive to heat. Certainly, the heat should have dissipated by the time she got here. Hot air rises, and cool air should rush to replace it. But why is the tree burnt? Was it done on a whim? Training, maybe? Her throat became slightly dry. That reasoning had popped into her head. Training? That they perform a jutsu of that scale just for training? No, she said out loud, calming herself down. Maybe it's just a show of force. But they don't know about us ninja. Tazuna doesn't know about us, so it couldn't possibly have been done from his end. Maybe it's to frighten the bandits. But that didn't explain the tree. If they wanted to intimidate, to make a show of it. They would have sent the jutsu straight up so it would be even more exponential and more pronounced. What are you doing here? Wah? Her eyes snapped to her right, whose space was inhabited by a woman who certainly did not lack in good looks, or a very icy glare. Haku herself nearly formed an ice weapon to defend herself with, but in the nick of time, Rima, in true to character, and backpedaled quickly, hinting substantially that she was startled badly. Which she actually was. She did expect a ninja to accost her, but not in that fashion. Alright Haku. Just stutter like you feel guilty of snooping. She prepped herself furiously. I was just trying to find about the FF fire, Ms. Ninja ma'am. Perfect. Keep doing that, Ms. Ninja ma'am. The fire? Kurenai raised an eyebrow, still maintaining her glare. Hi, the fire. Like, whoosh, that much fire. I could see it from in my yard. It happened here, didn't it? Hawk. You pointed nervously at the ashes that littered around the roots that peeked from the ground. Leave. Don't ever come back. Am I clear? Kurenai frowned heavily at the girl. No problem. Haku dusted out of there, making it look as if she was scared into leaving. Out of the corner of her vision as she hurried away, she saw the woman stare after her, before going back into the house. She hid out, and waited for night to fall before this time. She went back to Tezuna's house, progressing more stealthily than before. It was now night, and it would do well to not be caught. If she did, then the kunoichi from before who had interloped her would certainly suspect her, if she hadn't already, making a bad situation worse. She approached from the west the first time, now she did so from the southwest. In fact, she was about to step into the yard when she saw from a new perspective in a new direction how branches at waist height to shoulder height were broken. This excited her curiosity. Oaks like someone tried to beat a new path or something. She considered the possibilities for a moment before weighing her options. She had risks going on for both choices. Investigate the yard, or investigate where the way the broken branches might lead. It was not the best time to scope out the yard. It was almost certain for no one to be asleep at 7 p.m. And she ran the risk of getting caught, particularly by the probable Junin. She had managed to get into her blind spot, after all, even though she had let her guard down to truly get into character. She could try following where it med someone impatient might have come or gone in a huff, not bothering to take the beaten path. Perhaps it might reveal some answers at the end. Or be a dead end and a complete waste of time. She had learned from her time with Zabuza that information was valuable, and she could not afford to be careless. With a slight sigh, she walked off in the direction of the broken branches. Soon, she came across a recent felled tree, which, for all reasons and intentions, was in the person's way. She hurried now, certain that this would not be a dead end and a complete waste of time. Naruto's clone set he sticks ablaze before dispersing in a small ball of fire that dissipated. As the fire among the wood blazed, he picked up a long and thin piece of wood, and poked the wood on the edges of the fire loser to its focal point, and the happy blaze of the fire crackled for more. But his own mood was still far from the up and up. He had simmered down somewhat, and all he had done was to sit in one place for 5 goddamn hours. He was sure that if he even so much as gotten up, he would immediately head back to the house, and commit murder. Of all the dirty insect-harboring flea-bitten fucking Aburame, Naruto muttered. His throat still felt a bit sore, and as much as he was never alone, considering the fact that his brothers were a mental link away, a demon fox and a seal on his gut, Kurama's mentality was with the brothers ever since Naruto left the village. Currently in the hometown of his family, he felt lonely. Never truly alone, but lonely. He had wished for it all day, but now he discovered that he abhorred it. The years of his past rushed up to collide with him, recalling his state of being forever alone in a village of thousands upon thousands. Before he met Kurama, he was all by himself, and now it had crashed down upon him, threatening to crush him under its weight. It was what it was. He poked the fire again and sighed. Wonder if Kurama's supervising them or something. His mind conjured up an image of his 12 brothers, being ordered around by a voice in their heads. The idea was ridiculous, and yet entirely possible. The Uzumaki laughed, almost psychotically. He realized that he must have sounded like a crazy person, laughing when he felt horrible, for no good reason. Maybe I am going crazy. He suppressed a yawn that would have moved key elements of his face around by standing up. Delaying himself for a second, he then stretched before he closed his eyes. His right hand reached behind him and touched the baton's handle, loosening it up to ensure speedy withdrawal should the need arise. Unfortunately, if this didn't go right, the need would probably arise. He held his breath. The night was silent, save for the crackle of his small fire and the chirp of crickets who entertained themselves with song. The breeze blew toward him gently, slightly fanning the flames that created flickering shadows from the yellow-orange light. He didn't smell anything. He didn't hear anything. He only felt paranoia. He knew that the feeling and the theories surrounding the idea had credit and merit to it. The very base of it, to know when you're being watched as like a hard-wired instinct that was ingrained into an individual upon birth. So when he felt it, he knew that eyes were watching him, as strange as it might be in his remote area. What to do? Call him out? Ignore it? Try to find them? Maybe? He weighed his options. Perhaps it would be best if he turned his back to the fire to avoid his pupils contracting and leaving him night blind, then call out the person. Seemed logical. If you have meat you need to roast, I'm willing to share the fire. He spoke up, scanning the trees in his peripherals while readying himself. He didn't get a response right away, but better late than never, one supposed. 1 minute later, he heard some footsteps coming from his slight right ahead of him. His 1:00 clock. His hands were already in their pre-battle positions. His right hand at his side and almost reaching his baton holster and his left hand in front of him, palm out in case he had to intercept anything. His blood pressure rose up a no-dch with each footstep that neared him, and just as he thought he couldn't stand any more, the owner of the footsteps broke the trees. He was fairly surprised to see a girl who looked like she was trying her best to walk around terrain debris like loose rocks and obstacles like small, low-growing assorted shrubbery. In the poor light, he could make out that she wore a long pink kimono and was blessed with long, jet-black hair, and the face was very, very easy to look at. "Gomenasai, I saw the fire, but I didn't know how to approach you," the person remarked, but the apology still intact. Naruto's eyes squinted a little in distrust and scrutiny. Must be a civvy. Didn't walk like a ninja, makes slightly stumbling motions in uneven places. No key. Pity I can't really get a feel for chakra that good yet, but the person gives the impression of being a civilian. Almost as if she's trying to. Hello? The person spoke again. The Uzumaki considered his last thought, and took out his kunai out of his pouch, deliberately making a show about it. Perhaps he could intimidate the person to showing their true colors, if they haven't already. "Who are you?" he growled out threateningly, wavi-ing the kunai, about to give the notion that he was going to use it. The person's eyes widened in shock. "My name's Haku. I only came here when I saw the fire." "Why? It's been raining a lot. The hot of anyone creating a fire out here, and much less from something dry, was unimaginable." She stuttered a bit in her speech and held both of her hands in front of her in a placating gesture. "I believe it's obvious that only a person, and not nature, that could start a fire after it rained. Did you think there was a forest fire? Leave." He released some ki at the girl, then he threw the kunai at the ground. Just 6 inches from her feet. At the action, Haku stumbled backwards, losing her balance, and started toppling in obvious fright. Hesitating for a split second, he ran towards her, closing the distance of 4 meters quickly, and caught her by one of her flailing arms before she fell to the ground, still strewn with a few rocks and mud patches here and there. Definitely a civilian. He yanked her up and set her straight, ignoring her attempts to beat his grip off of her wrist with her free hand. Kami, Gomen, for scaring you. More hysterics." He sighed. "Look, I'm real sorry for trying to scare you off. I thought you were a kunoichi. Can't be too careful, you know." The hysterics slowed and soon came to a complete stop as the girl opened her clenched eyes to stare into his eyes. The blonde boy let go and the girl retracted her arm immediately. She turned sharply and begun to leave hurriedly, navigating the difficulties from before. As Naruto watched her go, he once again felt the crushing, depressing weight of loneliness from before, decidedly increasing the farther and farther away she got. He stroked his forehead as if he was lamenting his fate. "Don't go, come back." The sound of footsteps grew fainter. "Please," he yelled out, almost mournfully. His cries seemingly echoed, haunting him. Other than that, he heard nothing but the noisy silence of the night. He strode back to the tree where he first was and leaned against it. Scarcely a minute passed when he slid down the trunk of it in a heap before he hugged his thighs to his face. Tears started to run down his face as all the events of his day pulsed through his memories, never allowing him to forget. But Tsunami-san says that he passed on. That blonde idiot isn't my brother. She says to me that this short man named Gato had his arms chopped off in the square. He must, Avenue died, oh blood loss. I'm sorry, son, he was all alone, he had wished it all day, and now he had gotten it. But it was when he was alone that he was plagued by his memories because the present held a reasonable distraction from the past. He believed that he heard slow footsteps approaching, but he took no notice of it. Aft, are what felt like months in his fetal-like position, he felt a gentle hand on his shoulder. He was mildly startled, but he did not look up. Instead, he looked through the crack between his upper torso and his leg and saw that the girl from before was crouching beside him. The distraught boy lifted his head slightly and tried to wipe away the signs of bereavement with his shirt sleeve before looking towards her fully. His slight sobbing fell completely silent as he peered up into the vastness of her large brown eyes. Are you all right? We will continue in next part.